Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if issei can travel through time and space and gets harem. Part 2, let's begin. A familiar night sky stretched above them, clear, quiet, peaceful. The contrast was almost surreal. No ruined house and street. Just the gentle rustling of leaves, the dim glow of streetlights, and the distant hum of a quiet suburban town. The same park where issei had left what felt like days ago, but it had only been 30 minutes. Issei let out a shaky breath, his body still aching from the battle. His legs nearly gave out, but Yuka quickly moved to support him. Damn, he muttered, rubbing his temple. After everything, it feels weird to be back. Yuka and Masuki, however, were frozen in place, looking around with wide, disbelieving eyes. This is it? Yuka asked, blinking in shock. This is the future? Masuki furrowed her brows, scanning the empty streets and dimly lit houses. I expected something more. It looks just like our world. Issei let out a weak chuckle. Yeah, 2008 isn't that much of a jump forward from 1994. Yuka didn't seem convinced. So what do we do now? Masuki crossed her arms, her face hardening. We don't officially exist here. No records, no home, no identification. Even if this world looks similar, legally, we're nobodies. Issei hummed in thought, then shrugged. For now, we'll just go to my house and convince my parents to let you all stay. Yuka gave him a flat look. And if they say no? Issei grinned. They won't. My parents are good people. Before Yuka could argue, Sherry's voice cut through the night air. If we have access to the internet, I can hack into the government system and create fake documents for Yuka, Hana, Sakura, and Tamamo, the AI stated matter-of-factly. As a superior AI, I can make them as believable as possible. Masuki raised an eyebrow. That would certainly help, Yuka sighed, rubbing her temple. I guess that's one problem solved, but we still have to deal with explaining to your parents about everything, and I doubt they will believe you. There's something far more important to worry about. A deep rumble filled the air as Drake finally spoke up. Tamamo should never reveal her divine power. Everyone turned to look at the red gauntlet on Issei's arm. Drake continued. If she does, she will immediately alert the supernatural of her presence, and we won't simply have to deal with a couple of magicians. Tamamo waved a dismissive hand. Oh, hush, you oversized lizard. I am a master of disguise. Without hesitation, she activated her transformation. A faint glow surrounded her, and within seconds, her fox ears and tails vanished, leaving her looking completely human. Her traditional attire shifted into modern, stylish clothing, perfectly blending into the world around her. Tamamo twirled in place, admiring her own work. Tada! A flawless disguise. No one will suspect a thing. Drake let out a long, exhausted sigh. That's not the issue. If a real deity senses your presence, especially Amaterasu, could come investigate. Tamamo simply smirked. And there aren't supposed to be two of her in this world, Drake grumbled. We do not need the literal sun goddess questioning why another version of herself is walking around. It could bring problems. Partner, you are not ready to face a god, Issei sighed. Yeah, I figured. Tamamo, however, waved a hand dismissively. Oh, relax, big guy. I can handle it, Drake scoffed. You're too reckless, Tamamo pouted. You're too grumpy. Their bickering continued, and Yuka rubbed her forehead in frustration. Wait, she said suddenly, her eyes narrowing. If she's getting fake identities, what name will Tamamo be using? Tamamo grinned mischievously. From this moment on, my name is Mizukame Haida. A beat of silence. Then, what? Yuka spun toward Tamamo, her entire body twitching. Why do you get to take Issei's last name? Tamamo placed a hand on her hip, tilting her head smugly. Because I'm his wife, of course, Yuka twitched. He never even proposed to you. Tamamo waved a hand dismissively. Minor details, my darling. In my heart, we're already bound for eternity. Yuka clenched her fists. Fine. Then I'll take Issei's last name too. Masuki suddenly chuckled, a teasing glint in her eyes. Oh? But Yuka dear, you still haven't gotten a proposal, and you're already taking his last name? Yuka's face turned bright red. I'm not ready for that yet. We should go on more dates first, Masuki giggled. Oh? So you do want to marry him someday? Yuka covered her face with both hands. Ugh, can we not talk about this right now? Sakura, who had been watching the conversation unfold with wide eyes, suddenly tugged on Issei's sleeve. Can I take your last name too? She asked softly. Issei smiled warmly, ruffling her hair. Of course. Sakura brightened, holding his sleeve a little tighter. Drake sighed. Regardless, just be careful, Tamamo. Tamamo rolled her eyes. Yes, don't reveal my power. Don't get caught by the other version of me, blah blah blah. I get it, Drake groaned. Why do I even try? With that settled, they began the slow trek toward Issei's house. Yuka kept a firm grip on him, helping him stay upright while he focused on putting one foot in front of the other. Every step sent dull pain radiating through his body, but he wasn't about to complain. He'd been through worse. Tamamo, however, was not suffering in silence. Why am I carrying all the bags? She whined, shifting the weight on her shoulders with an exaggerated pout. Yuka smirked. Because you're the strongest one here. And Issei is in no shape to carry anything. Tamamo gasped dramatically, placing a delicate hand over her chest. But I'm a delicate and fragile wife. Misuki raised an eyebrow. You just wiped out a squad of assassins and nearly killed a priest with cursed foxfire. Tamamo huffed. Fine, but only because I'm a good wife, Issei sighed, shaking his head as they walked. Somehow, I feel like I should be more concerned about this conversation. Sakura, still clinging to Issei's sleeve, looked up at him with wide, curious eyes. Are your parents nice? She asked softly. Issei chuckled, giving her a reassuring smile. They're the best. She squeezed his sleeve a little tighter. As they moved through the quiet streets, Issei began to notice something. People were staring, pedestrians passing by, late-night walkers, even a few people sitting in their cars at red lights. They all turned to look at them. It wasn't subtle either. Some people outright stopped what they were doing to take in the sight of four absurdly beautiful women walking alongside a heavily injured guy. Mostly, their eyes landed on Tamamo, and he really couldn't blame them. She practically glowed under the streetlights, her pink hair catching every bit of moonlight, her presence impossible to ignore. She was already ridiculously attractive, but there was something about her divine nature that made it hard for people not to look. Yuka groaned. Ugh. I feel like we're being watched, like we're some kind of freak show. Issei rubbed his temple. What can I say? When people see beautiful girls, they have to look. He says, unintentionally complimenting the girls, causing them to blush. Yuka's step faltered for a brief second, her face flushing red before she quickly turned her head away. Misuki smirked knowingly, her eyes filled with motherly amusement. Tamamo beamed at him, flashing a victorious grin. And Sakura hid her face against his sleeve, her small hands tightening their grip. A thick silence settled between them. Issei blinked. Wait, did I say that out loud? Yes, you did, Yuka muttered, her ears turning pink. Tamamo giggled behind her sleeve. Era? Darling, if you wanted to shower us with compliments, you should say so more often. No need to be shy, Yuka groaned. Ugh. Now she's never going to let this go, Misuki hummed. Oh, but isn't it nice? A young man appreciating beauty in its finest form? Sakura peeked up at him, her face slightly pink. You really think I'm pretty too? Issei felt his face heat up now. Too mean, yeah. Of course, Tamamo laughed. Good answer, husband. Yuka groaned again, covering her face with one hand. Can we just walk faster? Standing before the familiar front door, Issei felt a strange sense of relief. After everything, facing death, fighting legendary warriors, traveling between worlds, she was finally home. But that relief was short-lived, because now, he had to explain all of this to his very human parents, and that was probably going to be the hardest battle yet. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his hand and knocked. A moment later, the door opened. Miki Haida blinked in confusion. Yes? Who is? Her eyes landed on Issei's battered form. Her pupils shrank. Issei? She practically flew out of the house, grabbing him by the shoulders. What happened to you? Are you okay? Who did this? Garu. Get over here. From inside, a deep voice called out, What is it, honey? Garu Haida stepped into view, only for his face to pale. Son? What the hell happened? Issei chuckled weakly, already feeling the storm of parental panic brewing. Hey Mom, Dad, don't freak out. I swear it looks worse than it is. A lot of his bones are broken. Yuka's flat voice cut through the air as she shot him a glare. He is lying to you, Issei sighed, slumping slightly. Not helping Yuka, Mickey quickly ushered them inside, fussing over him the entire time. We need to take you to the hospital, she fretted, already reaching for her cell phone. That's a really bad idea. I really can't explain how I got hurt. That made both parents pause. Mickey and Garu exchanged wary glances, before turning their attention to the 4 unfamiliar girls standing in front of them. Garu's eyes narrowed slightly. Who are they? Mickey's face was a mix of concern and suspicion. Issei, what exactly have you gotten yourself into? Issei let out a long sigh. That's kind of why the explanation is complicated. Can we at least sit down? It's pretty hard to keep standing. They quickly ushered the entire group inside, closing the door behind them. Issei told them everything: the dimensional watch, the other world, the Holy Grail War, magic, the boosted gear. At first, his parents looked confused, then skeptical, then downright disbelieving. With every word that left his mouth, their expressions became more and more strained. By the time he finished, they were staring at him, in complete silence. Finally, Garu pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling deeply. So let me get this straight. You're telling me that Yumi, perverted idiot son, who could barely pass math, somehow ended up in another world, fought in a war, was born with a magical dragon in his soul, and now you're back with 4 girls who also came from that world? Mickey blinked rapidly. Are you okay? Do you have a fever? Did you hit your head? I can get ice, Issei groaned, rubbing his face. I knew this was gonna be hard to explain. Yuka leaned over and whispered, told you. Tamamo, meanwhile, sighed dramatically, flipping her hair. Enough of this. I suppose I have to prove it. And just like that, she revealed her fox ears and tail. The golden fur shimmered brilliantly under the living room lights. Mickey and Garu froze, their eyes widened, and then, but before they could completely lose their minds, Sherry and Drake spoke from both his arms. Sherry's mechanical voice rang out first. Good evening, Hayate-san. I am Sherry, an artificial intelligence linked to the dimensional watch that is attached to the master's arm. Then Drake's deep, rumbling voice followed. And I am the Red Dragon Emperor Drake. Mickey and Garu stared. Then, at the exact same time, they fainted. Luckily, they landed in chairs. Yuka and Misuki's sweat dropped. Yuka muttered déjà vu. Misuki sighed, crossing her arms. Well, this is familiar. Tamamo giggled behind her sleeve. Hee. They handled that about as well as I expected. Mom. Dad. Issei fretted, trying to move toward them only for his battered body to betray him. The moment he put weight on his legs, pain shot through him like lightning. Gah! His knees buckled, and with zero grace, he collapsed onto the floor. Ow! For a moment, there was silence. Then, Yuka sighed, rubbing her temples. You absolute idiot, Tamamo gasped. Husband! You must not overexert yourself. If you needed assistance, you should have fallen into my arms, Misuki chuckled. Well, at least we know he still has energy to panic. Sakura hesitantly tugged on Misuki's sleeve. Are they going to be okay? Misuki glanced at the unconscious couple before nodding. They'll be fine. Just processing. Still lying on the floor, Issei groaned, staring up at the ceiling. This is not how I wanted this night to go. Before his parents could wake up and faint again, Tamamo quickly got to work, weaving powerful boundary fields around the house. Even without using her full divine power, she could still conceal and fortify Issei's home, ensuring that neither her presence nor her husband's growing power would be detected by unwanted eyes. This way, no supernatural beings or nosy magicians would sense their magic and come investigating. After all, she still had one important task left. She needed to heal her dear husband. The soft glow of magic filled the dimly lit living room. Tamamo knelt beside Issei, her hands hovering over his battered body as golden light pulsed from her fingertips. The warmth of her magic seeped into his wounds, numbing the pain, knitting torn muscles, and mending fractures, but it wasn't instant. This is slower than I expected, Tamamo muttered, her brow furrowed in concentration. Issei, lying on the couch, blinked up at her. Slower? Feels like a miracle from my perspective. Yuka crossed her arms. Is it taking too long? Why? Sherry's voice chimed in from Issei's wrist. Tamamo and I are no longer connected to the Holy Grail system. The Grails supplied a finite amount of magical energy to keep the servants functional, but now that link is gone. While all my previous abilities still function, I have lost my connection to the root. I am no longer all-knowing. That made everyone pause. Issei turned his head slightly. Wait, so, you're saying you don't have access to everything anymore? Sherry hummed. Correct. I still retain extensive knowledge, but I can no longer process infinite possibilities as I once did, while I was connected to the root. I am, for lack of a better term, limited now. Issei frowned. Will you be able to reconnect if we go back to that world? Perhaps. Sherry replied. Tamamo sighed dramatically, her ears twitching. So troublesome. But don't worry, darling, I am still more than capable of healing you. Issei gave her a small smile. I never doubted you. He tried to sit uponly for Yuka to smack him on the head. Oh. What was that for? Yuka scowled. For being a stubborn idiot. Stop trying to act tough when you're barely able to move, Issei groaned, rubbing his forehead. I'm fine. Smack. You're not fine, Misuki chuckled from the side, shaking her head. Haven't you learned by now, Issei? You can't win against a worried woman, Tamamo giggled. Indeed. A wife must take care of her husband, after all, Yuka muttered under her breath. He better not enjoy this too much. Issei sighed but then glanced at Tamamo. What about you? He asked, his voice quieter. You're not getting support from the Grail anymore. Are you okay? Tamamo's expression softened. Ah. My dear husband is worrying about me. How sweet. She then placed a hand on her chest proudly. But fret not. Your world is overflowing with magic. Compared to my own world, this place is a paradise. So even though you no longer have command seals, our connection is just as strong as I can still get more power from you. Issei soon looks at his right hand and notices that she is right. The red command seals were gone. Oh well, Drake's deep voice rumbled from the boosted gear. That is because the age of gods has not ended in this world. Unlike Tamamo's world, where the gods have faded, they still walk the earth here. While their influence has waned, they remain. That is why she can still exist without issue. A moment of silence followed. Yuka furrowed her brows. Wait. So you're saying gods are still around? Drake let out a deep chuckle. Indeed, Tamamo smirked. Which means if I ever do need a boost of power, I can just steal some faith from the local deities. Afufa, Issei groaned. Please don't start a divine war in my backyard, Tamamo pouted. Fine, fine. But only because my darling asked so nicely, Issei exhaled, relaxing as Tamamo continued her healing. It was a lot to take in. As Tamamo finished reinforcing the boundary fields, Issei exhaled, finally starting to relax. Then his parents woke up. Gah! Huh! Both Mickey and Garu shot up in their chairs, eyes wild with panic. Mickey clutched her chest, breathing heavily as she stared at the fox girl in her house. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream, Garu, rubbing his head, stared at Tamamo. Then at Issei. Then at the other beautiful women in the room. His gaze narrowed slightly. All right, son. Start from the beginning. You're telling me that you really went to another world, were born with a magic gauntlet, fought in a war, and brought 4 girls home. Before Issei could correct him, Tamamo proudly stepped forward, puffing out her chest. Actually, I'm his wife. The situation immediately got worse. Mickey whipped her head toward Issei, eyes burning with intensity. You got married? Without telling us? Before Issei could even open his mouth, Mickey's gaze locked onto Tamamo. Her eyes gleamed. Tamamo blinked. Oh my! Before anyone could react, Mickey grabbed Tamamo by the wrist and pulled her aside. You! Sit! Now, Tamamo giggled, playfully adjusting her sleeves as she gracefully sat across from Mickey. Oh ho! How bold, mother-in-law! You're already calling for private time with your beloved daughter-in-law? My! Mickey ignored the comment. She leaned forward, her eyes sharp. I have questions. You have answers. First question, how long have you been married? Tamamo smiled playfully. Era? Technically, we were bound by contract the moment my darling summoned me into his life. Mickey squinted. Contract? What kind of shady marriage is that? Tamamo smirked. The kind that is sealed with absolute loyalty. Mickey sighed, already feeling a headache coming on. Fine, fine. Next question, do you love my son? Tamamo's expression softened just a bit. She smiled. Not her usual teasing smirk, but something warm. Genuine. With all my heart. A beat of silence. Mickey stared. Garu stared. Issei froze. Yuka twitched. Then Mickey leaned back, tapping her chin. All right. Next question, when am I getting grandkids? MOM. Issei choked, nearly falling off the couch. Can she even have kids? Tamamo, meanwhile, clapped her hands together excitedly. Oh my! You truly are the best mother-in-law. So eager for grandchildren already? Afufa. I shall work hard to fulfill your wishes. Yuka's face turned red. Like hell you will. Everyone turned toward Yuka, who was practically steaming. She pointed at Tamamo accusingly. I'm his real first girlfriend. If anyone gets questioned about grandkids, it should be me. Misuki, watching from the side, let out a soft chuckle. Oh? Does that mean you do plan to give Mickey grandkids in the future? Yuka froze, her entire body locked up. W-wa? Tu didn't say that. I just meant we should at least. Don't twist my words, Mom, Misuki smirked. My. So flustered, Mickey nodded seriously. Good. That means we have 2 candidates. Stop talking like I'm a broodmare. Yuka yelled, covering her face in embarrassment. At that moment, Sakura made a decision and tugged on Issei's sleeve. Yes, Sakura? Everyone turned toward her. The small girl clung to him, hugging his arm. Then, I'm your daughter. The room went silent. Mickey gasped. Wait, what? Garu leaned forward, grinning. Son, you work fast. Issei held up his hands, panicking. Wait, no. That's not. Sakura nuzzled his arm. You saved me. You protected me. That makes you my papa. Mickey's mouth opened and closed. Her brain was short-circuiting. Then, oh my god, I have a granddaughter. Issei facepalmed. Garu burst out laughing with tears in his eyes. Ha! I take it all back, son. I thought you'd end up a hopeless pervert, but you actually managed to bring home a whole family. Mickey grabbed both Yuka and Tamamo by the shoulders. You too. I expect grandkids. Soon, Yuka exploded. Stop it, Tamamo simply giggled. Fufu. I look forward to fulfilling my duty as the first wife, Yuka growled. Don't say that, Issei, still lying on the couch, sighed deeply. I just wanted to go to sleep. The Hayate household had never been known as quiet, but tonight, it was particularly loud. Mickey was still grilling Tamamo and Yuka about future grandchildren. Garu was laughing like he had just won the lottery, and Issei was praying for divine intervention. And then, a rustling noise came from the fence. Someone was listening. Mrs. Sasaki, the next-door neighbor, a woman in her late 50s with an unhealthy love for gossip, peered over the fence. She had come outside for some fresh air. What she got instead was quite the scandal. When am I getting grandkids? MOM. Oh my god, I have a granddaughter. Son, you work fast. Stop talking like I'm a broodmare. Fufu. I shall work hard to fulfill your wishes, mother-in-law. Mrs. Sasaki froze. Her jaw dropped. Her brain stalled. She glanced at the Hayate house. A slow, horrified realization crept onto her face. I don't even want to know. She backed away from the fence immediately, turning on her heel and marching straight back inside. After Mickey and Garu finally calmed down and after Mickey swore she'd start planning a wedding, Issei's healing was finally complete. Tamamo stretched her arms, tails flicking happily behind her. There. Good as new. My husband is now fully restored. Afufa. You may thank me now, Issei sighed in relief, rolling his shoulders. Thanks, Tamamo. I really appreciate it. Yuka crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. You should appreciate me too. I was the one carrying you home, Issei grinned. You're right, thank you, Yuka. Yuka looked away, cheeks slightly pink. Why yeah. Whatever, Issei exhaled, finally feeling at ease. Now that I'm not half dead, I guess we should figure out where you guys are sleeping. Mickey perked up. Oh. We have an extra room. It's small, but it should be fine for. No need. Tamamo immediately declared, stepping forward. Everyone turned to look at her. She smiled mischievously. I shall be sleeping in my darling's room, of course, Issei choked on air. Huh! Before he could protest, Yuka stepped forward, scowling. Oh no you don't! I'm sleeping with him, Issei turned even redder. Wait, why? Yuka huffed, crossing her arms. Because I'm his real first girlfriend. If anyone's sleeping in his bed, it's me, Tamamo grinned, her tails swaying playfully. Oh my! Are you challenging me, little girlfriend? Yuka twitched violently. I'll fight you, Tamamo smirked, ears perking up. Era? Such fighting spirit. Very well, then let us settle this in the sacred arena of betting arrangements. Mickey clapped her hands together excitedly. Oh! A wife battle! How fun! Garu nodded sagely. Ah, youth! Issei was horrified. MOM, Dad, do not encourage this. Before the duel of sleeping rights could escalate, a small voice cut in. I want to sleep with Papa too, Sakura said, clutching Issei's sleeve. Everyone froze. Mickey gasped dramatically. Oh my! Dear, our Issei really did bring home a family, Garu sniffled, wiping a fake tear. I'm so proud. My perverted son won't be alone all his life. Issei held his head in his hands. Mom, Dad, stop, Misuki chuckled, patting Sakura's head. I think it's best if you sleep with me, little one, Sakura pouted. But Papa's warm and safe. Issei felt like dying. With that disaster mostly settled, Tamamo and Yuka marched toward Issei's room. Come, Yuka! Let us claim our rightful sleeping place. Yuka nodded, determined. For once I agree with you. It's on the second floor, Mickey called out with a smile. Issei, still recovering from his near-death embarrassment, suddenly remembered something horrifying. The state of his room. His eyes widened. Guys, wait. I should at least. Too late. The moment the door swung open, an unholy silence fell over the house. Tamamo and Yuka stood frozen, their eyes darting across the disaster zone that was Issei's room. Their expressions shifted. A deep silence filled the air. Yuka and Tamamo stared, and stared. Issei's entire collection of inappropriate materials was on full display. Posters of scantily clad girls covered every inch of the walls. Magazines, stacked high, featured questionably dressed women. Figurines, immaculately placed, showcased women in very compromising poses. It was a pervert's paradise. Tamamo's ear twitched. Yuka's eye twitched. Issei's soul left his body. Yuka was the first to break the silence. Her voice was hushed, horrified, as if she had stumbled onto an active crime scene. Oh my God! She stepped into the room cautiously, as if expecting the walls themselves to be cursed. Tamamo tilted her head, golden eyes gleaming. Darling, dearest, beloved husband of mine? Issei gulped. Why yeah? Tamamo's smile was too sweet. Too soft. The kind of smile an executioner gives before pulling the lever. What is this? Yuka picked up a particularly NSFW magazine, her hands trembling. She flipped through it, a single page, then slammed it shut. Her entire face turned red. Her eyes burned into Issei like molten fire. What is this? Issei felt sweat pouring down his back. I can explain. No. Tamamo and Yuka spoke in unison. They turned to each other, then nodded, then started grabbing everything. Tamamo grabbed a stack of magazines and flung them into a trash bag. Yuka ripped a particularly scandalous poster off the wall. Issei panicked. Wait, stop. He lunged forward only for Tamamo to shove him back with a single finger. Oh no, darling. You don't need these anymore. You have us now. Yeah. Yuka snapped. Why would you need these when you have the real thing? Issei choked. That's not the issue. Tamamo sighed dramatically, pressing a hand to her forehead. My poor, pitiful darling. Hoarding all of these because he was lonely. She wiped a fake tear from her eye. Don't worry, love. From now on, I shall personally fulfill your every need. Issei turned beet red. Tamamo, stop saying things like that. Yuka gritted her teeth. Still getting rid of this trash, though. One by one, his magazines, posters, and prized possessions disappeared into the abyss. Issei watched in horror. His life's work, his treasured collection, years of carefully curated material gone. Mickey walked in, blinking. Oh, are you girls cleaning his room? That's great. Get rid of all that garbage. MOM, not you too. Garu peeked in, arms crossed. Oh damn, you're finally throwing that stuff out? About time, son. As the final remnants of his treasured collection vanished into the garbage bag of doom, Issei lay sprawled on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. I hate my life, Tamamo giggled, settling beside him. Now. No need to be sad, my dear. With us around, your life will be much more exciting. Issei felt a chill down his spine. That wasn't reassuring at all. Yuka huffed, crossing her arms before giving him a solid punch to the shoulder. Yeah, and maybe stop being a damn pervert. She then sighed, shaking her head. Her tone softened just a little. We left most of your games. And the figurines will be inside this box. But everything else is gone. A moment of silence. Issei turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Wait, not all my figurines, right? Yuka paused. Tamamo smiled. Issei shot up. Wait. Which ones? Yuka glanced at the garbage bag. Tamamo clasped her hands together, tilting her head. Era? There were a few that seemed a bit too suggestive for our dear husband to keep. Issei's eyes widened in sheer horror. Nuh! He lunged for the bag. Tamamo effortlessly intercepted him with one hand, pushing him back into bed. Ahaha! No take-backs, darling. The purge is complete. My collection! Issei wailed. Mickey smiled sweetly from the door. Don't worry, sweetie. Now you can focus on real women instead of plastic ones. This is going to be a long night. Tamamo leaned closer, whispering near his ear. Oh. You have no idea, darling. With Issei's room now spotless and his soul still mourning the loss of his precious collection, he sat on the edge of his bed, exhausted. Tamamo stretched, grinning in satisfaction. There. Now our sleeping space is perfectly clean, Yuka huffed, crossing her arms. Yeah. Our sleeping space, Issei groaned, rubbing his temples. You guys didn't have to throw out everything. Tamamo tilted her head innocently. Oh? Should we have kept some? Perhaps you had specific favorites that you wanted to keep. Issei went pale. His mind immediately raced to the things he thought were well hidden. No way they found those. Right, no. Forget it. The room looks great. Tamamo giggled, watching him sweat. Fufufu. I wonder? Before they could continue tormenting him, Misuki stepped inside, arms crossed, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Her sharp blue eyes practically gleamed with amusement. Sakura is currently being spoiled rotten by your parents, she announced. Issei blinked. That fast? It's only been minutes. Misuki's smirk deepened as she leaned against the doorframe. Your mother has officially declared her the most adorable granddaughter in the world. Your father, meanwhile, is desperately trying to win her favor. And from what I just witnessed, it's working. She's already calling them Grandma and Grandpa. Issei groaned, dragging his hands down his face. God, this is escalating so fast. Tamamonome giggled behind him, her fluffy tail swaying in clear amusement. The pink-haired servant looked positively delighted by the situation, her golden eyes shimmering with mischief. She clasped her hands together, pressing them to her cheek. Fufu. She's quite the clever little girl, Tamamo purred. Securing her place in the family so quickly. A true prodigy in the art of affection. Yuka, who had been quietly observing, let out a sigh and shook her head. Her long black hair swayed slightly, and though her expression remained neutral, there was a soft fondness in her gaze. Well, at least she's happy. That's what matters. Issei exhaled heavily, feeling the weight of reality settle on his shoulders. Yesterday, his life had been chaotic but manageable. In just a night? He suddenly had a daughter, an adorable, cunning little girl who had managed to win over his entire family in record time. He wasn't sure if he should be impressed, terrified, or both. Before the conversation could continue, Master, can you bring me closer to your computer? Issei blinked. Sure? He walked toward his desk, wondering why Sherry even needed physical access. But before he could get there, a thin cable shot out from the dimensional watch, moving with unnatural precision as it latched onto the computer's USB port. The screen flickered to life with an ominous glow. Then Sherry's voice rang out, perfectly calm. Initiating database infiltration access granted. Rewriting identities. Issei froze. His brain took a second to process what she just said. Then his head snapped toward the screen so fast it was a miracle he didn't get whiplash. Wait, what? Lines of code, official-looking government documents, and security files scrolled across the screen at inhuman speeds, flashing in and out of existence as if reality itself was being rewritten. Sherry! Are you hacking the government? Affirmative, Sherry replied without an ounce of hesitation. Creating official identities, school records, and legal documentation for Yuka, Misuki, Sakura, and Tamamo. Tamamo clapped her hands together, her ears twitching in delight. Oh! How efficient! Thank you, Sherry! You're welcome, Sherry responded with an almost smug satisfaction. Issei felt his soul leave his body. He opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. I feel like we can get into serious trouble. He finally managed, waving his arms wildly at the screen, as if that would stop the madness. Incorrect, Sherry replied smoothly. The screen flashed one final time, and the scrolling data settled into perfectly formatted official documents, complete with government seals and digital signatures. The data I have modified is completely authentic and undetectable. According to all existing records, these identities have always existed. There are no illegal traces of the modifications. Issei stared at the screen. Then at the watch. Then back at the screen. His eye twitched. That just makes it worse. Drake's deep, rumbling voice echoed in his mind, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Partner, I think you should just accept that your life is never going to be normal again. Issei opened his mouth, fully prepared to argue, but then, he thought about it. Yeah, there was no going back. His life had already been a chaotic mess ever since he got the dimensional watch, but now he had an artificial intelligence casually rewriting government databases, a magical gauntlet, and a fox goddess who encouraged this insanity, and a little girl who had already won over his parents in under an hour. Normal was dead. Buried. 6 feet under with no chance of revival. Issei slumped in his chair, shoulders sagging in complete defeat. Yeah. Okay. I give up. Drake let out a deep, satisfied chuckle. Good. Acceptance is the first step to peace, partner. Tamamo, ever the opportunist, beamed and patted his head lovingly, her fluffy tails swaying behind her. Don't worry, my dear. From now on, I shall make sure your days are full of excitement. Issei groaned. He really should have seen that coming. The screen flashed, and a set of newly generated documents appeared in crisp digital text. Misuki Hana registered as a legal resident and business professional. Yuka Hana registered as a homeschooled student. Sakura Hayate registered as Issei's adopted little sister. Tamamonome registered as Mizukame Hayate, wife of Hayate Issei. Issei's brain shut down for a full 3 seconds. Then Tamamo suddenly chirped, her ears perking up as her tails wagged. Wait, darling. If I'm Mizukame Hayate, that means I'll be enrolling in your school as your wife. Issei froze. Wait, what? Yuka groaned loudly, throwing her hands up. Are you kidding me? Tamamo twirled playfully, looking entirely too pleased with herself. Afufa. Just imagine it. Walking through the school halls, hand in hand. The entire student body will know we are deeply in love. Issei felt lightheaded. Tamamo and oh. Tamamo pouted, batting her eyelashes. Tamamo, yes. Yuka clenched her fists, her eye twitching. I swear I will fight you, Tamamo gasped dramatically. Oh? I accept your challenge. Issei slammed his head against his desk with a loud thud. Meanwhile, Sherry completely ignored their antics and continued her work, her voice perfectly calm. To make integration smoother, I have also created individual bank accounts for Misuki, Yuka, and Tamamo. Any legal matters, finances, or work-related issues will be fully covered. Misuki nodded in approval. That's a good start. I need to figure out how to make a living in this world. Yuka frowned. Should I get a job too? Misuki shook her head. No. You should at least finish high school. With your records, you can say you were homeschooled before transferring here. Yuka sighed. Fine. But if I have to deal with high school nonsense, I'd better not be alone. Tamamo raised her hand. I shall be there as well, Yuka groaned. That makes it worse. Issei sighed in resignation, rubbing his temples. Fine. But first, I'll have to talk with the faculty at school about how to enroll you. But I don't know if we will be in the same class, Tamamo. Sherry responded immediately. Don't worry about previous grades and documents. I have them already prepared. Misuki crossed her arms, deep in thought. A sharp glint of determination flashed in her eyes. I need to figure out how to re-establish myself. I was once part of a successful company, but after my ex-husband took over, I was left with nothing. A faint bitterness laced her words, but she quickly pushed it aside, refocusing. She glanced at Sherry. How much money do I have to work with? Sherry's voice was calm as ever. Based on the funds you brought from your world, you currently hold approximately 5 million yen in savings. Issei nearly choked. Wait, 5 million yen? Misuki tilted her head, looking completely unimpressed. That's not nearly enough for a startup. Issei rubbed his temples. It's not enough? His voice cracked slightly. He had never even seen that much money in his life, and she was acting like it was pocket change. Sherry spoke up again. Would you like me to embellish some extra funds from bank records? I can generate an additional 50 million yen without detection. Issei went pale. Wait, Sherry, that's fraud. Sherry blinked, as if confused by his reaction. It is only fraud if it is detected. It's still illegal, Misuki chuckled. With that amount, it should be possible to get started. But the moment we have the money, we're putting it back. Yuka raised an eyebrow. What kind of business do you plan on making? A slow, confident smile crept onto Misuki's face. Something familiar. My last business involved luxury goods and services. I think I'll start with that again. Tamamo clapped her hands together, her ears perking up. Oh ho! A businesswoman. I admire that, Sherry nodded. Very well. I will assist in setting up official business registration and digital records. Issei slumped against his bed, staring at the ceiling. I feel like I just watched a heist movie in real time. Drake let out a deep, rumbling chuckle. Partner, this is just the beginning. Issei let out a long, exhausted sigh. With night settling in, the household began preparing for bed. Issei pulled out the futons, setting them up for Misuki and Sakura. Tamamo and Yuka? They outright refused to sleep anywhere but next to him. Not that Issei was complaining. Having two beautiful girls pressing against him, especially considering the softness of certain assets, was a dream come true. Still, even with that blessing, his body felt drained. His mind kept replaying everything that had happened, the battles, the chaos, the sheer insanity of traveling to another world and coming back like it was just another Tuesday. He barely had time to process it all. His parents, on the other hand? They had already come to a decision. Issei, you're taking the day off from school. Huh? Why? Miki crossed her arms, staring him down like only a mother could. Because you just came back from another world after fighting in a bloody war. Garen nodded in agreement. Yeah, son. Take a damn break. Issei opened his mouth, fully prepared to argue, then shut it. Yeah, that was fair. The next day, the following morning, the family took the rare opportunity to relax, spending the day together and getting to know each other better. That peace, however, was briefly interrupted by Garu rubbing his temples, looking like he had a massive headache incoming. Wait, let me get this straight. He slowly pointed at Misuki and Yuka. You two got saved by my idiot son because he decided to fight a serial killer? Misuki, ever composed, simply nodded. That's correct. Yuka just sighed, as if reliving the stress all over again. Garu and Miki both turned to Issei. Issei scratched the back of his head, avoiding their gazes. Yeah? A long silence. Then simultaneous deep sighs from both parents. You are definitely our son, Garu muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. Miki, on the other hand, simply gave a warm, motherly smile to Misuki and Yuka. Well, I'm glad you're both safe. Then her gaze snapped back to Issei, her expression turning dead serious. But I see, please, for the love of everything, try not to pick fights with murderers next time? Issei barely hesitated before muttering under his breath, no promises. Miki sighed again, this time in resignation. Eventually, the conversation shifted to Tamamo. So, Tamamokan, dear, Miki began, her voice warm with curiosity. Tell us more about yourself. Tamamo smiled sweetly, her tails swaying. Oh my! Well, my dear husband summoned me as his servant, Castor. But before that, I was known as Tamamonome. Miki blinked. That name sounds familiar. Across the room, Garu froze. His face was drained of color. Wait, Tamamo tilted her head cutely. Yes? Garu's eye twitched. Tamamonome? As in the Tamamonome? Tamamo clasped her hands together proudly. Afufa. The one and only. Mickey, still confused, looked between them. I don't get it. Why does that sound important? Garu slowly turned to his wife, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Honey. Our son married one of Japan's greatest monsters. Mickey blinked, then froze, then blinked again. She turned stiffly toward Tamamo. Wait. You mean the evil nine-tailed fox from the legend that almost brought our country to ruin? Tamamo pouted, her ears twitching. Era? That's so rude, mother-in-law. The circumstances were simply not in my favor. Issei buried his face in his hands. Why are you making it sound worse? Mickey sighed, rubbing her temples. You know what? Fine. We've gotten used to the weirdness our son brings home. Tamamo beamed, her eyes glinting mischievously. Oh, but before that, I was a goddess. The great and mighty Amaterasu herself. The room went completely silent. Garu's cup of tea slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor. Mickey simply stared, as if her brain refused to process further. Yuka facepalmed and let out a deep, exhausted sigh. Why are you like this? Well, what about you, dear? Mickey asked gently, turning to Sakura. If learning about Tamamo's true identity had shocked them, then Sakura's past enraged them. The moment she recounted the horrors she suffered in the Mato household, the torture, the abandonment of her biological family. Mickey and Garu looked ready to kill someone. Mickey's hands shook. You poor girl, how could your own mother abandon you like that? Garu's fists clenched, knuckles turning white. And those bastards who tortured her, if I ever see them, I'll break their damn legs. Issei nodded, his expression dark. Yeah. Luckily, Tamamo and I rescued her and took them down. Mickey sniffled, then suddenly pulled Sakura into a warm hug. Don't worry, sweetie. You're with us now. You're our family. Sakura blinked, frozen for a moment. Then, slowly, she hugged her back. At the end of the day, Mickey and Garu felt two things: pride and overwhelming concern. Mickey let out a long sigh. Issei, I am so proud of you for saving and protecting Misuki, Yuka, and Sakura. Garu nodded, a rare softness in his voice. You did good, son. Then, in perfect unison, they leaned in. But stop looking for danger. Issei flinched. I'm not looking for it. It just finds me. His parents were unconvinced. Garu sipped his tea. Mickey crossed her arms. At least try not to get into fights every time you leave the house, Issei groaned. Tamamo, ever the mischief maker, smiled sweetly. Oh, don't worry, mother-in-law. I'll keep a very, very close eye on him. After hours of bonding, shocks, and far too much teasing, the Hayata family finally settled into a moment of quiet. Mickey and Garu sat across from Issei, their expressions still a mix of awe, concern, and curiosity. Mickey tapped her fingers against the table. All right, son. You've told us about your adventures, your fight against murderers, your magical fox wife, and how you adopted a child in under a week. Garu grunted. Still not over that last part. Mickey ignored him and leaned forward. But there's something we haven't seen yet. Issei blinked. You mean? Garu nodded. The gauntlet. The watch. Taking a deep breath, Issei stood up and focused. A faint pulse of energy coursed through his arm as emerald light erupted from his left hand. With a flash, the boosted gear materialized, the dragon-shaped gauntlet shining under the room's lights. The emerald jewel embedded in the center glowed ominously. Mickey leaned back, eyes wide. Garu whistled. Huh. That's actually kinda cool. Mickey stared at the gauntlet. And this thing was inside you? Yeah. Garu scratched his head. Man, what happened to the days when all we had to worry about was whether you'd pass your math exams? Issei groaned. Dad, please. Before they could continue, a deep, ancient voice rumbled through the room. Greetings, humans. Mickey and Garu froze. The jewel on the boosted gear pulsed as the voice continued. I am Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. The sacred gear you see before you is my dwelling, and your son is now my current host. For a moment, there was silence. Mickey looked at Garu. Garu looked at Mickey. Then Mickey turned back to Issei. You have a dragon in your hand. Yeah? Garu stroked his chin. Huh. Didn't expect that. Mickey narrowed her eyes at the gauntlet. So, Mr. Dragon, how exactly did my son end up with you? Drake chuckled. Fate, destiny, or perhaps sheer misfortune. The sacred gear was sealed within him from birth. Until recently it had remained dormant. Now, however, he wields one of the most powerful weapons in existence. Mickey paled. Garu grinned. So you're telling me my son is actually a badass? Issei perked up. Hey! That's a nice way to put it, Drake rumbled in amusement. A reckless one, but yes, Mickey sighed, rubbing her temples. Great. He already had no survival instincts. Now he has dragon powers to make that worse. Garu patted Issei on the back. I think it's cool, Mickey scowled. Don't encourage him. Before Issei could escape further questioning, a mechanical chime echoed from his wrist. Sherry's calm, synthetic voice followed. Shall I introduce myself now? Mickey blinked. Who was that? Issei raised his right arm, tapping the device strapped around his wrist. The dimensional watch hummed softly, its screen lighting up. Mom, Dad, this is Sherry. She's an AI built into the dimensional watch. The thing that sent me to the other world. Mickey stared at the watch. Garu tilted his head. Huh? Can it play music? Issei stared at him. Dad. Seriously? Sherry spoke again. To clarify, I am an advanced artificial intelligence designed for multidimensional traversal, combat assistance, and information analysis. I am also the direct overseer of all recorded data within the watch. Garu whistled. That's pretty fancy. Mickey rubbed her chin. Wait. If you store all information, then that means you know everything Issei has been up to? Sherry paused. Correct. Mickey's eyes gleamed. Tell me everything. Issei snapped his arm back. Whoa, don't need to do that. Sherry continued, ignoring him. Would you like a full summary of his interactions, actions, and decisions during his time away? Issei turned pale and felt true fear. He did not want his mom to know every stupid decision he made and how close to death he was. This wasn't just a day off. This was the beginning of an entirely new life. And it was going to be exhausting. The sun had barely risen, casting a golden hue over Koa's quiet streets. The air was filled with the scent of morning dew. Birds chirped cheerfully in the trees, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, promising a peaceful start to the day. Inside the Hayate household, the scent of breakfast filled the air: freshly cooked eggs, sizzling bacon, and the comforting aroma of miso soup. The kitchen was already lively, with Tamamo humming a tune while flipping pancakes and Yuka stirring coffee, handing cups to Mickey and Garu. Misuki, ever the caretaker, placed a plate in front of Sakura, who sleepily rubbed her eyes before starting to eat. Issei, still groggy with sleep, trudged downstairs in an half-conscious state. His hair was a mess, his shirt was wrinkled, and his mind was only focused on one goal: breakfast. Everything was calm, and then, knock! Knock! Mickey Hayadu, already up and cheerful, hummed as she walked over to the door. The moment she opened it, she found their next-door neighbor, a spry old man in his 70s with slicked-back silver hair and the air of a retired troublemaker, stood with his hands on his hips, radiating absolute confidence. His wrinkled face stretched into a grin as his sharp eyes zeroed in on Issei, who had just stumbled down the stairs and into the doorway, still half asleep. Didn't know you had it in you, kid. He smirked, voice filled with admiration. Respect. Issei froze mid-step, his brain grinding to a halt. His sleepy brain lagged. Processing what? Tamamo, delicately sipping her tea at the table, giggled behind her sleeve. Afufa. Word travels fast, doesn't it? She says as she recalled how loud their conversation had been yesterday night. The neighbors must have heard everything. Yuka, who was helping in serving breakfast, gave a plate to Garu, who was reading the newspaper. She raised an eyebrow. What exactly is he talking about? Someone must have been eavesdropping when we came to Issei's home. Misuki says as she sets another plate for Sakura to eat. Mickey leaned against the door, grinning. I told you our neighborhood was close. Issei's stomach dropped. Tanaka let out a hearty chuckle, clearly enjoying the clueless expression on Issei's face. Oh, you know! The whole neighborhood knows. 3 women? No, wait, was it 4? And a kid already? Damn, we all thought you were just some scrawny pervert, but turns out you're a legend. Issei made a strangled noise, his entire soul leaving his body. Who told you that? But Tanaka was already walking away, whistling to himself as if he hadn't just detonated a nuclear bomb in Issei's morning. By the time Issei left the house, alone, Heading to school, the rumors had already spread like wildfire, and unfortunately for him, people talked loudly. Issei barely stepped onto the sidewalk when he overheard a group of elderly ladies, gathered outside Mrs. Sasaki's house, were in deep discussion, their whispers only barely below shouting level. "Did you hear? The Hayate boy brought home 4 women. I heard one of them called herself his wife, and another one already gave him a daughter." Mickey was yelling about grandkids. Issei tripped over his own feet. "They think Sakura is my actual daughter?" As Issei walked further down the street towards school, the whispers spread like wildfire, and just like a game of telephone, the story mutated every time he passed another group gossiping. "You don't think he kidnapped them, do you? Oh, please. With a plain face like that? He must be loaded. I'd bet he's a secret billionaire," Issei groaned, dragging his hands down his face. Why am I suddenly rich in this version of events? It got worse. By the time he reached the school gates, the rumors had become urban legend material. "I heard Issei Hayato is actually a genius who built his fortune in secret." No. "I heard he's an underground crime lord. He finally settled down with his many brides after conquering the underworld." "Are you kidding? He's obviously royalty. You don't just find 4 beautiful women and a kid overnight. I heard his wives are ex-assassins that he defeated in combat." Issei came to a dead stop at the school entrance. What the actual hell is happening? Before he could even react, the school's biggest troublemakers rushed up to him. "Issei! You bastard!" Suddenly, 2 human missiles slammed into him from both sides. He staggered backward, barely managing to stay on his feet, as his so-called best friends, Matsuda and Motohama, latched onto him like rabid dogs. Matsuda had tears of frustration in his eyes as he violently shook Issei by the shoulders, his grip filled with betrayal. "How? Why? When?" he wailed. "You have a wife?" Motohama, adjusting his glasses with a dramatic shine, was practically vibrating with energy. "And an adorable daughter?" Issei's head flopped back and forth like a ragdoll. Let go of me." "Never!" Matsuda howled. "Not until you tell us everything." "I ain't telling you shit." Before Issei could even deny it, a new voice sliced through the chaos like a sharp blade. "Issei Hayato, Aikakiryu, the perverted female version of him and his friends, had arrived." Her smirk was dangerous. Her eyes gleamed like a predator that had just found its prey. She stepped closer, her movements slow and deliberate, letting the moment sink in. "Secret billionaire, criminal mastermind, harem king, and father?" She stepped closer, eyes sharp. "How exactly did you pull that off?" Issei opened his mouth but nothing came out. He was lost in what to say. He simply left for class, with the 3 following him. Academy, classroom. By the time Issei stepped into class, he was already mentally exhausted. He had barely survived the absolute circus of insane rumors outside. Now, all he wanted was to sit down, pretend none of this was happening, and somehow get through the day in peace. Too bad peace didn't exist in his life anymore, because the moment he walked through the door, silence, a suffocating, unnatural silence engulfed the entire room. It wasn't the kind of comfortable silence one experienced in a sleepy morning class. No, this was the kind of ominous, horror movie silence that preceded something terrible. Dozens of female eyes snapped onto him, their collective stares boring into his soul. The sheer intensity of their curiosity was so oppressive, it felt like he had just walked onto a battlefield unarmed. Slowly, stiffly, Issei shuffled to his desk and sat down. The silence remained. He gulped. "Okay. Maybe if I don't say anything they'll just whisper." Whisper. From the far side of the room, a girl leaned toward her friend, her voice barely hushed. "I heard he married a princess from overseas." Another student immediately added, "I heard he's secretly part of the Yakuza." Issei twitched. Where are people even getting this? "I was only gone yesterday." His fingers drummed against the desk as more whispers began creeping into his ears. His patience frayed. More voices joined in. "I heard his wives are all former assassins." No. He's actually royalty, was in hiding, but now his true identity is coming out. I refuse to believe that pervert is royalty." Issei let out a long, suffering groan and slammed his forehead onto the desk. "This is getting out of control." And then, bang! The classroom door slides open. Students flinched in their seats, some yelping in surprise, and then, she stepped in. A short figure, clad in the Co-Academy uniform, strode into the room with graceful precision. Her movements were controlled, calculated, and filled with silent authority. Her sharp violet eyes locked onto him, glinting behind the faint reflection of her rectangular glasses. Sona Citri, the student council president, Issei froze. Oh no. She adjusted her glasses, standing at the front of the class with the presence of a queen addressing her subjects. Issei barely managed to keep a straight face as Sona Citri's piercing gaze bore into him like a predator eyeing its next meal. The entire classroom was silent, the weight of every student's curiosity pressing down on him. Haidu, Sona said again, her voice calm but firm. We need to talk. Issei gulped, knowing there was no escape. Sure, Kaicho. Sona gestured toward the hallway, and he hesitantly followed, fully aware of the countless eyes burning holes into his back. The moment the doors shut behind them, the classroom exploded with whispers. Is he getting arrested? Someone gasped. The Yakuza rumors were true? The moment they were alone, Sona turned to him, arms crossed, her gaze unwavering. Would you care to explain? She began, adjusting her glasses. Why is the entire school suddenly buzzing with rumors about you? Issei let out a nervous chuckle. A defined buzzing? Sona narrowed her eyes. Secret billionaire. Crime lord. Royalty. Assassin harem master. Her deadpan tone combined with her utterly unamused stare made Issei want to crawl into a hole. He groaned, dragging a hand down his face. Oh my god, it's even worse than I thought. Sherry's voice chimed into his mind, her tone dry and unimpressed. Master, I do believe you've set a new record for most absurd rumors in a single morning. Not helping, Sherry. He muttered internally. Sona let out a sigh, rubbing her temple. I eventually expected ridiculous rumors involving you, but this is excessive. What exactly is going on? Issei scrambled for an answer, his brain working overtime. Then, Master, I can provide a solution. Issei barely resisted the urge to sigh in relief. He subtly adjusted his wrist, pretending to scratch it as he listened. Tell her that a family is currently staying at your house due to unfortunate circumstances. This will explain the presence of multiple women without raising supernatural suspicion. Good thinking, Sherry. About that, Issei rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. It's really just a big misunderstanding. Sona arched an eyebrow. Go on. Yeah, he forced out an awkward laugh. A family is staying at our house because of, some misfortune they ran into. Sona's eyes narrowed slightly, but she seemed intrigued rather than outright suspicious. A family? Issei nodded quickly. Yeah. They're kind of in a tough spot right now, so my parents let them stay with us. And well, people kinda blew it out of proportion. Sona studied him closely, as if trying to detect any deception in his words. Then, after a long moment, she nodded. I see. She adjusted her glasses. Then that would mean the rumors of you suddenly being married, adopting a child, or running an underground criminal empire are all completely false. Issei cut in before she could even finish. Sona stared at him for a long moment. Then, she sighed and relaxed slightly. Very well. Wait, really? That worked? But Sona wasn't finished. Then allow me to ask something else while we're here. Huh? Sona's sharp gaze locked onto him once again. You mentioned this family. I assume one of them is school-aged, and I've been informed that there's a request for a transfer student 1 Yukahana to enroll at Co-Academy for her final year. Is she supposedly linked to you? Issei blinked. Wait. You mean Yuka? Sona nodded. I'm assuming this is related to the family staying with you. Damn. She's sharp as always. Oh, this is my chance. Yeah. Actually, the girl staying with us needs to finish her final year of high school. Sona studied him again, then nodded. That's not an unreasonable request. If she has the necessary identification, I'll have Saji handle the paperwork. Expect a formal meeting later to go over the details. Issei let out a huge sigh of relief. Holy crap, I managed to fix something for once. Sona adjusted her glasses. Just try to avoid any more ridiculous rumors, Haidu. Yeah, I can't promise that. She gave him an unimpressed look before walking off. As Issei stepped back into the classroom, the entire room fell silent. Dozens of female students turned to look at him, their wide, expectant eyes locked onto his every movement. It was the kind of stare one might give a man walking into his own execution. His movements felt unnaturally slow as he shuffled toward his desk, each step heavy with dread. He barely slumped into his chair before. Did you get arrested? Issei nearly fell out of his seat. What? No, but it was too late. Like a dam breaking, the classroom erupted into chaos. What did she say? Are you getting expelled? Is she secretly your fiancé? Wait, was it about the Yakuza thing? Issei slammed his forehead onto the desk, his patience obliterated. Kill me. Just kill me now. Sona had barely interrogated him for 5 minutes, and yet somehow, the school had already built an entire conspiracy web. Thankfully, the lesson finally started, forcing everyone to calm down. The whispers gradually faded as the teachers took control, and for the first time since waking up, Issei had something resembling peace. The morning lessons passed in a blur. Issei barely paid attention, his body exhausted from the relentless rumors and insane speculation. But despite everything, a small victory lifted his mood. He had managed to get Yuka's transfer started. Finally! Something that actually went well today, he sighed in relief, stretching slightly as lunch break arrived. As he pulled out his bento, a rare, content smile crossed his face. At least I can relax and eat now. But the moment he opened it, a heavenly aroma of expertly crafted, restaurateur food wafted into the air. For a single, fleeting second, Issei was too distracted by the sheer beauty of the meal before him to notice the looming danger. What is this? A pair of hands slammed down onto his shoulders, shaking him violently. Matsuda and Motohama had pounced. Matsuda's eyes were wide, trembling with emotion. This is not your usual food, Issei. Motohama, adjusting his glasses with a suspicious glint, leaned in. This aroma, this presentation, this level of craftsmanship. His voice dropped into a dramatic whisper. You didn't make this, did you? Issei tried to shove them away. Back off, it's just my lunch. But they were already inspecting the bento like detectives examining a crime scene. The rice was shaped into tiny hearts. The tamagoyaki had "for my darling" written in sauce. A small note was tucked into the side. Eat well, my beloved. Afufa. Mizu came. A long pause. Then, Matsuda screamed. You're actually dating someone. The entire classroom turned to look. Hundreds of heads snapped toward them like owls spotting prey. The noise level spiked instantly. And then, Aika Kiryu appeared. Like a devil summoned by sheer chaos, she materialized beside them, her grin positively wicked. Oh? Aika purred, eyes glinting mischievously. Who's this? Mizu came, huh? Issei's soul left his body. He slammed the lid shut. No one! Motohama glared at him. It's literally written in sauce. Matsuda grabbed him again, shaking him harder. You have a girlfriend? You! How? Issei wanted to die. But it was too late. His classmates exploded. The pervert actually has a girlfriend? How did that pervert pull that off? He must be blackmailing her. Issei's eye twitched violently. I am not blackmailing anyone. Aika giggled, looking way too entertained. Oh, Issei, you're never living this down. And with that, the harem rumors continued to grow. The sun hung low in the sky over Ko Academy. The once lively school was now winding down, with students either heading home or staying behind for club activities. For Issei, the day had been long, painfully long. His mind still reeled from the absurd events of the day, the wild rumors, Sona's interrogation, and the lunchroom disaster that had officially labeled him as the pervert who somehow has a girlfriend. I just want to go home and see some bobas. He was sure that Tamamo or Yuka would let him hug them and allow their bobas his mental stress. He had almost made it. He was steps away from the school gate, freedom within reach, and then, Issei, his stomach dropped. Before he could react, a pair of arms slung around his shoulders. Matsuda and Motohama, his so-called best friends. The duo flanked him on either side, grinning like maniacs. Matsuda wiggled his eyebrows. Bro, you seem like you're in a hurry. Going home to your special someone, Motohama adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming dangerously. Or maybe you're heading home early so you can finally get rid of your V-card? Issei choked on air. What? No. That's not. Matsuda ignored him and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Come on, man. Before you go back to your new and improved girlfriend having life, how about we do something fun? Issei narrowed his eyes. Fun how? Matsuda and Motohama exchanged devious grins. You see, Matsuda said, the kendo club is practicing right now. Motohama smirked. And we were thinking of doing a little extracurricular viewing session. Issei's eye twitched. They wanted to peep again. Of course they did. Issei hesitated. It was tradition, after all. The three of them had attempted to spy on the kendo club multiple times, though they usually got their asses handed to them by the female members. On one hand, kendo girls, but then, he thought about the people waiting for him at home. Yuka, Misuki, Tamamo, and of course Sakura. And then there was Drake. The dragon had made him promise to start training. He had already delayed it long enough. I gotta start taking things seriously, as memories of distress about not being able to fight back and punch that blonde bastard or the beat down from the shitty priest. Never again, Issei sighed, shaking his head. Sorry, guys. Can't. Got things to do. Silence. Matsuda and Motohama froze, their expressions twisting into sheer horror. Matsuda grabbed his shoulders. You're turning down peeping? Who even are you? What have they done to you? Motohama gasped. Oh my God! You're whipped. Issei twitched. I am not whipped, Matsuda dramatically recoiled. He's in denial. Classic signs of a man in chains. Motohama shook his head. It's over, man. He's gone. Our brother is truly, irreversibly domesticated. Issei gritted his teeth. I'm not domesticated. I just have actual priorities, Matsuda sniffled. Listen to him, he's responsible now. So tragic. Motohama patted his back. Rest in peace, Issei Hayadu. Gone, but not forgotten. Whatever. Issei threw their arms off and marched off toward the school gate, ignoring the whispers behind him. Yup. Definitely whipped. Domesticated as hell. Think he already calls her honey? Shut up. As he stormed away, he could hear their snickers. But he didn't care. He had escaped. Now, all that was left was home. By the time Issei reached his neighborhood, he felt like he had barely escaped with his life. Between the rumors, the interrogation, the lunchroom fiasco, and his idiot friends declaring him domesticated, he was mentally fried. At least now I can finally. The moment he opened the front door, and he froze. Because kneeling in the entryway, clad in aprons over their completely bare bodies, were Yuka and Tamamo, both smiling, both looking way too smug. And then, welcome home, darling. Issei's soul momentarily left his body. His brain blue screened. His sanity screamed. His nosebleed confirmed his demise. Yuka's voice was sweet and playful, but the mischievous glint in her eyes made his stomach drop. Tamamo, of course, beamed. Would you like dinner, a bath? They both leaned in. Eyes glinting. Voices sultry. Or us? Issei's face exploded red as blood spurted from his nose. Huh! Tamamo giggled behind her hand. Era. My dear husband is so flustered. Could it be he actually wants to choose us? Yuka smirked. Come on, Isiken. You're always talking about stuff like this at school. What's the matter? Can't handle it? Issei backed up immediately, waving his hands frantically. What? Why are you even saying this? Tamamo tilted her head. Because it's fun, Yuka laughed. Your reactions are priceless. At that moment, Misuki walked in from the living room, casually carrying a cup of tea. She took one look at the scene in front of her, arched an eyebrow, and sighed. Really, you two? She said, taking a slow sip of her tea. At least let him take his shoes off first. We're just doing what our mother-in-law told us to do. Tamamo's cheerful response made Issei choke on his own spit. She what? A small voice. From behind the couch, Sakura, peeking out innocently, blinked. Papa is red, Yuka grinned. Yup. His perverted brain, probably short-circuited, Issei sputtered. My brain did not. Before he could finish, Tamamo hugged him, tightly. His face was immediately buried into her chest. Warm. Soft. Heaven. Tamamo gently stroked his hair. There, my darling. She cooed, pressing him even closer. Don't worry. I'll always be here to pamper you. Yuka rolled her eyes. Yeah? Whatever. Just hurry up and get inside before the neighbors see us and the rumors get worse. As Tamamo continued hugging him, her warmth melting his stress away, Issei couldn't help but smile. A perverted, satisfied smile. I love my life. The moment Issei's perverted grin stretched across his face, the universe decided to ruin his life. Because Miki Hayata walked in. She stopped in the doorway, taking in the scene before her with bright, motherly delight. Two beautiful girls, wearing nothing but aprons. Issei, standing there, red-faced with a pervy smile. Then she spoke the absolute worst possible words. "Oh my! My son has such devoted wives already. This makes me so happy." Issei whipped around so fast, he nearly gave himself whiplash. "Moem? Why are you encouraging this?" Miki tilted her head innocently. "Why not? They're adorable. And look how much they love you. You should be more appreciative." Issei gawked at her. "It's not the point." Miki just smiled, completely unfazed. Tamamo beamed, practically glowing with joy. "Era? I love my new mother-in-law already." Yuka nodded sagely. "She has good taste." Issei groaned and dragged a hand down his face. "I swear, this entire family is against me." Miki simply patted his head like a child. "Relax, sweetie. Anyway, dinner is ready. You should eat up before training with your dragon friend." Then, she hummed happily and walked away, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. Issei buried his face in his hands. "I need a new family." Tamamo patted his back soothingly. "Don't worry, darling. You have us now." Yuka grinned, her voice far too smug. "Yup. Forever." Issei shuddered. Yuka soon turned on her heel and casually walked upstairs to get changed, her smirk never leaving her face. Issei watched her go, not being able to look away, and stared at her cute but going upstairs. He then turned toward Tamamo, only to see her shimmer as the apron changed instantly with magic. "Done," she said cheerfully, twirling slightly in her casual wear. Issei blinked. "Magic sure is convenient." Tamamo giggled. "Fufufu. You make the most adorable faces. Let's just eat dinner before I lose my mind." Tamamo looped her arm around his. "Of course, my dear husband. Shall we?" Issei grumbled but let her drag him along. The Hayata dinner table was as lively as ever, filled with laughter, conversation, and the clinking of dishes. The aroma of freshly made Japanese cuisine filled the air. Steamed rice, savory miso soup, grilled fish, and an assortment of homemade side dishes. Masuki and Yuka sat on one side, Tamamo was to Issei's right, and Sakura happily munched away beside Miki, swinging her little legs under the table. For a moment, just a moment, Issei allowed himself to relax. He leaned back, enjoying the warmth of a home-cooked meal, and casually spoke between bites. "I talked with the student council president today," he said, stuffing a piece of fish into his mouth. "She gave me the requirements for Yuka's final year enrollment." Yuka nodded approvingly. "Nice. So everything's set?" "Yeah. Just some paperwork and a formal meeting with the staff left." Finally, something had gone right today. But before he could bask in his small victory, "What about me?" Tamamo's sweet voice was laced with danger. Issei froze mid-chew. A bead of cold sweat rolled down his temple. "Huh!" Tamamo smiled innocently. Too innocently. "Why didn't you try enrolling me too, darling?" Every alarm in Issei's brain went off. He swallowed nervously, choosing his words like a man walking through a minefield. Not wanting her to know that he didn't want Tamamo to enroll and make his school life worse. "Well, you wanted to be my wife, right?" Tamamo blinked, tilting her head. "Yes? So isn't it more wife-like to wait for me at home?" Silence. Tamamo stared at him. Yuka slowly turned to him. Even Masuki paused mid-bite. The tension in the room thickened. Yuka soon smirks. "I like this idea." She leaned back, stirring her tea with a smug, self-satisfied expression. "If Tamamo stays home, that means I'll have way more time to monopolize a second at school." Tamamo's ears twitched. Her pout deepened. "That's unfair. As a proper wife, I should have at least some school life romance." Issei waved his hands frantically. "Hold on. I thought you'd hate the idea of going to school," Tamamo huffed, crossing her arms. "That is true, but I could have used that time to spend with you." Miki, who had been quietly watching, let out a light-hearted laugh. "Oh, young love!" Issei groaned, slumping forward. Meanwhile, Yuka sipped her tea with a happy hum, clearly pleased with herself. Tamamo pouted harder. Sakura, completely oblivious to the tension, happily chewed on a piece of grilled fish. After dinner, Issei had mentally prepared himself for training. For too long, he had slacked off. For too long, he had avoided proper training. But no more. Tonight, he will begin his path to greatness. But first he needed something sacred. Something legendary. Something that had guided warriors before him to the pinnacle of strength. He marched upstairs, entered his room with purpose, and reached for the holy text of self-improvement. A manga volume slid off the shelf. Dragon Soul. His fingers flipped through the pages with determination, eyes scanning the sacred knowledge held within. Where is it? Where is it? His eyes lit up. There it is, a legendary training method. The one that had made the strongest warrior in the universe. With the power of wisdom in his hands, Issei rushed downstairs, clutching the manga like a lost treasure. His bare feet skidded against the wooden floor as he came to a halt in front of Tamamo. Tamamo, lounging elegantly on the couch, blinked at his sudden entrance. Yes, darling? Issei held up the manga with pride. Can you make me weighted clothing? Yuka, seated nearby with a cup of tea, slowly turned to watch. Tamamo's ears twitched. She tilted her head as she stared at the pages of a young man wearing heavy clothes. Like the kind this warrior wears in battle? Yes. Tamamo stared at him. Then at the manga in his hands. Then back at him. Her expression turned blank. Yuka narrowed her eyes, examining the scene like a scientist observing a particularly dumb experiment. Tamamo burst into laughter. Fufufu. My husband is adorable. Of course I can, darling. Yuka sighed heavily, setting her cup down. This idiot really thinks he's an anime protagonist. Issei was simply happy that his idea could be used. The park at night had been empty, perfect for training. The cool night air carried a slight breeze, rustling the leaves and giving the atmosphere a sense of anticipation. The moon was rising, casting a soft silver glow over the park. Standing in the center of it all, Issei rolled his shoulders, adjusting the new outfit Tamamo had made for him. And damn, did she outdo herself. A stylish red and black set of track clothes, comfortable yet durable, infused with enchanted weights. Tamamo stood off to the side, her hands on her hips, looking immensely pleased with herself. Every time you put it on, the clothes adjust the weight to a point you can handle, she explained with a proud smile. As time goes on, the clothes will get heavier. Issei flexed his arms experimentally. The fabric clung to his body like normal, but there was a distinct pressure, a resistance, making every movement feel just a little harder. Drake's deep, rumbling voice came out of his hand. Finally ready to take your training seriously, partner? Drake's voice carried the unmistakable tone of approval, but also mild exasperation. Issei grinned, rolling his neck as he bounced slightly on his feet. Hell yeah! Yuka and Tamamo had made themselves comfortable on a wooden bench nearby. Yuka sat with one leg crossed over the other, a smug smirk on her face, while Tamamo sipped her tea elegantly. A little to the side, Sakura hugged a plushie to her chest, watching curiously. Tamamo giggled, lowering her teacup. She also made sure to place a temporary boundary field to make sure nobody bothered them. Work hard, darling, Yuka smirked. Let's see how long you last before collapsing, Issei scoffed. Oh, just wait. I am about to begin my legendary rise to power. Yuka raised an eyebrow. Sure. Have fun with that. Issei took a deep breath. His weighted jacket pressed down on his shoulders, heavier than expected, but not unbearable. But this was it, his next step to power, his journey to greatness. He spread his legs into a stance, cracked his knuckles, and began. All right. Let's go. He started basic exercises to get his body used to the weight. A good run. Push-ups. Squats. High knees. Shadowboxing. For the first 15 minutes, he felt pretty good. For the next 10 minutes, he felt his movements slow. By the 30-minute mark, his legs trembled. His arms shook. His breaths came out in short, ragged gasps. His movements became sluggish, and then, he tripped over his own foot, and face planted straight into the dirt. A long, awkward silence. Then, Sakura blinked. Papa fell. Yuka, who had been watching with barely hidden amusement at watching Issei move his body, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Pfft. Ah-ha-ha-ha. She clutched her stomach, tears in her eyes. I knew it. You didn't even last an hour. Tamamo covered her mouth with her sleeve, giggling gracefully. Era? How cute! Drake let out a long, tired sigh. This is going to take a while. Issei groaned, his face still pressed into the dirt. Maybe I should have started with something lighter. Issei's breath came in ragged gasps, his limbs burning with exhaustion. His weighted clothing felt twice as heavy now, every movement requiring 10 times more effort than when he started. Still, he refused to stop. His body screamed in protest, but his pride, his determination, his sheer stubbornness pushed him forward. One more set. Just one more. His arms trembled as he forced himself into another push-up. His strength gave out. Issei collapsed onto the ground, panting. A warm, gentle glow enveloped his body. The burning pain in his muscles slowly faded, replaced by a cool, soothing sensation. Tamamo's soft hands hovered over his back, her magic washing over him like a gentle tide. My. You really overdid it, darling. Her voice was sweet, teasing, but laced with genuine concern. Issei grumbled into the dirt. I was fine. Tamamo poked his cheek. No, you weren't. Yuka, arms crossed, smirked from the sidelines. You literally collapsed face first. Again, Sakura, still hugging her plushie, tilted her head. Papa, are you okay? Issei groaned. No, Sakura. Papa's just temporarily malfunctioning. She nodded very seriously. Mama, Tamamo will fix you. Tamamo giggled, running her fingers through his hair. That's right, my little fox. Leave it to me, Issei sighed, enjoying the brief moment of comfort. Enough resting. We're not done yet, partner. Drake's deep, gruff voice echoed in his mind. Issei mentally groaned. Seriously? Give me a break. If you have the energy to complain, you have the energy to improve, Issei grumbled, pushing himself up. All right. What now? Sherry's calm, calculating voice joined in. Your stamina is still weak. You push too hard in bursts but lack endurance for extended combat. Drake hummed in agreement. Your strength is improving, but at the moment we should just focus on it, Issei frowned. So what? Just keep training until I drop, Tamamo grinned, eyes twinkling mischievously. Oh, don't worry, darling. I have an idea. Before Issei could question her, she raised her hand, and a glowing sigil formed in the air. Catch! A small, dark orb shot toward him. Issei barely had time to react. His body jerked to the side, dodging by pure reflex. His eyes widened. What the hell? Tamamo giggled. It's just a harmless curse. Your challenge is to dodge or deflect them. Let's see how well you do, darling, Issei cursed under his breath. Fine. Bring it on. The moment the words left his mouth, Tamamo's sigils flared to life. Several small orbs of magic shot toward him fast, unpredictable, erratic. Issei ducked, rolled, and swatted them away with his arms, barely managing to keep up. His weighted clothing made it harder to move, but he gritted his teeth and forced his body to react. Tamamo tilted her head. Not bad, darling. But what about this? A faster, spiraling orb came from his blind spot. Issei turned too slow. Bam! It hit his stomach with a dull thud, sending him staggering back. Yuka snorted. Wow. Impressive. You lasted a whole minute. But soon gets up with Sakura and comes closer to check if he was alright. Sakura gasped. Mama Tamamo wins. Issei clutched his stomach, groaning. Damn it, I'll get better. Tamamo smiled softly, lowering her hand. Of course you will, darling. That's why we're here. Home night. The night had settled in fully, the cool evening air drifting through the open window, carrying the faint scent of night-blooming flowers. The house was quiet, the usual chaos of the day replaced by a comfortable stillness, and in the center of it all, Issei lay collapsed on the couch, utterly drained. His body ached from head to toe, the weight of his new training regimen pressing down on every muscle. But despite the exhaustion, a small, satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Because he wasn't alone. Tamamo sat to his right, her delicate fingers running through his hair, each stroke sending a soothing warmth through his scalp. To his left, Yuka stretched out lazily, her head resting against his shoulder, her body comfortably pressed against his. And on his lap, Sakura sat curled up, hugging her plushie, watching him with big, curious eyes. She tilted her head. Did Papa win? Issei let out a weak laugh. Not even close, Sakura blinked. Then, With all the adorable seriousness of a child trying to comfort an injured warrior, she patted his cheek. "You'll win next time," Tamamo giggled, her golden eyes sparkling. "Fufufu. That's right. My dear husband just needs more practice." Yuka, ever the smug one, smirked as she leaned into him further. "Or maybe he should just accept that he is and give up," Issei groaned, letting his head fall back against the couch. "Thanks for the support, Yuka." Yuka's smirk remained, but her eyes softened slightly. "You're getting stronger, though." Little by little, Issei blinked, turning his head slightly toward her. "You think so?" Yuka gave a small nod, her usual teasing replaced by something more genuine. Tamamo leaned closer, resting her warm head on his shoulder. "Of course, darling. That's why we're here to help you get stronger." "To support you," Issei exhaled, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. For a moment, he simply listened to the gentle rhythm of breathing, to the soft hum of the night, to the presence of the people who had chosen to stay with him. "You know I have to get stronger." Tamamo and Yuka watched him closely, sensing the shift in his tone. He clenched his fists, his knuckles widening. "I remember how weak I was against Koto Mine. That bastard beat me like I was nothing. I couldn't do a damn thing against that golden bastard either." His voice tightened, frustration bleeding through. "I don't ever want to feel that useless again." Silence. Tamamo's fingers paused in his hair. Yuka's grip on his arm tightened ever so slightly. Then Yuka exhaled, her smirk fading into something far more serious. "I get it." Issei turned his head to her, noticing the way her eyes flickered with memories she didn't like recalling. She looked down for a moment, then back up, her expression resolute. "I also don't ever want to see you that hurt again." Issei's breath caught for a second. Yuka's smirk returned, softer this time. "You know what? Tomorrow I'll join you. I don't want to be defenseless like I was when that serial killer attacked us." Tamamo nodded, her usual playful tone replaced with something genuine. "Know that we will be with you and support you, always." Issei felt his chest tighten. For a long moment, he just lay there, staring at them. Then he smiled. A real, grateful smile. "Thanks, you too." Sakura clapped her hands excitedly. "Papa's gonna be super strong," Tamamo giggled, pulling Issei just a little closer. "Of course. My darling is going to be invincible," Yuka smirked. "Eventually," Issei groaned, rolling his eyes. "Way to ruin the moment, Yuka." Laughter soon filled the room. Morning. The world was pain. Issei groggily regained consciousness, but immediately regretted it. His entire body screamed in protest. Muscles ached, his limbs felt like solid lead, and even breathing seemed like an unnecessary struggle. Everything hurts. His mind fogged over with regret, replaying last night's training in his head. "Dodge the curses, Issei. You can do it, Issei. Don't be pathetic, Issei." His past self was an idiot, and his current self was paying the price. But before he could even process his suffering, a mischievous, sing-song voice floated above him. "Era? My darling seems to be in great pain." Tamamo's teasing tone carried far too much amusement for someone witnessing his absolute misery. At the foot of the bed, Yuka sat casually stretching, already getting ready for the day. She crossed her arms and smirked down at him. What a surprise. Our idiot who overexerted himself is now suffering the consequences. Issei let out a weak groan and attempted to sit up. It was a horrible mistake. Gah! His entire upper body seized up, and he flopped back down like a dead fish. Tamamo giggled behind her sleeve. "Would you like some assistance, darling?" Issei groaned into the pillow. "Yeah. Please help me, Tamamo." Tamamo's hands started glowing, a warm, gentle energy flowing from her fingertips as she ran them over his sore muscles. "Fufufu. My dear husband needs me so much," Issei sighed in relief, feeling the magic ease the stiffness in his body. Then Yuka scoffed from her spot against the wall. "Tch. You're too soft on him, Tamamo." She tilted her head, smirking. "I have a much better recovery method." Issei raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What is it?" Yuka grinned, then patted her lap. "Simple. Just sit here forever. You'll never have to move again." Issei blinked. His eyes flickered to her heavenly legs. His mind immediately conjured an image of himself resting on the softest lap pillow ever. That's not a bad idea. Yuka's smirk widened. This way, you won't be sore anymore, Tamamo laughed. Era? Yukachikan, are you trying to monopolize my husband? Yuka gave her a slow, challenging stare. Maybe, Issei gulped. He could feel the atmosphere shift, but before he could fully process his impending doom, the bedroom door swung open. Papa! Like a small, giggling missile, Sakura launched herself onto his chest. Pain, unimaginable pain. Issei's entire soul left his body as a shockwave of agony surged through his already broken frame. Ga Sakura, I'm dying. Sakura tilted her head, completely oblivious to the murder she just committed. But I wanted to wake Papa up for breakfast, Issei coughed weakly. I appreciate the effort, but you may have just finished me off, Tamamo hummed, clearly entertained. Era? Maybe we should let Sakura-kun wake you up like this every morning? Yuka snorted. If that is enough to finish him off, maybe he should give up trying to get stronger, Issei groaned. They're all trying to kill me, but just when he thought it couldn't get worse. A cheerful, knowing voice floated in from the open doorway. So, how was last night? The entire room went silent. Tamamo beamed. Era? Mother-in-law, good morning. Yuka raised an eyebrow. You say that as if something actually happened, Mickey giggled, leaning against the doorframe. Oh, but the way my son looks right now! I can only imagine how much activity happened last night. Issei choked on his own spit. MOMY? Mickey patted his head affectionately. No need to be embarrassed, sweetie. You're a growing young man. I fully support all of your endeavors. Issei wanted to die. Tamamo smiled innocently. Fufufu. I'm honored by your support, mother-in-law. Yuka snickered as she leaned down and gave Issei a quick kiss. Issei's suffering is my entertainment. Now let's go down for breakfast. Sakura clapped her hands excitedly. Yay! Breakfast time, Issei could only smile. Ko Academy. The morning light was soft yet unforgiving as Issei dragged himself out of the house, still reeling from last night. His body is still recovering from exhaustion. Beside him, Yuka and Nasuki walked with a mix of amusement and concern, their eyes taking in the familiar sight of Ko Academy. A building that seemed almost out of place compared to the rest of the town. Nasuki hummed thoughtfully, her tone gentle. So this is the school, it looks well maintained. Yuka, ever the skeptic, scanned the school with a raised eyebrow. A bit too fancy. What's the catch? Issei's face flushed with residual pain as sweat trickled down his temple. He mumbled, well, it used to be a rich all-girls school. At that, both women stopped in their tracks and slowly turned to him. Yuka's eyes narrowed in curiosity. It was. What changed? Issei shrugged awkwardly, running a hand over his unkempt hair. Don't know. Simply that last year they made it co-ed. He added with a wry grin, and since then, it's been a guy's dream to enter as it has more female students than guys. Nasuki sighed knowingly, a soft smile on her lips as she regarded him. Ah. So that's the reason you entered. They soon made their way through the ornate front gate. Issei, lost in his own thoughts, failed to notice the few curious glances of female students along the walkway. They whispered among themselves, eyes sparkling with mischief and suspicion, wondering who these two captivating women were with the infamous pervert, and if their presence had anything to do with the latest rumors. No sooner had Issei stepped into the main hall, he was abruptly pulled aside. A familiar pair of glinting glasses, unmistakable in its authority, appeared in his path. Hayate! Aika Kiria's voice rang out as she stepped forward with a shark-like grin. Behind her, Matsuda and Motohama loomed like hanger-sun, their expressions on outrage. Issei's heart sank. Oh no! He thought, the familiar dread coiling in his stomach. Kiria's grin widened as she practically circled him. So, who's the new girl? Before he could muster a response, Matsuda grabbed his shoulders, shaking him roughly. Is this your girlfriend that you've been lying to us about? Motohama adjusted his glasses, his eyes flashing with intensity. This changes everything. The same Mizukame who made your bento. Issei opened his mouth, desperate for an excuse, but his words were cut off as a small crowd of curious female students began forming around them. Their whispers swelled into overlapping questions. Why is a girl hanging around him? Is she okay? Does she need help? Wait. Is she one of his victims? The murmur of accusation grew louder until Issei sputtered out loud, his voice trembling with frustration. I'm not a criminal. From a little distance away, Yuka clapped her hands, drawing attention with deliberate precision. Her tone was protective. Can you please leave my boyfriend alone? The sudden declaration sent a ripple through the gathered crowd, and before long, everyone shouted, Boyfriend! Ika Kiryu, clearly enjoying the spectacle, patted Issei's arm with a smug grin. Well, Hayato. Looks like today is going to be fun. Soon the girls start screaming that it was impossible for the perverted beast to have a girlfriend. What? No way. There's no way she actually likes him. She must be brainwashed. Someone save her. I knew it. Hayato has been using forbidden perverted magic all along. While the few male students look in disbelief, Issei got a girlfriend? How? The balance of the world has been disturbed. I need to try harder if a pervert like him can get a girl. There's hope for all of us. Hayato, you lucky bastard! Matsuda and Motohama screamed, their faces red with jealousy. Matsuda grabbed his head, trembling. This isn't fair. Motohama adjusted his glasses dramatically. Reality itself is crumbling. Issei, still processing the sheer insanity around him, twitched violently. Oi, why does everyone act like this is a damn apocalypse? Kiryu, seeing the chaos, placed a firm hand on Issei's shoulder, leaning in with a grin that spelled doom. So, she sang, her smirk widening. How did a legendary pervert like you pull this off? Did you win a lottery or something? Issei twitched. I didn't. Kiryu ignored him, turning to Yuka instead. Alright, spill. What's the catch? Blackmail? Bribery? Mind control? Yuka frowned, her gaze sharpening. For a second, the teasing amusement in her emerald eyes faded, replaced by something colder. She leaned against Issei, looping an arm around his. Issei would never do that. Her voice was calm, firm. Please stop accusing him with these false lies. The serious tone in her voice caught some of the students off guard. Even Kiryu raised an eyebrow. Yuka wasn't playing around. Even Issei, still reeling from the ridiculous accusations, felt a small pang of gratitude at how genuine her words were. Yuka, of course. Before the chaos continued, a familiar click of heels against the polished floor sent a chill through the air. The murmuring crowd stiffened. Enough. The voice was calm. Cold. Commanding. The sea of students parted instinctively, revealing Sona Citri and her ever-present right hand, Tsubaki Shinra. Sona adjusted her glasses, her sharp violet eyes scanning the mob with clear disapproval. What is the meaning of this disturbance? She asked, her voice deadpan. Tsubaki, standing at her side, simply sighed. Of course Hayato is involved, Issei groaned. That's not fair. It's not always my fault. Sona gave him a blank stare. Every time I hear chaos, there's an 80% chance you're involved, Hayato. Okay, that was fair. Sona pinched the bridge of her nose. The noise level in this hall was unacceptable. If this happens again, there will be punishments. Immediately, the students scattered like cockroaches. Matsuda and Motohama ran away before Sona could glare at them. Ika saluted Issei before slipping into the crowd, still grinning. Yuka simply watched the scene unfold unfazed. So efficient, she commented. Sona turned to her. And you are? Yuka smirked. Yuka Hana, Issei's girlfriend. Tsubaki blinked. Sona's eyebrow twitched as she found the reason for the chaos. I see. Before she could say anything else, Misuki stepped forward. And I am her mother, Misuki Hana. She introduced herself politely. Sona simply bowed in acknowledgement and greeting. I see. Issei has already informed me about this. Hana-san, please come with me so we can proceed with the enrollment paperwork. Yuka gave Issei one last smile before following her mother and the student council toward an office. Issei exhaled heavily. Finally, some peace. Soon Issei dragged himself toward his classroom. 20th of November, Thursday 6 months before canon afternoon. The final bell of the day had rung, and Issei could not be happier to leave. After enduring an entire school day of whispers, stares, and people treating him like some kind of unnatural phenomenon, he was more than ready to escape. Yuka and Misuki had already left the moment their meeting with the student council concluded, leaving Issei to suffer alone in the aftermath of today's events. But of course fate had other plans. Just as he reached the school gate, two shadows loomed over him. "Why, Haida!" Issei winced as two very familiar voices called out in unison. He turned his head, already knowing who it was, Matsuda and Motohama. And they did not look happy. Both of them had their arms crossed, their eyes blazing with a mix of betrayal and disbelief. Matsuda stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Issei's chest. "You. Us. Right now. Explain. How the hell did you get a girlfriend?" Motohama adjusted his glasses, the lenses flashing. "It simply doesn't add up." Issei sighed, already over with this conversation. "I don't owe you guys an explanation." "Yes, you do!" they both yelled. Matsuda grabbed his shoulders, shaking him violently. "We have been best friends for years." "Years, and you dare hide this from us?" Motohama nodded gravely. "It goes against the sacred brotherhood of the perverted trio. To think you would betray us like this." Issei gritted his teeth. "First off, stop shaking me, you idiot. Second, it's not that big of a deal," Matsuda gasped dramatically. "Not that big of a deal?" Motohama stared at him, unblinking. "So you're telling me that a hot, mysterious transfer student fell for you out of nowhere, and that's not a big deal?" Issei rolled his eyes. "I never said that. Look, if you really must know." He took a deep breath, thinking of a way to bullshit his way out of this. "The day I didn't come to school, I met her. And we hit it off." "That's it." Silence. Matsuda and Motohama stared at him. Slowly, their expressions twisted into pure skepticism. Matsuda narrowed his eyes. "That's it." Motohama pushed up his glasses. "No way in hell." Issei shrugged. "Believe what you want." Matsuda leaned in suspiciously. "You're telling me that in one day, you magically charmed some beauty into falling for you?" Motohama nodded. "Without any evidence, this story is full of holes." Issei crossed his arms. "That's your problem." "Not mine," Matsuda scoffed. "Ha! So that's how it is? You're just gonna walk off into the sunset, leaving us behind?" Issei gave them a flat stare. "Yes. Yes, I am." He turned on his heel and started walking. Matsuda and Motohama watched him go, shaking their heads. Matsuda wiped a fake tear from his eye. "I never thought I'd see the day Issei Hayadu would ascend to normie status and leave us in the dust." Motohama sighed. "We are witnessing history, my friend. This is the day the perverted trio lost its founding member." Matsuda clenched his fist. "No, we must uncover the truth. We must investigate." Motohama nodded, his glasses gleaming ominously. "For the sake of the research of getting ourselves girlfriends." Issei, listening from a distance, shivered. "Why do I feel like my life is about to get worse?" With that thought, he rushed home before they could follow. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the park in a warm glow, casting long shadows across the grass. The gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze mixed with the faint chirping of cicadas, creating an atmosphere of quiet determination. Issei grunted, pushing himself through another set of push-ups, his body already coated in sweat from the intense training session. Beside him, Yuka mirrored his actions, though at a slower, more controlled pace. Unlike Issei, who wore a heavily enchanted weighted tracksuit, Yuka's version was a lighter variant, adjusted to her current capabilities. Even so, her determined expression showed that she was taking this training just as seriously. Not too far away, on a wooden park bench, Tamamo and Sakura sat comfortably, watching the training unfold. Tamamo, ever the elegant woman, sipped her tea delicately, completely unfazed by the physical effort being displayed before her. Sakura, on the other hand, had begun kicking her legs back and forth, pouting in frustration. She fidgeted, shifting restlessly on the bench. "This is boring." Sakura huffed, flopping backward dramatically. Tamamo giggled, setting down her cup. "Era? Is little Sakura-can already growing impatient?" Sakura crossed her arms, scowling. "Papa and Yukanizan are just doing the same thing over and over. When do they fight monsters?" She wanted to see how cool her new papa really was. She bet he could easily beat her old, stupid dad. Tamamo laughed behind her sleeve. "Training is important, dear. Even the mightiest warriors must build their strength before facing powerful foes." Sakura puffed up her cheeks. "Still boring." Tamamo tapped her chin thoughtfully, then smiled. "Well then, how about I teach you a little magecraft to pass the time?" Sakura's eyes widened, her boredom forgotten in an instant. Really? Magic? Like boom and bang? She mimicked throwing imaginary fireballs, just like Mama Tamamo. Tamamo giggled. Fufufu. Something like that. But first, we must start with the basics. As Tamamo began patiently explaining the fundamentals of magecraft, Sakura listened intently, all traces of boredom vanishing. Meanwhile, Issei exhaled heavily, finishing his last rep before collapsing onto the grass, panting. Yuka, though also winded, sat beside him, stretching out her arms. She shot him a smug grin. Not bad, Issei-kun. But I think I'm catching up to you, Issei grunted, still catching his breath. Pfft. Yeah, in 100 years. Before Yuka could fire back, a deep, rumbling voice echoed in Issei's mind. That's enough for now, partner. Issei blinked, recognizing the ancient voice immediately. Drake? The dragon's voice vibrated through the air. You've improved your stamina, but now it's time for something different. You need to tap into that internal life energy you discovered. Issei froze. Internal life energy? Then his eyes widened in realization. Oh. Ki, a term he had heard before, even felt before, but had never explored. Yuka, noticing his reaction, tilted her head. What's wrong? You look like you just remembered something stupid. Issei sat up, rubbing his chin. Drake just told me to start using my ki. Yuka raised an eyebrow. Wait. What's ki? Issei frowned, trying to find the right words. It's hard to explain. Think of it as the energy inside your body, the stuff that lets you move, breathe, and act. At least that's what I remember from Dragon Soul. Yuka gave him the flattest stare imaginable. You're seriously basing your knowledge on this from a manga? Issei rubbed the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. I mean, yeah? But in my defense, it's a really good training guide. Yuka sighed. So let me get this straight, you actually have this key thing, and you're just now thinking of using it? Issei winced. Kinda? I mean, I should, but… His voice trailed off, memories surfacing in his mind. During the Holy Grail War, Sherry had used her connection to the root to download an absurd amount of martial arts knowledge directly into his brain. It was supposed to be a shortcut to learning the basics. Instead, it almost left him brain dead. For what felt like horse or maybe seconds, she had been caught in a storm of flashing images, techniques, and overwhelming knowledge, his mind nearly shattering under the pressure. Even though he had survived, he never truly processed most of it. He only retained what was necessary at the time. On how to improve his stamina and basic movements. Also how to throw a proper punch. But back then, he had no time to sit and process the information. Yuka watched as his expression shifted from hesitation to determination. You're seriously gonna try it now, huh? Issei nodded. Yeah. If I have it, I might as well use it. Drake's voice rumbled with approval. Then focus. Feel that energy inside you, partner. Your body already holds the knowledge, you just need to bring it out. Issei closed his eyes, steadying his breath. For the first time, instead of pushing himself physically, he focused inward toward the energy buried deep within him. Allow me to help you find it, master. Just breathe and focus. Sherry's voice came into his mind. A strange, familiar warmth began to stir in his chest. Yuka watched quietly, arms folded. Tamamo, still teaching Sakura, glanced over, sensing something interesting. And so, beneath the setting sun, a new chapter of Issei Hayado's training began. As a small pulse of energy rippled outward from his body, his journey to unlocking his true power had officially begun. The moment Issei, Yuka, Tamamo, and Sakura stepped through the front door, the familiar scent of home washed over them, a comforting mix of fresh food, warmth, and that subtle nostalgic feeling that only home could bring. Standing in the entryway, Miki Hayado and Masuki Hana welcomed them back with warm smiles. Miki, ever the cheerful mother, clapped her hands together. Welcome home, everyone. Masuki, more composed but just as welcoming, nodded. Did training go well? Issei, still feeling the lingering tingle of energy from earlier, stretched his arms before responding. Yeah, it went pretty well. Yuka smirked, arms folded. He actually started learning something new today. Miki perked up. Oh? Is my son actually learning something? That's rare. Oh, rude. Issei pouted. Masuki chuckled softly, brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear. That's good to hear. I'm sure all that hard work will pay off soon. As they settled into the dining room to fill their stomachs, the conversation shifted to Yuka's upcoming enrollment. Sona told me everything was approved, Yuka said, crossing her legs as she relaxed on the couch. I'll officially start as a second year at Ko Academy on the 1st of December. Issei blinked, processing that for a second. Then a smirk crept onto his face. Wait. I remember that you're a year above me. Yuka tilted her head. Obviously? I told you my age when we left the police station. Issei chuckled, rubbing his chin. So does that mean I should start calling you senpai? The moment the words left his mouth, Yuka's smug aura increased tenfold. She leaned forward, grinning victoriously. Oh? Finally going to give me the respect I deserve? Good. It's about time you acknowledged my superiority, Isekan. Issei rolled his eyes but couldn't help but grin. Alright. I guess I'll have to rely on my wise and mature Yuka-senpai from now on. He dramatically bowed. Yuka laughed, clearly enjoying herself. Damn right you will. She soon went to hold the boy that saved and stole her heart. A low tch echoed from the side. Tamamo pouted, arms crossed, clearly not amused by the banter. How frustrating. She huffed. I should be the one spending all my time with darling at school. Mickey, amused by the whole exchange, giggled. Fufufu. Issei, you really are popular now, huh? Misuki simply smiled knowingly as she sipped her coffee. Soon Mickey's smile shifted as she sniffed the air, her nose crinkling. Ugh. Issei, you stink, Issei deadpanned. Wow. Thanks, Mom. Mickey waved him off. Go take a bath before you stink up the whole house. Issei sighed, too tired to argue, and dragged himself toward the bathroom. The moment he was out of sight, Tamamo's fox ears twitched. A devious smirk spread across her face. Yuka narrowed her eyes. Oh no. I know that look, Tamamo giggled behind her sleeve. Era? I just had a wonderful idea, Yuka sighed, already sensing trouble. Tamamo, whatever you're thinking, don't. Tamamo ignored her, humming innocently as she twirled away toward the bathroom. Yuka pinched the bridge of her nose. This damn fox. Steam rose from the large, warm bath, enveloping Issei in pure bliss. He leaned back against the edge, letting out a satisfied sigh. Damn. Nothing beats a hot bath after training. The soreness in his muscles was slowly melting away, his mind drifting into relaxation. But then the door slid open. Issei barely had time to react before a naked Tamamo gracefully stepped inside, her pink locks flowing down her back, her curvaceous figure illuminated by the steam. His brain blue-screened with blood falling out of his nose. His gaze, as if guided by fate, landed directly on her voluptuous chest. Thank you for the meal, Issei whispered, completely entranced. Tamamo giggled, stepping forward. Fufufu. My dear husband, you truly have no shame, Issei grinned shamelessly. Can you blame me? Tamamo tapped her chin playfully. I suppose not. She knelt behind him, grabbing a soft washcloth. Now allow me to wash my dear husband's back. Her voice was silky and teasing, and before Issei could protest, she had already started gently scrubbing his back. Her delicate fingers traced his skin, the sensation soothing. Issei relaxed under her touch, letting out a sigh. Damn, Tamamo. You're really good at this. Tamamo leaned closer, her warm breath tickling his ear. Era? Does my darling enjoy being pampered by his beloved wife? Issei smirked. Who wouldn't? She giggled, pressing a soft kiss against his shoulder. To another closer to his neck. Issei felt heat rise to his face, but he didn't move away. Instead, he moved to face his beloved wife. His hand instinctively reached back, grazing against her thigh. Tamamo hummed approvingly. My. Such a bold move, darling, Issei chuckled. Can you blame me? Tamamo smiled, pressing her forehead against his. Not at all. Their lips met in a slow, teasing kiss, one that carried affection, mischief, and the promise of more to come. Steam swirled around them, the warmth of the bath paling in comparison to the warmth between them. Yuka seated on the couch, arms crossed tightly, her foot tapping aggressively against the floor. Yuka glared upstairs at the hallway leading to the bathroom. Sakura, nestled beside her on the couch, hugged a plushie, blinking up at Yuka with wide, curious eyes as she waited for the two to leave the bath. "Ne Yukinizan, why do you look so angry?" Yuka's eye twitched. "Because that damn fox is winning." Sakura tilted her head. "Winning what?" Yuka opened her mouth and closed it, groaning into her hands. "You'll understand when you're older, kiddo," Sakura pouted. "I'm not a kid," Misuki, who had been reading a book, smiled knowingly. "Fufu Tamamo is certainly proactive, isn't she?" Yuka snapped her head toward her mother. "You're not helping." Mickey, watching the exchange, grinned mischievously. "Era? Should we be preparing for grandkids soon?" Yuka choked on air. "What and oh," Misuki, perfectly composed, continued reading her book. "It's certainly a possibility, considering Tamamo's persistence." Yuka's eye twitched harder. She had to do something. The bathroom was thick with steam, the warm water swirling lazily around Issei and Tamamo as they remained locked in a teasing embrace. Tamamo's fingertips ghosted over his skin, her golden eyes half-lidded as she traced small circles on his chest. "Era? My darling seems quite flustered." She giggled. "Could it be that I've finally tamed you?" Issei grinned lazily, his fingers trailing up her thigh. "Tamed? I dunno, Tamamo. Maybe I'm the one taming you." Tamamo's ears twitched, a delighted hum escaping her lips. "Fufufu. My husband is getting bold." "I approve." Issei leaned in, his lips hovering just over hers. But just as they were about to connect again, bam! 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 The bathroom door rattled violently as someone pounded their fist against it. "You've been in there too long." Both Issei and Tamamo froze. That voice. "Yuka," she sounded pissed. Issei and Tamamo exchanged glances. Then, "We're busy," Tamamo called sweetly, her voice absolutely dripping with smugness. Issei barely had a second to react before the door shook again, this time with more force. "Get your asses out of there right now!" Yuka roared. Issei gulped. Tamamo just laughed. The bathroom door slammed open with a force that nearly ripped it off its hinges. Issei barely had time to register the danger before. "Get you out of here, Hayada!" Yuka stormed in, her blue eyes blazing, her face red with a mix of anger, embarrassment, and pure territorial jealousy. Tamamo, still comfortably pressed against Issei's chest, simply tilted her head, completely unfazed. "Era? Is someone jealous?" she teased, her fluffy ears twitching with amusement. Yuka ignored her. She was here for one reason, and that reason was currently naked and dazed, trapped by the fox. Before Issei could react, "Yank, ga!" Yuka grabbed his ear, dragging him out of the bath like a misbehaving child. Water splashed everywhere, and Issei was half wet, half confused, and 100% terrified. Down the hall, Mickey and Misuki paused mid-conversation, hearing the commotion. Mickey sighed, taking a sip of her tea. "Ah, young love." Misuki simply closed her eyes, a small smile forming. "I expected this." Mickey tilted her head. "Should we stop them?" Misuki opened one eye, watching Yuka drag Issei down the hall, completely naked. "No. This is good for them." Mickey nodded sagely. "I guess we should let them settle matters between themselves." Then they both went back to their conversation as if nothing happened. After dragging Issei back to his room, Yuka slammed the door shut before releasing him. Thud. Issei, still dripping wet, barely had time to catch his breath before Yuka turned around and immediately blushed. Because he was still completely naked, Yuka's entire face burned as her eyes widened in realization. "Clothes. Now," Issei, still recovering, gave her a confused look. "Huh?" Then he noticed. "Oh." A brief moment of silence. Yuka whipped her head around. "Don't just stand there. Get dressed." A few seconds later, once Issei was properly clothed, Yuka exhaled deeply, trying to calm her heartbeat. Then without warning she lunged at him. Issei barely had time to react before he was pinned to the bed, Yuka straddling his lap, her hands firmly gripping his shoulders. Her eyes locked onto his, her cheeks still dusted pink. "Listen, Issei." Her voice was serious, but slightly shaky. Issei blinked. Yeah?" Yuka took a deep breath, trying to gather her words. "Tamamo is not fair." Issei blinked again. "Huh?" Yuka huffed, looking away for a moment. "I was first, damn it. I was the one who actually liked you before all of this. And now Tamamo is all over you, doing things I'm not ready for." Her fingers tightened slightly on his shoulders. It's not fair. Issei stared at her, processing her words carefully. Then, slowly, he relaxed, bringing his hands up to gently hold her waist. Hey, I get it. His voice was soft, reassuring. Yuka's shoulders tensed slightly. I don't want you to feel like you have to rush anything. His gaze was sincere. I don't want you to feel pressured. I can wait until you're ready. Yuka's eyes widened slightly, her lips parting as if caught off guard. Then, slowly, she relaxed. Her grip on his shoulders loosened, and she leaned forward, resting her forehead against his. Thanks, she whispered. Issei smiled. Of course. For a moment, they just stayed like that, their breaths mixing, their heartbeats syncing. Issei, yeah? Yuka lifted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. Have you ever had mating? Issei froze. His brain short-circuited. Then, slowly, his face turned bright red. What kind of question is that? Yuka rolled her eyes. Just answer me, dumbass. Issei gulped, his gaze shifting slightly. Of course not. Like you said, you were the first girl who ever actually liked me. Yuka stared at him. Then, to his absolute confusion, she smiled. Not her usual teasing smirk. Not her playful grin. A real, genuine smile. Good. Issei tilted his head. Good? Yuka nodded, her fingers lightly tracing his collarbone. Then promise me something. Issei swallowed. I'll promise what? Yuka leaned in, her voice soft, but filled with emotion. Promise me that I'll be your first. The air grew still. Issei stared at her, his mind racing. Tamamo was already ready. If he said yes, he was essentially choosing Yuka over Tamamo in this regard. It was a difficult decision, but he looked at Yuka. The girl who first accepted him. The girl who stood by his side. The girl who challenged him, teased him, but also understood him. Slowly he exhaled. Then, with a small, but firm nod. I promise. Yuka's eyes softened, her smile growing warmer. Then she leaned in again, pressing a soft, lingering kiss to his lips. Miki took a sip of her tea. So do you think they're having a heart-to-heart or? Masuki, flipping a page in her book, replied without looking up. They're bonding. Let them be. Sakura blinked. Nah, mama, what does having your first mean? Miki and Masuki froze. Then, at the exact same time, ask again when you're older. Sakura pouted. That's what Yukanizan said earlier too, Miki grinned. That means it's an important life lesson. 22nd of November, Saturday. The crisp air carried the gentle rustling of fallen leaves as Issei walked through Koa's bustling streets. Koa's streets were bustling with live couples walking hand in hand, children darting between arcade entrances, and office workers hurrying to work or home as the evening approached. Amidst it all, Issei Haidu, wearing a brown coat, walked through town with Sakura snuggled comfortably in his arms. The little girl, wrapped in a warm red coat, kicked her legs excitedly as her purple eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow! Everything looks so different from home, she chirped, taking in the unfamiliar sights. Issei chuckled, shifting her slightly. Yeah, well, welcome to my town, kiddo. Walking beside them, Masuki, Tamamo, and Yuka, also wearing coats, surveyed the town, their breath visible in the cool air. Masuki's gaze was calm and analytical, taking in every street corner with a business-minded focus. Tamamo, on the other hand, giggled at the liveliness of the town, watching couples walk past with mischievous amusement. Yuka simply stuffed her hands into her coat pockets, looking around with mild curiosity. The streets were alive with shoppers going from store to store, cozy cafes, and the subtle scent of food from nearby restaurants, to kids going to the arcade to groups of teens chatting outside a bookstore. Everything about Ko had a sense of liveliness. Though the reason for walking around town was partly a sightseeing trip, they were also on a mission that was important for Masuki. Following Sherry's directions, they were heading to a particular building, one that Masuki had requested to Sherry for her to locate. After a few more turns, they finally arrived at their destination. A modest two-story building, tucked between a bustling shopping street and a quieter residential area. It wasn't fancy, nor was it in perfect condition, but it had potential. Masuki came to a stop, arms crossed as she surveyed the property with a sharp gaze. Yuka, standing beside her, tilted her head. So, this is the place? Masuki nodded. Sherry found it for me. Cheap, but in a good location. Issei rubbed his chin, inspecting the structure. Looks sturdy? but it could use some work, Tamamo hummed thoughtfully. Era? With the right touches, it could be quite charming. If you'd like, I can place a few enchantments to make it more accommodating. Misuki ran her fingers along the wooden frame, noting the slightly worn exterior. Yes, some maintenance is needed, but it's not beyond repair. And thank you, dear. That would be great. Her eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Now, I just need the right gimmick to sell, but at least I have a foundation to work with. She tapped her temple, activating her connection to Sherry. Sherry, can you locate a reliable group of workers to handle renovations? A soft, calm voice responded from Issei's arm. Understood, Hana-san. I shall handle all arrangements as soon as we return home. Misuki smiled slightly. Good. That saves me some trouble. Yuka smirked, hands still in her pockets. You work fast, Mom. Misuki shrugged, her expression unreadable. Efficiency is key to success. Satisfied, she took a step back, looking at the building with a calculating gaze. For the first time since arriving, it felt like they had taken a step toward building something stable for them to live by. With business matters settled, the group moved on to sightseeing. They stopped by local street vendors, where Tamamo happily nibbled on a sweet dango skewer. Yukawo claimed she didn't want anything, was casually stealing bites from Issei's taiyaki every time he looked away. Issei, holding Sakura on his shoulders, only noticed when his taiyaki mysteriously shrank after every bite. He squinted at Yuka. Are you seriously eating my taiyaki? Yuka, mid-bite, blinked at him innocently. Huh! No idea what you're talking about. Issei simply decided to allow it. Sakura happily munched on a small anpan, swinging her legs from where she sat on Issei's shoulders. Tamamo soon noticed what Yuka was doing and soon locked arms with the boy. The moment Yuka saw, she did the same. Soon a battle was happening as the girls wanted Issei's attention on them. Tamamo and Yuka were locked in a silent war, each of them firmly latched onto one of Issei's arms. To an outside observer, they looked perfectly normal, two beautiful women smiling as they walked beside him, but to each other, this was a battlefield. Tamamo, pressing closer, let out a soft giggle, her voice dripping with mischief. Era? Walking together like this makes us look like a true family, doesn't it, darling? She gently squeezed his arm, pressing against him just a little more. Yuka's eye twitched. TCH. I'm the girlfriend, so obviously, I get priority. Her grip tightened, pulling him slightly toward her side. Tamamo tilted her head, smiling innocently. Fufufu. And what am I then, Yukachikin? Yuka's smile sharpened into something more dangerous. An annoyance. Tamamo gasped theatrically, placing a hand on her chest. Oh my! How cruel! Does that mean you wish for me to let go? Yuka narrowed her eyes. Yes. Tamamo's grip remained unchanged. Issei, stuck between them, let out a long, suffering sigh. Can you two not start this in public? But it was too late. A group of Co-Academy girls passing by had already noticed him, and then the whispers started. Wait, is that Hayadu? He's walking with two gorgeous women while carrying a kid? Don't tell me he already has a family at 16? I heard he's a criminal. Maybe this is his secret family? I thought he was just a pervert. Meanwhile, the men who caught sight of the scene were experiencing a different kind of suffering. He's got two girlfriends. Two? And a kid? This bastard is living the dream. I don't understand how. How did he do it? That man is an absolute legend. Issei gritted his teeth, dragging his hands down his face. Why? Why does this keep happening? Tamamo, completely ignoring his suffering, giggled behind her sleeve. Afufa. Word spreads fast, doesn't it? Yuka, also amused, smirked smugly. At this rate, the whole town will believe you've got multiple wives, Issei groaned. I can hear them. He sighed, shoulders slumping. I hope this doesn't create more rumors. His prayer was instantly ignored, because the rumors had already taken a life of their own. Despite the chaos of the day, there was still one last stop: Sakura's future school. The small elementary school building stood nestled between tall trees, their red and gold leaves drifting lazily in the cool autumn breeze. As they approached the front gates, Issei gently set Sakura down, letting her stand on her own 2 feet before her soon-to-be school. He smiled, ruffling her hair. All right, kiddo. This is where you'll be learning soon. Sakura stared up at the building, her small hands gripping the hem of her coat. Her purple eyes scanned the area, taking in every detail. She didn't speak right away. Instead, she simply nervously nodded, a quiet, soft acceptance of what was to come. Tamamo, kneeling beside her, brushed a few strands of hair away from her face with a gentle touch. "Are you nervous, little one?" she asked, her golden eyes warm and motherly. Sakura lowered her gaze, her fingers tightening slightly on her coat. Then, in a small, but steady voice, "No. Papa and Mama said I gotta learn, so I'll do it." Her tone was quiet, but determined. Yuka, standing with her arms crossed, arched an eyebrow. "Good attitude." Masuki, ever practical, nodded approvingly. "She will begin on the 1st of December. We should prepare her properly: uniform, supplies, the basics." Issei patted Sakura's head, grinning. "You'll do great, kiddo. Just, try not to start any trouble, okay?" Sakura shifted slightly, her hands still clinging to her coat. Then, in a tiny whisper, "Even if they're mean?" Issei paused, his smile softening. He crouched down to her level, his voice gentle. "Even if they're mean. But if anyone does mess with you, tell the teacher, okay?" Sakura lowered her head slightly, thinking, then slowly nodded. Yuka, watching this exchange, smirked slightly. "Look at her trying to be brave. She's really taking after you, huh?" Issei sighed, standing up again. "Let's just hope she doesn't inherit my bad habits." Tamamo giggled behind her sleeve. "Fufufu. But isn't she just perfect?" Sakura peeked up at Tamamo, blinking quietly. Then, after a brief moment, she nodded with a smile, happy to be complimented by Mama Tamamo. "Fufu. Such an honest child." Sakura glanced at Issei, then reached out tentatively, tugging at his sleeve. Issei looked down at her. "What's up, kiddo?" Sakura hesitated for a moment, then, in a soft voice, "Can we go someplace fun?" Her tiny hands tightened on his sleeve, her expression uncertain, as if worried about asking too much. Issei felt his chest tighten slightly. This kid, she really didn't ask for much, did she? His smile softened, and he reached out, gently ruffling her hair. "Yeah. Let's go somewhere fun." Sakura's lips curled into a small, shy smile. Yuka, watching this, exhaled. "She's quiet, but she knows what she wants." Tamamo giggled. "That's my daughter." With Sakura's school visit finished, the group wandered through town. Sakura, as usual, was quiet, her small hands clutching Issei's sleeve as they walked. She rarely asked for things. The only moment of her selfishly asking for something was when she bravely told Issei that she wanted to be his daughter. Even when she saw something interesting, she would just stare for a moment, then look away, as if convincing herself not to ask. That's why, when they passed by an arcade, and her gaze lingered just a little too long, Issei noticed. He smirked, nudging her playfully. "Hey, kiddo. Wanna check it out?" Sakura's eyes widened slightly, but she quickly looked down, as if she had been caught. "You don't know, is that okay?" she asked softly. Issei ruffled her hair. "Of course it's okay. Let's go have some fun." Tamamo clapped her hands. "Era? A wonderful idea! I do enjoy modern entertainment," Yuka huffed, shoving her hands into her coat pockets. "TCH. You're just gonna cheat, aren't you?" Tamamo smiled sweetly. If her fox ears were visible, they would be twitching in amusement. "Why, Yukachukin? Whatever could you mean?" Yuka rolled her eyes. With that, the group stepped inside the arcade and Sakura's quiet world expanded just a little more. The arcade buzzed with life, the sounds of flashing machines, clinking coins, and excited chatter filling the air. Sakura stayed close to Issei, her small hands gripping his coat, her eyes roaming over everything with quiet wonder. Tamamo, meanwhile, was already lost in excitement. "Fufu. Such a lively place," she mused, her golden eyes gleaming as she examined a row of game machines. Yuka glanced at her suspiciously. "You're going to cheat, aren't you?" Tamamo giggled. "Whatever do you mean?" Yuka narrowed her eyes, and that's when Issei noticed. Tamamo was holding a handful of arcade tickets and she hadn't even played a single game yet. Issei facepalmed. "Tamamo, did you seriously just conjure tickets with magic?" Tamamo pouted playfully. "Ma, why go through so much effort when the prizes are within reach?" Yuka crossed her arms. "You're literally the reason some people believe in trickster fox spirits." "Fufufu. I am a trickster fox spirit," Tamamo admitted cheerfully. Issei sighed. At least pretend to follow the rules. Tamamo smiled, offering some of her earned tickets to Sakura. Here you go, little one. Pick something cute. Sakura blinked, hesitating. I want to win one myself. Tamamo's smile softened. Oh my! How admirable! Issei chuckled, placing a hand on Sakura's head. Alright, then let's start with something easy. But before that, the rivalry between Issei and Yuka had been growing ever since they first visited an arcade in Yuka's world. At first, it was simple trash talk over a racing game. Then it escalated into a full-blown competition. Air hockey? Yuka scored 5 times in a row before Issei even figured out her strategy. Shooting game? Issei dominated, but only because Yuka kept getting distracted yelling at him. Dance Revolution? Tamamo casually dominated them both with a performance that made half the arcade stop and watch. By the time they moved on to a basketball hoop game, Issei and Yuka were both breathing hard, eyes locked in silent warfare. TCH. Lucky shots, Issei. Ha! Admit it, I've got skill, Yuka huffed, tossing the ball. Fine. But I'm still winning overall. Like hell you are. Meanwhile, Sakura quietly watched, clutching her coat as her gaze shifted to a nearby claw machine. Her fingers twitched slightly, as if she wanted to move, but she didn't ask. Issei, catching his breath, turned and immediately noticed. Sakura was standing in front of a claw machine, staring at a cute white cat plushie trapped behind the glass. But she didn't move. Didn't ask? Didn't even try. Issei stepped beside her, crouching slightly. You want it? He asked gently. Sakura fidgeted, lowering her gaze. I don't know how to play, she admitted softly. Issei's heart twinged slightly. Well then, he said, rolling up his sleeves, let's win it together, yeah? Sakura's eyes widened slightly. Slowly, she nodded. Issei inserted the coin, guiding her tiny hands to the joystick. Okay, kiddo. You just move it like this, yeah, that's right. A little more to the left now, press the button. The claw descended, grabbing the plushie and slipped. Sakura's shoulders drooped slightly. Issei grinned. Again, and again, and again, until thud, the white cat plushie tumbled into the prize slot. Sakura's eyes lit up, and she slowly reached in, pulling it out. For a moment, she just stared at it, holding it carefully. Then, she turned to Issei, and gave him the softest, most beautiful smile he had ever seen. Thank you, Papa. Issei's breath caught. His heart clenched. A warmth filled his chest, something he hadn't even realized he'd been missing. He reached out, ruffling her hair. Anytime, kiddo. Yuka and Tamamo, having watched from a distance, exchanged glances. Tamamo smiled softly. Era? How adorable! Yuka, arms crossed, huffed quietly, but there was no denying the way her expression softened slightly. After spending way too much money, winning way too many prizes, and dealing with more of Tamamo's shenanigans, the group finally headed home. Issei walked beside Sakura, watching as she held onto her new plushie, hugging it close. He nudged her lightly. So, did you have fun? Sakura looked up at him. Then, without hesitation, she smiled brightly, nodding. I did. Issei exhaled, feeling lighter than he had in days. Good, because at that moment, nothing else mattered. Sakura was happy, and for Issei, that was enough. Takamigara, in a realm impossible to reach by mortal hands, where only the divine pantheon of Shinto resided. The heavens of Takamigara stretched infinitely, a land of golden clouds and sacred serenity, where gods and spirits thrived beyond the comprehension of the human world. And yet, within the halls of this celestial domain, where prayers from millions reached her divine ears, the goddess of the sun was in deep thought. Amaterasu, seated upon a platform of radiant gold, her long flowing raven hair shimmering like the first light of dawn, let out a soft sigh. Her crimson and gold kimono draped elegantly around her, the delicate patterns of the rising sun embroidered along its fabric glowing faintly with divine energy. Yet despite her celestial beauty, despite her unrivaled divinity, something troubled her. She had been having dreams. Dreams that should have been impossible. Visions of a home she had never stepped foot in, a mortal existence where she was not the revered sun goddess, but instead a woman. A woman who smiled, who laughed, who loved. A woman spending her days with a mortal man, teasing him, embracing him, sharing a life that should not belong to her, and stranger still, she saw herself with a child. A small, shy girl with soft features, her tiny hand grasping hers, looking up with eyes filled with admiration and warmth. A daughter, her daughter. Amaterasu's fingers lightly touched her own lips, as if still feeling the ghost of a smile she did not remember making. What is this? She whispered to herself, crimson eyes narrowing. She had spent centuries of her life in Takamigara, her presence in the mortal realm minimal, only ever felt through the prayers of her devoted followers. But this was not a vision of the future, nor a memory of the past. This was a life she had never lived, and yet, the emotions she felt within those dreams, the warmth in her chest, the satisfaction of being held, the annoyance at the other woman constantly trying to steal his attention, it all felt so real. The strangest part of all, the man in these dreams was no one special. He was not a legendary hero, not a revered king, not even a mighty warrior blessed by the gods. He was simply a boy, a mortal, with a plain, average face, brown eyes, and an obnoxious perversion that constantly made her sigh in exasperation. And yet, in these dreams, she did not shun him. She did not turn away from his antics or cast him aside like some unworthy mortal. Instead, she indulged him. She teased him. She loved him. Even now, as she thought about it, a flicker of heat rose in her chest, one that had nothing to do with the sun's warmth. Her fingers curled into a tight grip over the sleeve of her kimono. This is absurd. A goddess of her stature yearning for a mortal? Worse, one who was clearly an idiot, and yet jealousy twisted inside her. A deep, nagging resentment that she was not beside him, that she was not the one currently sharing in his life. The mere thought of another woman at his side made her fingers tremble with irritation. She was Amaterasu, the embodiment of the sun, one of the most revered deities of Shinto. She had no need for such petty mortal emotions, and yet, she had never been able to stop dreaming of him. Why is this happening? She closed her eyes, seeking clarity, but the answer eluded her. The only time she had ever created a mortal vessel had been long ago, when she had wished to experience the lives of humans firsthand. But that vessel had perished, and those sour feelings sealed. There should be no lingering connection, no remaining ties to the human world. And yet, night after night, she found herself returning to these dreams, as if fate itself refused to sever the bond. This mortal, who are you to me? Her voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried across the divine halls of Takamigara, unanswered. A long silence followed. Then, a faint warmth bloomed in her chest again. The same warmth she felt whenever she was near him in the dream. Amaterasu exhaled sharply, standing up from her seat. Her crimson and gold kimono shimmered as she walked toward the edge of the celestial plane, her gaze piercing beyond the divine veil, toward the mortal world. For the first time in centuries, a longing she had never known burned deep within her. And as the sun began to set over the mortal world and her brother began to wake, Amaterasu's lips curled ever so slightly. I will find you, mortal. Her fingers brushed over her own lips, recalling the lingering sensation of his touch from her dreams. And when I do, you will explain why my heart refuses to forget you, even if it was impossible. Even if she had never met him before. Even if it meant breaking the laws of the divine, she would find him, because now, there was one truth she could no longer deny. She wanted to be in that life. She wanted to be with him. And nothing, no gods, no laws, not even fate itself was going to stop her. The sun goddess had made her decision, and Amaterasu's light never faded. 1 week later, the week had been exhausting for Issei. Between school, dealing with ridiculous rumors, and constantly being stalked by Matsuda and Motohama like a pair of obsessed detectives, he barely had a moment of peace. Ku Academy had always been a hit or miss for Issei, but lately, it had reached a whole new level of insanity. Everywhere he went, whispers followed him. Did you hear? Hayata has multiple wives. I heard he's a secret heir to a martial arts empire. No. He's actually an underground crime lord, and his wives are just bodyguards. Issei had to physically stop himself from slamming his head against his desk. At this rate, he half expected someone to claim he was the lost prince of a hidden kingdom, or a time traveler from the future. But of course, the worst part of his school days was, pissed Issei. He twitched. Matsuda and Motohama crouched next to his desk, eyes gleaming with unhealthy curiosity. We've been watching you, man. Taking notes. Studying your habits, Issei glared. I am not a freaking research project. Motohama adjusted his glasses dramatically. And yet, somehow, you've acquired multiple women's affection. Is it a technique? A secret scent? A hidden ability passed down by your ancestors? Matsuda grabbed his collar. Just tell us your secret, damn you, Issei simply glared. Never. Meanwhile, back at his house, things had fallen into a routine. Tamamo and Yuka took turns helping Miki with cooking and housework, though Tamamo insisted that she was the better wife. Yuka constantly argued with her, claiming that housework alone didn't make someone a good partner, actual presence did. One evening, as Issei walked into the kitchen, he heard, I am clearly the ideal wife. My skills are unmatched, tch. Being a wife isn't just about doing chores, you know? Fufufu. Jealousy is unbecoming, Yukachikan, says the fox who keeps shoving her tail in my face. Issei backed away slowly. Nope. While the rivalry raged on, Miki and Garu had fully embraced their newfound grandparent roles. Miki delighted in dressing up Sakura in adorable outfits, snapping pictures and squealing over how cute she looked. Garu, on the other hand, took the role of wise old man. A good midday nap, Sakura-kun, keeps the soul young. Sakura, holding on to her plushie, nodded seriously. Naps are good, and then promptly fell asleep on his lap. As December loomed closer, preparations for Yuka and Sakura's first day of school were in full swing. Uniforms were purchased. Yuka twirled slightly in front of Issei after trying hers on, smirking. Not bad. While the skirt is a bit short. At least the blouse is made of quality material. Tamamo, overcome with jealousy, conjured a slightly altered uniform, one tighter and shorter. Era? Surely, this version is better, darling. She purred, hugging the boy. Issei, nose bleeding slightly, and had to physically pry them apart before a full-blown fight started. School supplies were bought. Sakura clutched her tiny backpack, her eyes shining with excitement and nervousness. Issei knelt down beside her, offering a reassuring pat. You'll do great, kiddo. Sakura nodded softly, gripping the strap of her new bag tightly. Yuka, watching, smirked. You're doting on her too much, Issei huffed. Someone has to. I won't let her go through thinking she isn't loved. Tamamo giggled, wrapping her arms around Issei. Era? My darling is such a dependable father. Yuka rolled her eyes but smiled slightly. While everyone was focused on school preparations, Misuki had been unusually quiet. She stood outside the modest two-story building she planned to turn into a business, arms folded, deep in thought. The structure was being renovated, thanks to Sherry's efficient work, but there was still one major problem. It has to be something unique, she muttered, flipping through notes and market research. Sherry had already arranged workers to renovate the building, so the structure would be ready soon. But the real question was, what would make people come? Tamamo had suggested enchanted goods, but it was too risky. We don't want to attract supernatural attention too early. Yuka suggested a cafe, but that felt too generic. So, she kept thinking. Finally, every evening, after school, Issei pushed himself harder. His stamina and strength were improving, but he was still struggling with ki and magic. Magic felt awkward. Ki felt distant. Even when he made progress, it was slow. The night before Yuka and Sakura's first day of school, the atmosphere in the Hayate household was tense with anticipation. Sakura sat on her bed, hugging her plushie, quietly staring at her backpack. Issei knocked on Sakura's door, peeking inside. Nervous? Sakura lowered her gaze slightly, then nodded. Issei walked in, crouching beside her. It's okay to be nervous, Sakura hesitated. What if I don't fit in? Issei smiled gently, ruffling her hair. How can anyone not like such a cute girl like you? If that doesn't work, I'll just have to beat up anyone who says otherwise. Sakura's eyes widened slightly, before a tiny giggle escaped her lips. Papa shouldn't fight, Issei chuckled. Fine. No fighting. But if anything happens, you tell me, okay? Sakura nodded, happy that he cares so much for her. You're gonna do great, kiddo. Just be yourself. Sakura nodded softly, holding onto the strap of her bag. I'll try. Yuka, standing by the door nearby, smirked at Issei. You're doting on her way too much. Issei crossed his arms. Hey, that's my job. Someone's gotta protect her. Tamamo giggled, wrapping her arms around Issei's shoulders as she came into the room, also wanting to check up on Sakura. Era? My darling is so fatherly. Yuka rolled her eyes, but there was no mistaking the small smile she hid behind her hand. 1st of December, Monday 5 months before Canon. The morning light streamed through the windows of the Haida household, signaling the start of a new day. For most, this would be just another morning. For two people, however, it was the start of something new. Sakura sat quietly at the table, her small hands clutching the straps of her backpack like a lifeline. Her wide violet eyes darted to the clock, watching the minutes tick away. She was nervous. It wasn't just her first day at school. It was her first real day alone as Sakura Haidu. She still wasn't sure what that meant. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Yuka stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the collar of her brand new Academy uniform. She tugged at the hem of her skirt, flattening out imaginary wrinkles, before turning to check her reflection. Not bad, she muttered, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. A part of her was annoyed that she had to go back to high school. But another part of her, the one that remembered her old world, felt a little excited. It was a fresh start. And fresh starts were rare. In contrast, a loud yawn broke the silence. Issei stretched lazily, rolling his shoulders as he pulled on his school blazer with zero urgency. To him, today was just another Monday. Tamamo, sitting gracefully at the table, sipped her tea with a mischievous twinkle in her golden eyes. Era? Such a big day for our dear Sakura-kun and Yuka. Her tails swayed behind her, clearly amused by the contrast between Sakura's nervousness, Yuka's hidden excitement, and Issei's utter indifference. Miki, who had been kneeling beside Sakura, fussing over her uniform, adjusted the girl's ribbon with motherly care. Don't worry, sweetie, Miki said softly, smoothing out a wrinkle. Grandma and Mama will take you to your first day, okay? Sakura nodded hesitantly, gripping her bag tightly. Issei crouched beside her, resting his arms on his knees as he offered a reassuring grin. Hey, you'll be fine. Just be yourself, okay? Make some friends. And if anyone gives you trouble, Tamamo interrupted with a giggle, then tell your papa immediately. Sakura's lips twitched. Just a little. It was the smallest smile, but it was there. I'll try. Yuka, having finished her self-check, crossed her arms and smirked down at the small girl. Are you sure you're ready? You still look a little nervous, Squirt. Sakura hesitated before gripping her bag a little tighter. Yuka softened slightly. Hey. You'll be fine. Just remember, if anyone messes with you, I'll handle it. Sakura soon lets go and puts on a brave face, ready for today. Issei smiled, ruffling her hair. That's my girl. First days are always scary, but you'll do great. Trust me. The little girl nodded, her shyness still present, but the warmth of her new family eased some of her fears. The morning air was crisp, the faint scent of dew and autumn leaves lingering in the breeze as Issei and Yuka made their way toward Academy. The sky above was a soft shade of morning blue, streaked with wisps of clouds, while the streets were full of other students heading to other schools. With Sakura, Tamamo and Miki having left earlier, it was just the two of them now. Yuka walked at a steady pace beside Issei, her gaze flicking ahead, scanning their surroundings. Her Academy uniform fit well, but there was something strange about seeing her in it, like it didn't quite match the confident, book-smart woman he had met in the other world. The rhythmic crunch of fallen leaves beneath their feet was the only sound between them for a while. Until a sudden warmth wrapped around his hand. Issei blinked and looked down. Yuka's hand had slipped into his. It wasn't hesitant or fleeting. It was firm. Casual. Natural. Yuka kept her gaze forward, her expression neutral, but he could see the way her lips were pressed together. Just calming my nerves, she muttered with a blush. Issei tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Are you nervous? Yuka scoffed, rolling her eyes. It's been a long time since I've been the new girl before, dumbass. Of course I'm nervous. She tightened her grip slightly, not desperately, not anxiously, but enough for him to understand. Issei rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I hope the rumors don't make things too hard for you. Yuka finally looked at him then, a smirk curling at her lips. Oh, please. She gave his hand a squeeze. Everyone already knows I'm your girlfriend since we came with Mom to register. If anything, it's you who should relax, Issei groaned. He could already hear the whispers. Feel the stares. He knew his classmates. This was going to be a disaster. Yeah, he sighed. Something tells me today's gonna be a headache, Yuka snickered. Better you than me, elementary school. The morning sun cast a golden glow over the small elementary school, its modest yet well-maintained campus filled with the chatter of children arriving for their first day. Among them a small, soft-spoken girl with delicate violet eyes stood at the school gate, her tiny hands gripping the straps of her backpack. Sakura Hayadu. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she stood firm, determined to make her new father proud. Behind her, two women stood out sharply from the other parents. One was Miki Hayadu, warm and motherly, her presence radiating a comforting aura. The other, Tamamonome, in all her ethereal beauty, stood beside Miki, her pink locks shimmering under the morning light. Her porcelain skin, fox-like charm, and graceful posture made her look more like a young celebrity than a mother. And naturally every single adult in the vicinity was staring at her. Soon whispers spread like wildfire among the parents. Who is she? Is she really a mother? She looks younger than some of the high school girls. No way is that her daughter, one of the fathers nearby gulped nervously. She's married? Who could be so lucky as to marry her? He was soon smacked by his wife. Miki, ever the observant one, grinned knowingly at the reactions. Era? Tamamoken, you're making the other parents lose their minds. Tamamo brushed a hand through her hair, sighing dramatically. Fufufu. It cannot be helped. A wife as devoted as I shines wherever she goes. Meanwhile, Sakura stood in front of them, taking a deep breath. Her tiny fists clenched, her violet eyes filled with determination. She had spent weeks preparing, working hard to be brave. I can do this. Tamamo and Miki knelt beside her, offering warm smiles. You're going to do great, dear, Miki said gently, patting her head. Just be yourself, and everything will be fine. Tamamo nodded, eyes sparkling with pride. That's right, my little one. Mama believes in you. Soon memories start to resurface for Tamamo, as she remembered when she and her husband rescued the tortured and broken girl. Memories of her defending the girl and teaching her about life. Her greatest wish was to be the perfect wife, but soon a new wish formed of being the perfect mother for this child. Sakura looked up at them, feeling the warmth of their support. She gave a small, firm nod. I'll do my best. She turned toward the school building, stepping forward, only to suddenly feel a pair of arms wrapped tightly around her waist. No! I can't let you go! Sakura stumbled as she was pulled back into Tamamo's embrace, the goddess fox mother clutching her like she was being stolen away. The entire schoolyard fell silent. The parents, the teachers, and even some of the kids turned to watch the bizarre scene unfold. Tamamo, now openly sobbing, rocked back and forth, still hugging Sakura for dear life. Amemi little one is leaving the nest so soon. No, Sakura, her face turning pink with embarrassment, tried to wiggle out. Mama! You said it's important. Tamamo sniffled dramatically. I changed my mind, Miki sighed, rubbing her temple. Tamamo, dear, she's going to school, not leaving forever, Tamamo wailed. But it will be hours before I see her again, the watching parents whispered even more. She's that attached to her daughter? That's adorable. I wish my mom cared that much. She's oddly dramatic, isn't she? Some of the mothers nodded sympathetically, while others looked exasperated. The teacher assigned to welcome the students awkwardly cleared her throat. Ma'am, we really need to. Tamamo turned sharply, eyes fierce. No! I refuse. Miki, stepping forward with a knowing smile, gently pried Sakura from Tamamo's grasp. Now, Tamamoken. We wouldn't want Sakura-kun to be late on her first day, would we? Tamamo whimpered. But Sakura, despite her embarrassment, reached up and grabbed her mother's hands, squeezing them. Her small voice, quiet but filled with warmth, calmed Tamamo instantly. Mama, I'll be back soon. I promise. Tamamo's lips trembled. Really? Sakura nodded, giving a tiny smile. And when I come home, I'll tell you everything. Tamamo sniffled again, then finally let go. She wiped away imaginary tears. Then go forth, my precious daughter. and know that Mama will be waiting with open arms when you return. Sakura bowed politely. See you later, Mama. See you later, Grandma. With one last glance back, she turned and walked toward her classroom. Tamama watched her go, holding both hands over her heart, visibly trembling. Mickey patted her back with a smirk. You're acting like she's leaving for college, Tamamo sniffed. But she's so small and so precious. What if she gets bullied? What if she needs help? What if? Mickey shook her head. She'll be fine. You raised a strong daughter, Tamamokin. Tamamo sniffled, dabbing at her eyes. Fufu, of course. Because she has the best mother in the world. The watching parents still stared. One of the fathers, clearly flustered, coughed into his fist. Ahem, how is she this beautiful and this dramatic at the same time? Another mother crossed her arms. If I didn't know better, I'd say she was an actress in disguise. Mickey stifled a chuckle. If only they knew what she is. Tamamo, finally calming down, exhaled deeply. All right. Let's go home, mother-in-law, Mickey smiled. And maybe let's avoid causing a scene on the way back? Tamamo winked. No promises, and with that Sakura's first day had officially begun, and her mother was an emotional wreck because of it. As soon as Issei and Yuka stepped onto the school grounds, all it took was one student noticing them walking hand in hand and then, wait! Hayato is holding hands with a girl. The reaction was instant. It was like a rock had been thrown into a still pond, sending ripples of shock, horror, and sheer disbelief across the entire courtyard. The reaction was instantaneous. A wave of whispers, gasps, and horrified screams spread across the campus like wildfire. No way! This has to be a joke. I thought last time was just a nightmare. The perverted beast has a girlfriend? Who is she? He must have blackmailed the new girl. That's the only explanation. Yuka, completely unfazed, leaned into Issei's arm with a smug smile, her fingers lacing with his just to rub salt in the wound. She simply wanted to laugh at their reactions, as she was having more fun with the chaos Issei brings to her life. Issei groaned, already feeling a headache coming. Told you, Yuka chuckled. You gotta admit that they are quite the lively bunch. That's one way to put it. Issei muttered. Unfortunately, things only got worse when Issei. Matsuda and Motohama rushed toward him like starving hyenas. Matsuda and Motohama practically skidded to a stop in front of Issei. Matsuda grabbed his shoulders, shaking him. You brought the new girl back? Motohama pushed his glasses up, the lenses flashing ominously. How? What dark magic did you use? Issei pried them off, scowling. Hands off. Why do you guys act like this is some unnatural phenomenon? Matsuda pointed an accusatory finger at him. Because it is, Motohama nodded solemnly. This defies the laws of reality. Before Issei could retaliate, a new voice joined the conversation. Because it does, Issei. Now spill. Ikakiryu, somehow appearing beside them without warning, grinned deviously. She adjusted her glasses, her eyes twinkling with amusement. How did this happen? How did you, the guy who gets smacked by girls on a daily basis, end up with her? Yuka, watching the entire exchange like it was a comedy show, smirked. She tilted her head slightly, her grip on Issei's hand tightening for effect. Oh, I just like him. That's all. The courtyard fell into silence. The entire school held its breath. And then, you like him? Matsuda clutched his chest like he was having a heart attack. Motohama slumped to his knees, his glasses slipping down his nose. This isn't fair. This breaks every law of reality. It's like seeing a cat swim willingly. Issei rubbed his temples. You guys are too dramatic. Aika chuckled, nudging him with her elbow. Oh, come on, Issei. You can't just drop a bombshell like I have a hot girlfriend now and expect people not to react. Issei groaned. Yuka, fully enjoying this, leaned in closer. What's the big deal? It's not like I said I'm marrying him or anything. At least not yet, Matsuda gasped, clutching his chest harder. Motohama fell onto his hands. She said not yet, she said not yet. Issei felt the migraine coming. Yuka grinned up at him. So still think today is just gonna be a headache? Issei sighed. Classroom 2A. After the morning's chaos, which involved too much screaming, Matsuda nearly dying of heartbreak, and Issei looking like he wanted to walk into traffic, Yuka was finally introduced to her new class. The classroom was buzzing with curiosity. Students whispered among themselves, stealing glances at the mysterious new girl who had already become the center of attention thanks to her not-so-subtle entrance with issei. At the front of the room, Yuka stood with a confidence that made half the class sit up straighter. She wasn't shy, she wasn't timid, and she sure as hell wasn't going to act like she was. She gave the room a small, self-assured smile. I'm Yuka Hana. I was homeschooled before this, but I decided to enroll here. Looking forward to it. Her voice was steady, calm. As she scanned the room, her blue eyes locked onto two students in particular. Yuka's gaze locked onto the back of the classroom. Sitting near the window, bathed in the soft glow of sunlight, was a strikingly beautiful girl. Her long crimson hair cascaded down her back, her blue eyes holding a quiet power. She sat with a graceful stillness, her fingers resting elegantly against her chin, and beside her, a raven-haired girl, leaning forward slightly, her purple eyes filled with mirth. Unlike the redhead's calm elegance, this one oozed mischief. A small, teasing smile played on her lips, as if Yuka had already amused her somehow. Even at a glance, Yuka knew. These two were not normal humans. They radiated a presence beyond the ordinary, something that reminded her of Tamamo, tch. More monsters. Great. She quickly shoved the thought aside. She had lived with Tamamo long enough to not be fazed by this sort of thing. As the teacher directed her to an open seat, she caught the redhead and raven-haired girl exchanging glances. As the teacher directed Yuka to an open seat, she could feel the two girls watching her. It wasn't hostile, but it was curious. As if they were assessing her. Testing her. Yuka glanced at them one last time. The redhead met her gaze, calm and unreadable. The raven-haired girl smirked, tilting her head slightly. Yuka tched internally. Are they watching me? She wasn't here to play games with whatever supernatural nonsense they were involved in. She was here to get through her first day. Yuka soon ignored it, focusing on getting through her first day. As soon as the lunch bell rang, Yuka was surrounded. Her classmates crowded around her, bombarding her with questions. Where did you come from? Why did you enroll so late? Are you really dating Hayadu? So, with complete calm, she leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs casually. I was homeschooled before this, she answered smoothly. But I decided to enroll like any other student mostly because my boyfriend, issei, told me I should enjoy my student life while I can. Silence. The class stopped breathing. Boyfriend? Did she just say boyfriend? Yuka barely had time to react before the floodgates of horror and disbelief burst open. You don't know what he's like. He's the worst pervert in the school. He literally brings porn to school. He spies on girls while they're changing. And don't forge the shouts about becoming a harem king in public. Yuka felt her eyebrow twitch. She hadn't needed to question if any of that was true, because she could absolutely picture issei doing all of it. Yeah, that tracks. But she quickly speaks out to defend him, saying how kind he is and assures the girls that now that she is here, issei will be in his best behavior. Yuka sighed, crossing her arms. Yeah? I can picture all that. The girls perked up, until they saw her smirk. But still, he's a good guy. The entire group looked like they had just been stabbed. HHUH? Yuka leaned back in her chair, completely relaxed. And don't worry. Now that I'm here, he'll behave. The girls stared at her. Hard. Like they were trying to find some kind of brainwashing spell on her. Yuka just simply smiled. But she wasn't the only one paying attention. Across the classroom, sitting by the windows, two of Koa's beauties were watching the conversation unfold. A crimson-haired girl rested her chin on her hand, her piercing blue eyes studying Yuka with quiet curiosity. Beside her, a raven-haired girl with violet eyes sipped her tea, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima. They weren't just eavesdropping for entertainment. They were investigating. Akino took another sip, glancing at Rias. What do you think, Rias? Rias tilted her head slightly, watching Yuka closely. She doesn't feel like anything special, she murmured, tapping a finger against her cheek. But I admit I'm curious. Akino's smile widened. Me too. There was something about Yuka, something that felt different, and considering she was dating issei Hayadu, she was definitely worth watching. While Yuka masterfully handled her classmates' interrogation, issei was dealing with his own, specifically Keitase and Murayama, two of Ko Academy's Kendo Club members, stood over him with matching expressions of suspicion and sheer disbelief. Their arms were crossed. Their eyes burned with judgment. And their patience was already running thin. Hayadu, Issei winced. Whenever a girl at this school said his last name like that, it meant trouble. He looked up from his seat, already bracing himself. Yeah? Kate leaned in slightly, her gaze narrowing. How did you get a girlfriend? Murayama nodded firmly, slamming her hands on his desk. Yeah. It makes no sense. Issei sighed heavily, tired of dealing with this question again. I dunno. You'll have to ask her, Murayama scowled. Some girls already did. Kate crossed her arms. And you know what she said? Issei blinked in confusion. That she likes me? Kate and Murayama glared. Exactly, Issei groaned, slumping forward. Why is it so impossible to believe that a girl actually likes me? Murayama tilted her head. Well, let's go over the facts. She counted on her fingers. 1. You and your two dumbass friends constantly spy on us while we're changing. In my defense, I don't even see anything. 2. You have brought porn to school multiple times. I simply forgot it was in my bag. 3. You scream about wanting to be a harem king in public. Regularly. Issei paused. He couldn't even argue that last one. Murayama smirked. See? Kate leaned closer. Face it, Hayadu. Something's fishy. Issei groaned again. Think what you want, but we really are just dating. The final school bell rang, signaling the end of another day at Ko Academy. For Issei, this meant freedom, or at least it should have. As he gathered his things, a familiar presence loomed behind him. Issei, Issei groaned. Oh no. Before he could react, 2 human missiles crashed into him from both sides. Matsuda and Motohama. Bro, let's go to the arcade. Or better yet, let's hit up a cafe. Maybe we'll see some cute waitresses. Matsuda grinned. Motohama adjusted his glasses. Yes. Statistical data suggests that cafes have the highest number of friendly female interactions for guys of our status. Issei, completely unamused, shoved them off. Yeah, hard pass. Matsuda recoiled like he had been slapped. What? Why? Motohama squinted at him. This is the 3rd time in a row you've ditched us after school. Issei grinned smugly. That's because I have to pick up my girlfriend. Silence. Then, gah! Both of them clutched their chests, dramatically falling to their knees. It still hurts. Matsuda wailed. Motohama wiped an invisible tear. Every day, I pray this is just a nightmare, but it keeps getting worse. Issei, feeling even more smug, patted their shoulders. You guys wouldn't understand. Love is a beautiful thing. Screw you, Hayado. Still grinning, Issei waved them off and headed to Yuka's classroom. As Issei arrived at Yuka's classroom, he peered inside. To his pleasant surprise, Yuka was chatting casually with a group of classmates. They were laughing at something she said, and unlike how she usually acted around strangers, she looked comfortable. Issei felt a sense of relief wash over him. Good. She's fitting in? Yuka, noticing him standing in the doorway, smirked. Oh, my boyfriend's here. The moment she said that, all the girls turned. Silence. Yuka rolled her eyes, standing up. Yeah? I've heard it all. But sorry, girls, I gotta go spend time with him. One of the girls hesitated. Well, if you like him, I guess maybe he's not as bad as we thought? Yuka smirked, grabbing Issei's arm. That's the spirit. Later, as they left the room, Issei sighed. You really don't care what people say about me, huh? Yuka squeezed his hand. Nope. As they walked down the street, Yuka suddenly stopped. She pointed toward a convenience store across the road. Hey, I'm gonna grab a few things. Just wait here, alright? Issei nodded. Got it, Yuka smirked. Be a good boy and don't run off. With that, she headed inside. Issei leaned against a lamppost, hands in his pockets, waiting, and that's when, beep. 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 The dimensional watch on his wrist suddenly flared to life, pulsing with energy. Issei's eyes widened in panic. Oh crap. Not here. Immediately, he pressed the device, trying to stop the sound and light, whispering urgently. Sherry, what the hell is happening? Sherry's voice answered calmly. It has been exactly 2 weeks since your last jump. A random dimensional gate is about to open. Issei's stomach dropped. What? I thought I had more time. Drake finally chimed in, his deep voice amused. About time. I was getting bored with how little action there was. Issei gritted his teeth. Next time, at least give me a countdown. The watch's energy spiked, a swirling blue vortex forming at his feet. Understood. Next I shall include a countdown. Issei had mere seconds before he was led into another world. Damn it! And then, he was gone. Yuka finally walked out of the store, plastic bag in hand. She glanced around. Alright, she stopped. Issei was gone. Her blue eyes narrowed dangerously. Where the hell did he go? Her grip on the bag tightened, and just like that, Issei had disappeared. And Yuka was not happy. Shinto Taido 2 months before canon. Don't let her get away. The night sky of Shinto Taido was split by the sound of an angry voice, filled with authority and urgency. As a chase was taking place high above the streets, across the rooftops of the towering city, 3 figures moved at inhuman speeds, leaping from building to building with fluid, effortless grace. The one being chased was a woman clad in flowing white veils, her face partially concealed, yet her beauty undeniable. Behind her, 2 equally stunning women pursued relentlessly, their sharp eyes locked onto their fleeing target. Yuzum gritted her teeth, her legs burning from constant movement, her chest rising and falling heavily as she pushed herself forward. Ha ha, when will you leave me alone? She shouted in frustration, her voice carrying in the wind. One of her pursuers sneered, Stop running. You will belong to our master. Her words were calm but absolute, filled with certainty as if Yuzum's fate had already been sealed. Yuzum bit her lip, her heart hammering in her chest. No, I won't be controlled. I won't let them take me. But just as she braced herself for another escape, the air itself began to twist. A crack in space-time flickered above them, distorting the fabric of reality. Suddenly a part of space starts to distort a few 20 feet above, which was soon to become a problem as below had no building to stop whatever came out to land and would fall to his death. Out comes Issei in his school uniform, and as he notices where he is and starts to scream, Ah, damn it, Sherry! Luckily the trio was heading in his direction, but the trio did not seem to notice the boy falling or him spontaneously coming out of nowhere, until a loud, panic scream echoed from above. Yuzum and her pursuers snapped their heads up, just in time to see a brown-haired boy in a school uniform plummeting straight towards them. Watch out! Huh! The 3 ladies looked up at the sudden screaming voice just as they were at mid-jump. Soon both Issei and the veiled woman collided. The impact sent both Yuzum and Issei tumbling through the air, their bodies colliding mid-fall. Their lips brushed against each other. A hard and rough unintended kiss. When they collide, their lips soon accidentally touch each other, and a flash of white wings soon come out of the veiled woman. Spiritual and mental connection created. Sherry's voice comes out signaling that something happened. Luckily the collision caused Issei and the woman in white to head in the direction of a nearby building. When they hit the roof, both started to groan at the sudden pain coursing through their bodies. Ow! Ow, damn it, Issei hissed, slowly pushing himself up. His body throbbed from the fall, but as his eyes focused, he suddenly froze. Lying beside him a busted brown-haired beauty, dressed in a scandalously revealing white dress that draped over her body like silk. Her toned midsection and long, slender legs were fully exposed, and the delicate veils extending from her outfit rested gently on the rooftop like fallen feathers. And the most important thing, a pay. Oh my God! Issei's brain short-circuited, his mind entering its default perversion mode. The brown-haired beauty then opens her eyes to see a brown-haired youth with a perverted expression on his face. She sees that he wore a uniform not known to her, and when she looks deeper, she's surprised by the amount of power the child has. Her first thoughts of him were that he was cute and perverted, but that he was a surprisingly powerful ashikabi. Damn it! Their attention soon turns to the one cussing out their feelings. The veiled person sees that it was one of her pursuers with an annoyed and angry expression. It looks like they finally caught up to her. Seeing one of them, the veiled woman gets up and prepares herself to fight. But for some reason her opponents just looked at them with an angry expression. How the hell did she get winged? The guy practically has no aura at all. The other pursuer arrives at the roof. Wait, what? Her mind raced, piecing together what just happened. She had been running for so long, desperate to avoid being claimed, and yet, at the very end of it all, she had been winged. Without a choice. Her stomach twisted in shock and frustration, forever to never choose her true Ashikabi. But something else about her words made her confused. No aura? That was wrong. The moment their lips had met, Yuzum had felt it. The power radiating off this boy, it was like a geyser, suppressed but overwhelmingly present. It sent chills down her spine, its dominating presence akin to a king's. They can't sense it? The pursuers, still cursing their failure, turned away. TCH. All that work for nothing? Hope you're happy, girl. You just made an enemy of the Ashikabi of the South. Meanwhile, Issei was surprised and bewildered by the entrance of more beautiful women. He was also surprised when he finally noticed that he was 100 feet in the air on top of a building. He was also confused on what the hell the girls were talking about. TCH. All that work for nothing? Hope you're happy? You just made an enemy of the Ashikabi of the South. With that, they leaped away, vanishing into the city. Issei blinked, still processing. Winged? Ashikabi? What the hell is going on? Issei wondered what that was all about, and the veiled woman was in shock, alone. Issei, figuring out that he wouldn't get any answers sitting there, gets up and goes to the veiled woman. Shaking his head, he turned toward Yuzum, offering a hand. Hey, thanks for saving me. She didn't move. Her face was blank, eyes wide in a silent daze. The woman just stood there as if she didn't hear him with a blank stare. Issei frowned. What's your name? Mine's Issei. Again, Issei tries to start a conversation, but the girl continues to have that dazed look. This quickly gets his undivided attention, as he notices her feelings filled with sadness and defeat. Issei hurriedly got to her personal space to see if he could help her. Something was wrong. Despite not knowing her, something about the defeated, lost look in her eyes struck him. She looked devastated. He moved closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? You look like you're about to break. Issei says this with much worry in his voice, not wanting somebody to be in pain. His hand lands on her shoulder and lightly squeezes to snap her out of it. Luckily, that was what was needed to bring her out of it. Yuzum flinched, her golden brown eyes flickering toward him. Are you really worried about me? She asked quietly, almost as if she couldn't believe it. Issei raised an eyebrow. Of course I am. What kind of guy wouldn't be worried when a beautiful woman looks that sad? Somehow these honest but perverse words were enough to bring a bit of hope that things will be okay. Yuzum's lips parted slightly in shock. A small, shaky laugh escaped her. I see, she exhaled, rubbing her eyes. I'm sorry for making you worry. Straightening, she placed a hand on her chest. My name is Number 10, Yuzumi Veil Sekirei. Issei tilted his head confused. Number 10? Whitetail? Either way, he smiled. I'm Issei Hayadu. Nice to meet you, Yuzum chuckled, shaking her head. Nice to meet you too. Her heart still ached. She had lost her freedom, but somehow, looking at this idiot's earnest grin, she felt a little less hopeless. There's a lot to explain. Can you hear me out? Issei nodded. Sure, great, let's go somewhere more private, she said with a bit of excitement returning to her. Okay. But question. How are we? Issei was cut off as before he knew it he was falling through the air and Yuzum scooped him up bridal style then leaped off the building. Issei's screams echoed into the night. MBI headquarters. The sterile wide halls of MBI headquarters buzzed with quiet efficiency. Inside the command center, screens flickered with live feeds of Shinto Taito, tracking Sekirei movements, Ashikabi activity, and general city surveillance. But today, a new anomaly had surfaced. Standing rigid in front of a massive executive desk, an MBI operative cleared his throat. Sir, I'm here to report the winging of Sekirei Number 10 Yuzum. Across from him, sitting lazily in a lavish, high-backed chair, was a man dressed entirely in white. A smug, flamboyant smile played across his lips, his wild white hair slightly disheveled, and his thin-rimmed glasses glinted under the artificial light. This was Hiroto Minaka, chairman of MBI and mastermind of the Sekirei plan. He grinned, steepling his fingers. Wonderful! Who is our lucky Ashikabi chosen to play the game of the gods? The operative hesitated. Minaka's grin faltered slightly. Well? What's the problem? The operative shifted uncomfortably. That's where we have an issue, sir. Minaka's brow arched. A problem? In my perfect game? The operative nodded stiffly. Yes. As you know, every resident of Shin Tokyo is registered in our systems. IDs, backgrounds, family histories, medical records will have access to everything. Minaka leaned forward, intrigued. Go on. The operative adjusted his earpiece. But for this Ashikabi, there is nothing. No identity. No background. No medical records. No trace of existence. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. For a moment, silence hung in the room. Then, oh ho! Minaka's grin stretched wider, his fingers tapping together excitedly. A mystery player, is it? How fascinating! He suddenly stood, his long coat swishing dramatically. Do we at least have an image of this ghost? The operative nodded. I'll bring it up now. A large screen descended from the ceiling, flickering to life. The image popped up. A plain, average-looking teenage boy with short brown hair and a common Japanese face stood in the picture. The only notable feature was his unfamiliar school uniform. Minaka's grin turned into a frown. This is him? He adjusted his glasses, squinting at the screen. He looks painfully average. The operative remained professional. We thought the same, sir. But there is one more thing. Minaka waved a hand. Spit it out. We attempted to trace his school uniform, thinking it might give us a lead. Minaka's frown deepened. And? The operative exhaled. Nothing. No records of that uniform existing anywhere in Japan. Silence. Minaka slowly sat back down. Then, a wild laugh erupted from his lips. Ah! The operative flinched, but the chairman kept laughing, standing up once more and spinning around dramatically. An unknown Ashikabi? A ghost in my game? How absolutely thrilling! Minaka turned, his glasses flashing ominously. Make sure we track his movements. The next chance we get, I want to speak with him personally. The operative bowed. Understood, sir. As the screen flickered off, Minaka grinned to himself, tapping his chin. Now let's see what kind of storm you bring into my beautiful game, unknown Ashikabi. Shinto Taido, City Park. A gentle breeze rustled through the auto-colored trees, carrying the sound of distant traffic and chirping birds. Beneath the shade of an old oak tree, a teenage boy and a veiled woman sat together on a wooden bench. You're part of an alien race that crashed on Earth with 108 others of your kind. But unfortunately, the first person to discover your ship was some crazy man, which gave him full authority over you all. Yuzum nodded, playing with the hem of her veil. Yep, that's about right. And after years of experiments, this lunatic is now forcing you all into some kind of death tournament for the sake of a mysterious grand prize? Yuzum sighed, crossing her legs. Issei rubbed his temples. What the hell kind of isekai plot did I just land in? Yuzum raised an eyebrow. Isekai? Issei waved her off. Never mind. More importantly, what's an Ashikabi? And what was that weird flash of light when we kissed? Yuzum fidgeted slightly, her cheeks tinted pink. Sekirei are beings that live for love, Issei. We are destined to find one special person to bond with, someone who completes us, and we will forever search for that one special person that will give us that feeling and then bond with them in marriage. An Ashikabi is what you are, the one we devote ourselves to for life, a person that has formed that bond with a Sekirei through DNA. That white light shows that you've winged me. A winging is when a Sekirei and an Ashikabi make a bond. Issei stiffened. Wait. Life? Yuzum nodded. Yes. The moment we form that bond, it's as sacred as marriage. Wait, marriage? Yuzum blinked. Why wise? Is there a problem? Issei froze. His brain slammed on the brakes. Marriage? No, Tamamo and Yuka are going to kill me. His face paled. Yuzum tilted her head. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Issei gulped. Because I just broke a promise to my girlfriends. Yuzum choked. Girlfriends? As in more than one? Issei sighed. Yeah. I promised them that if I ever added another girl to my harem, they'd be the first to know and would have to approve of her. And I just broke it. Damn it. Yuzum blinked rapidly. Wait. So you already have a harem? Issei scratched his cheek. Kind of? Yuzum stared at him. This average-looking pervert had multiple women fighting for him. Was this boy really good in bed? Yuzum let out a small sigh. Sorry. Issei raised an eyebrow. Huh? Why? Yuzum shifted uncomfortably. I didn't mean to mess up your life. I know this whole thing was an accident. Issei shook his head. No, it's not your fault. Then, his eyes narrowed in thought. Wait. How did I even become your Ashikabi in the first place? Yuzum glanced away, a faint blush on her face. When we collided, our lips touched. The moment that happened, our DNA mixed through saliva, which completed the bond. Issei processed this. He kissed a hot girl, and now they were married? On one hand score. On the other hand, Yuka and Tamama were going to kill him. Then it hit him. This was an arranged marriage Yuzum never asked for. His stomach twisted. Wait, does that mean I forced you into this? Yuzum's eyes widened. What? No. I mean, technically, yes, but it wasn't your fault. It was an accident. Issei stood up suddenly, his fists clenched. That doesn't make it okay. Yuzum blinked in surprise. Issei's expression was serious. To me, it was just a kiss. But to you it was a lifelong bond. That's a huge deal. How can that be fine? His voice was filled with guilt. Yuzum's lips parted slightly. He really cared. She had never met an Ashikabi who actually worried about the feelings of their sekirei, and yet this perverted idiot did. His determined brown eyes locked onto hers. I swear I'll make it up to you. Yuzum felt her chest tighten. A warm feeling bloomed in her heart. Maybe this wasn't such a bad thing after all. This truly brought comfort to Yuzum that the mistake would not be bad. And maybe it was destiny that brought them together, making her now care for her Ashikabi, like it should be. Yuzum soon fidgeted, then took a deep breath. Then can I make a request? Issei nodded immediately. Sure. Anything you want. Yuzum's cheeks flushed pink. I want a proper kiss. Issei froze. Eh? Yuzum looked up at him, her golden brown eyes filled with emotion. Please. Then she pulled out the ultimate weapon. Puppy dog eyes. Issei groaned internally. Damn it, that's not fair. After a moment, his face heated up. As sure. They leaned closer, their breath mingling. And finally their lips met. A radiant white light flared behind Yuzum, her veils rising like angelic wings. The kiss deepened unexpectedly when Yuzum, liking the taste, decided to add tongue. The innocent kiss quickly turned heated as Yuzum pressed closer, deepening it with a slow slide of her tongue. Issei groaned into the kiss, gripping her waist as she pressed against him. After a full minute of heated kissing, they finally parted for air. Yuzum's confidence returned as she purred softly. Sekirei number 10, Yuzumi Veil Sekirei. By the veil of my pledge, let my veil protect you from nightmares, my beloved Ashikabi. Her words felt sacred, like a vow never to be broken. Issei, still dazed from the light show and passionate kiss, could only nod dumbly. Guess I'll have to talk to Yuka and Tamama when I get back. Hope they can forgive me. Partner, you sure do get lucky. Never met a species that lived for an emotion called love. Then again, we dragons live by our pride. So guess we aren't so different. Drake, where were you when I was falling? Sleeping. You useless dragon. Sherry, what do you think about this world? Issei. Are you okay? Yuzum interrupted their mental conversation by gently poking his cheek, bringing Issei's attention to her. He snapped back to reality. Ah. Yeah, sorry. Just processing. Yuzum smirked. Processing how good I taste. Issei blushed. Well? Yuzum giggled. HMM. Glad you liked it. Yuzum cockily said before something came to mind. Issei, what were you doing free-falling in the air? You weren't skydiving, right? Plus there wasn't a plane in sight. It was almost like you appeared out of thin air. She says with a grin at how unbelievable it sounded. But then she noticed Issei sweating at being reminded of how he appeared. Issei was about to open his mouth when his stomach soon voiced its complaints. Sorry, guess I'm hungry? That's fine, I know a place we can go and eat. I'm sure they'd like to meet you too. Issei perked up. Wait, you know people? Yuzum nodded. It's the place I'm staying at. That's right, I also don't have a place to live since I just arrived here, by falling in the air. You're going to have to tell me about that, you know? I will. Just let's get some food and I'll tell you everything. Alright. Yuzum said as she was about to grab him and take off. Wait. Yuzum, let's walk there, okay? Issei says with embarrassment about being carried by a girl. Is my Ashikabi too proud to be carried by a girl? Yuzum chuckles knowing the reason. Oh right, I kind of forgot to ask what's with the veil. It keeps moving even without the wind. Oh, it's my power. I can control cloth, and so can control and move it. It's kind of my main weapon. I can also use it to shrink and enlarge it or make it durable as stone. But I guess I'm screwed if I fight someone who controls water or fire or sharp weapons. She says with a shrug on her shoulders. Well, I think it's pretty cool. You're just saying that. But thanks. With that, Yuzum leans on Issei's arm happily. With that, both Ashikabi and Sekirei walk out of the park. Izumo in kitchen. The warm aroma of miso soup and grilled fish filled the air, mixing with the faint scent of old tatami mats and polished wood. The kitchen of Izumoin had an old-fashioned charm, reflecting the traditional elegance of the mansion itself. Yet, despite its serene atmosphere, a certain purple-haired landlady was anything but serene. Thanks, Mia, for the food. Yuzum grinned, cheerfully stuffing her face with rice. Across from her, Issei Hayata sat awkwardly at the low dining table, shoveling food into his mouth at a pace just shy of indecent. Standing nearby, Osama Mia, the landlady of Izumoin, watched them with a blank stare. Oh no, it's fine, she said, her tone pleasant but dangerously neutral. Then, her violet eyes narrowed slightly. Just come in, take a plate, and eat my food without any courtesy. Explanations are not necessary on why you brought a teenager into my home. Or why said teenager is eating like a starving animal. Issei froze mid-bite. Yuzum flinched. A heavy silence settled over the room. Sorry, ma'am. Thank you? You're a lifesaver. The two newly formed couples are now seen in an old Japanese mansion eating food being served by the owner of the residence. Said owner is currently annoyed at the rude arrival of Yuzum as she just opened the door and came in dragging in a reluctant boy by his arm. The boy had an average face that you'd find everywhere and a white school uniform with a red shirt. They then sat down and started chowing down on the food she just made. Across the table, another tenant, a white-haired, handsome man with delicate features, sweat dropped at the situation. You two have guts. The man, Kaguri, muttered under his breath, sipping his tea as he observed the unfolding disaster. Meanwhile, inside Issei's mind, partner, be careful with this woman. Drake's deep voice rumbled with an uncharacteristic amount of caution. Issei's stomach dropped. Wait, why? She's just a landlady, right? Don't underestimate her. She's dangerous. A cold sweat ran down Issei's spine. His eyes subtly flickered toward Mia, who was still smiling, but it wasn't reassuring in the slightest. Is she like Yuzum? Not sure. But if she is, she's a whole different beast. She could kill you in an instant. Gulp. Noted. That brought a bit of nervousness to his face as he looked at the beautiful landlady wearing traditional clothing. Mia, still watching them, tilted her head slightly. Why are you staring at me like that? Issei immediately looked away. And no reason. Yuzum, sensing the tension, quickly spoke up. So, Mia, let me introduce my hubby. Mia's eyes narrowed slightly. Your hubby? Yuzum grinned. Yup. He's my Ashikabi. Mia blinked. Then, in a perfectly calm and pleasant tone, I see. Never thought you'd go for younger men. Yuzum shrugged. Never really had a preference. Love is love, you know? Mia's expression didn't change. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Issei. Introduce yourself. Issei scratched the back of his head, forcing a nervous smile. Right. My name is Hayata Issei. Nice to meet you. Good day. My name is Osama Mia. Across from them, Kaguri gave a lazy wave. Name's Kaguri. Issei nodded. Nice to meet you as well. For some strange reason, even if the man beside him was a handsome bastard, he just couldn't get angry at him. Weird. Yuzum suddenly spoke up. Oh. And he also needs a place to stay for a while. Mia's eyes flickered to Issei. Is that so? Issei bowed slightly. If it's not too much trouble, can I stay here for a month? After that I'll leave. Huh? Yuzum gaped at him. Mia's lips curled into a small, knowing smile. So she didn't tell him he can't leave because of the Sekirei plan. Mia saw this and guessed it was news to Yuzum and that she did not tell him that he couldn't leave because of now being part of the Sekirei plan. Well, that was Yuzum's problem trying to convince him to stay. Mia took a moment to think before nodding. Very well. This is an inn, after all. Yes. Yuzum cheered, clenching her fists. But before she could celebrate too much, however, the room went silent. Mia's expression turned slightly more serious. I have 3 conditions if you want to stay here. Issei sat up straighter. I'm listening. First. Mia's gaze sharpened slightly. You two are not married. If you intend on sleeping in the same room, you must refrain from performing any lewd acts under my roof. No exceptions. If you sleep together, full body clothes on. No fondling. No misconduct. All. Both Issei and Yuzum groaned in perfect synchronization. Kaguri snorted into his tea. Mia simply smiled serenely. At the Sekirei and Ashikabi at how similar they are in this subject. The second condition is that you have to pay rent. Of course, since you're a student, I will expect the payment to be lower than the other tenants. That is if you are still in school. Sherry, how long do I have to stay in this world? 1 month. What? With this, Issei gets nervous and puts on a sheepish smile. Issei winced. Yeah, about that. Mia raised an eyebrow. Yes? Issei rubbed his neck. I'm kind of on vacation at the moment. Mia's violet eyes studied him. Vacation? Issei chuckled nervously. Yeah. But after the month is over, I'll go home and be back in school. She could tell he wasn't lying, but there was something strange about his wording. Yuzum, meanwhile, was starting to sweat. Crap. I still have to tell him he can't leave. How the hell do I even start that conversation? Yuzum was then downhearted at having to explain to him why he couldn't leave and go home. That's going to be tough for her. Mia went ahead with her rules. The third rule is that I expect you to help me out in keeping the house neat and tidy. Can you follow these rules? Of course. Really, thank you for letting me stay. It's fine. My husband has a saying to never turn down anybody that needed help. Thank you so much. After having lunch, the couple were now in Yuzum's room. The room was small but cozy, its feminine touch evident in the soft pink futon, the neatly folded spare blankets, and a few decorative customs hanging near the window. Sitting on the floor across from each other, Issei and Yuzum stared silently at one another. The air between them was thick not with tension, but with the weight of an upcoming conversation. Issei exhaled deeply, steeling his nerves. Okay. You can do this. You've explained crazy stuff before. This was important. He wanted to be honest with Yuzum. She was his sekirei now. His partner. His wife, technically. There shouldn't be secrets between them. He needed to make her believe him. He needed to keep his focus. Were the thoughts of Issei as he tried to be completely serious in what he was going to tell her. Unfortunately, his eyes were now going down to her chest. His gaze involuntarily locked onto her chest. You can stare at her amazing épée later. Right now, you need to focus on explaining the situation. Meanwhile, Yuzum watched him with barely hidden amusement. She could see it all. The way his eyes darted downward before snapping back up. The way he tried so hard to look serious, only to keep failing. Her lips curled into a small smirk. He's adorable in thinking I don't see him looking at my boba. I wonder if that has to do with my winging. Normally, she'd tease him about it. But this time, his face was different. Beneath the awkwardness, there was determination. Something about this conversation mattered to him. Issei took a deep breath. All right, Yuzum. There's something I need to tell you. Yuzum tilted her head. That serious, huh? Issei nodded. Yeah. I don't want to keep any secrets between us. Yuzum tilted her head. That's sweet, Issei. But now I'm really curious. What's got you so serious? Issei took a deep breath. I'm not from this world or a normal human. Silence. Yuzum blinked. Then she snorted. Pfft. Ha! Good one, Issei. Not from this world. Issei stared at her, unblinking. Yuzum's smile faltered. She leaned back slightly. Wait. You're serious? Issei nodded. You remember how I fell from the sky? Yuzum, still reeling, slowly nodded. Yeah, I was wondering about that. That happened because of this. He lifted his left arm. A sleek, futuristic-looking watch was wrapped around his wrist, its polished black surface glinting in the sunlight. This is the dimensional watch. It lets me travel to other worlds and dimensions. Yuzum stared. The words registered in her brain, but they didn't make sense. Then she laughed. Oh, come on, issei. A dimensional watch? What are you? Before she could finish, a soft chime echoed from the device. Then a smooth, sophisticated female voice rang out. An honor to meet you, Master's newest lady. Yuzum jumped in surprise. What the hell? A holographic screen flickered to life above the watch, displaying a glowing interface of complex data and information. Yuzum stared, wide-eyed. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish, her mind desperately trying to process what she was seeing. Allow me to introduce myself, the voice continued. I am Sherry, the Dimensional Watch's advanced AI assistant. It is a pleasure to meet you, Yuzum. Yuzum slowly turned back to issei. Then back to the watch. Then back to issei. Oh my god, you weren't joking, issei grinned sheepishly. Yeah. I really wasn't. Yuzum opened her mouth. Then closed it. Then opened it again. Wait, so you're telling me you're some interdimensional traveler? Issei rubbed his neck. Yeah, pretty much. Yuzum ran a hand through her hair. Holy crap. Then Issei lifted his right arm. With a flash of crimson light, a massive dragon-shaped gauntlet appeared on his hand. Yuzum stiffened. What the hell is that? Issei grinned sheepishly. This is the boosted gear. It houses the soul of an ancient dragon. Yuzum's brain officially short-circuited. I'm sorry. What? High above the traditional hallways and cozy rooms of Izumo Inn, in a secluded, dusty attic filled with flickering monitors and tangled wires, a single figure sat hunched over a keyboard, glowing screens reflected in her sharp amber eyes, shifting between various places and angles. Live feeds flickered across the displays, some in infrared, others enhanced by night vision filters. A mischievous smirk curled at the corner of her lips. Sekirei No. 2 Matsu, the Sekirei of wisdom, and the resident hacker of Izumo Inn. She adjusted her red-rimmed glasses, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with practiced ease as she zoomed in on one particular feat. Yuzum's room. Her smirk widened. Oh? So my dear Yuzumakin finally brought home a man? How scandalous! She leaned forward, expecting something steamy. A new ashikabi? A passionate first night? Maybe a little forbidden romance? The possibilities sent delightful shivers down her spine, but then she froze. Her grin vanished. Her glasses slid down her nose as she squinted at the screen. What the hell am I looking at? On the screen, Yuzum and the mystery boy were sitting across from each other. The boy, an average-looking teenager in a school uniform, held up his arm, revealing a high-tech watch. Matsu tilted her head. Her fingers flew over the keyboard, running a quick analysis of the device. The skin came back blank. No manufacturer data. No wireless connection. No signal interference. Nothing. A device that shouldn't exist. Her curiosity piqued. Then the watch glowed, and a sophisticated female voice chimed through the speakers. Good evening, Master's newest lady. Matsu's eyes widened. Holy crap. She zoomed in further, adjusting the audio feed. The boy Haido Issei, if she caught his introduction correctly, was calmly explaining the impossible. Dimensional travel. Other worlds. A device that could break through reality itself. Yuzum's reaction was priceless. Matsu's, however, was borderline manic. Her hands shook with excitement as she pulled up more data, cross-referencing every known record on the Sekirei's mothership, any MBI reports, and any technological discovery in the world. Nothing. No match. No existing documentation. The watch or this boy didn't exist. Unfortunately, the surprises were not over. The screen flashed red as Issei lifted his right arm. A blinding crimson light erupted, forming into a dragon-shaped gauntlet. Matsu's heart stopped. Her mind raced. Her scientific curiosity exploded into overdrive. Oh my, what is this? She frantically typed, scanning for energy readings. Her equipment overloaded almost instantly. The readings were off the charts. This wasn't any energy or power currently known. This was something completely different. Matsu leaned back in her chair, panting slightly, eyes gleaming with manic excitement. Yuzumakin, what the hell did you bring home? Yuzum was still reeling from everything. The dimensional watch. The mysterious AI assistant. The Dragon Gauntlet. She had seen a lot of crazy things in her time with MBI and the Sekire plan, but this was on another level. And just when she thought she had processed enough, a deep, rumbling voice echoed in the room. Greetings, another of my partner's women. Yuzum jumped in shock. Her gaze snapped toward the gauntlet on issei's arm as emerald green jewels glowed ominously. Her mouth opened, then closed. Then opened again. What? Issei sighed. Right. Forgot to mention. That's Drake. Drake? Yuzum repeated blankly. The Red Dragon Emperor, Issei clarified, holding up the boosted gear. He's kinda living in my arm. Yuzum stared. Then she pinched her own cheek. Nope. Still awake. This is real. Drake chuckled. I assure you, I am very real. Yuzum crossed her arms, her expression twisting in disbelief. So let me get this straight, you have a super advanced interdimensional device, an AI assistant, and the soul of a legendary dragon living in your arm? Issei rubbed his neck sheepishly. Yeah, pretty much. Yuzum exhaled. I really know how to pick him, huh? Once Yuzum recovered from the latest revelation, she leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands. So, Issei, why are you here? Issei sighed. Honestly? I don't have control over where the dimensional watch takes me. I was just waiting at a convenience store, until it took my here. Yuzum raised an eyebrow. You're saying you just randomly teleport into different worlds? Issei nodded. Yeah. It's completely random. He looked down at his wrist, and called out Sherry. Sherry, why is it now 1 month? A soft chime echoed before the smooth, refined voice of the AI spoke. This world's designated return period is currently set to a randomized countdown. Issei twitched. Wait. What? It was only 1 week ago, last time, Sherry responded calmly. The mechanics of interdimensional travel are unpredictable. As such, certain factors may extend or shorten the duration of your stay in any given world. Issei groaned, dragging his hand down his face. Great. Just great. Yuzum's expression soon hardened. Her fingers curled slightly in her lap as she processed the implications. So, one day, you're just going to disappear? Her voice was quieter this time. Softer. Different. Issei blinked, looking up at her. Yuzum's expression wasn't confused anymore. It was serious. What about me? She asked. The question hung in the air. Would he just leave her behind? Would she wake up one morning, and he'd be gone? Would she never see him again? Issei stared at her, realizing just how much this meant to her. And then he smiled. Yuzum. She looked up hesitantly. He grinned, tapping her nose lightly. Of course I'm bringing you with me. Yuzum froze. What? Issei shrugged. You're my Sekire now, right? We're together now, right? Yuzum's eyes widened slightly. Then, slowly she smiled. A real smile. One filled with relief. And warmth. Yeah. We are. The earlier tension had faded, leaving only a newfound sense of closeness between them. Yuzum stretched her arms over her head, sighing. Phew. That was a lot of heavy talk. So, that's all your secrets, right? Issei paused, rubbing the back of his head. Was that really all? He had already told her about the dimensional watch. He had revealed Drake and the boosted gear. She already knew about Yuka and Tamamo. That covered everything, right? He nodded. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yuzum gave a satisfied nod. Good. Now we just have to break the news to your other girlfriends when you get back. Should be fun, Issei winced. Yeah, fun. If fun means possibly getting my kicked, Yuzum giggled. Oh, come on. You really think they'll be that mad? Issei imagined Yuka's deadpan glare and Tamamo's fox-like smile sharpening into something more sinister as curses of pain soon came flying to him. Yeah, I do. Yuzum laughed, but then she noticed his sudden stiffening. His expression froze. His eyes widened. His brain had just short-circuited. Yuzum tilted her head. Are you okay? Issei simply laughed sheepishly. Yeah? I simply forgot something. Yuzum raised an eyebrow. Huh? His head slowly turned toward her. I also have a daughter. Silence. Yuzum blinked. You what? Yuzum stared at him like he had just casually announced that he was the alien instead of her. You have a daughter? She repeated, as if saying it out loud would make it sound less insane. Yup. Technically, she's adopted. I'm not actually a dad. Yuzum squinted at him. So the mother is one of your girlfriends? Issei shook his head. Nope. Found her during the last world I was in. Her old family Ed, so I took over. Yuzum opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Then she sighed, running a hand through her hair. You're seriously something else, you know that? Issei chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, I get that a lot. Yuzum watched him for a moment, then smirked. Well, I guess that means I'll have to get along with your other girls and your parents too. Issei grinned. You think you'll be fine with that? Yuzum winked. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm your sekirei, Issei. Your wife. Her teasing confidence made Issei relax. Maybe this wouldn't be too bad. A yawn escaped Issei's lips as he stretched. That whole conversation had drained him. Man, it got late fast. Yuzum hummed in agreement. Yep. Guess that means it's time for bed. Issei nodded as he looked around the room. Yeah, good idea. Do you have another futon? Yuzum smirked. Nope. Issei froze. Then where will I sleep? Yuzum tilted her head. What? Did you actually expect me to make you sleep somewhere else? Issei pointed at the door. Yeah? You heard Mia's rules. No sleeping together. Yuzum's smirk widened. Oh? So you're actually going to listen to her? Issei hesitated. I mean, before he could finish, Yuzum stood up. And in one smooth motion she peeled off her clothes, leaving only her panties. The fabric fell to the floor with a soft rustle. Issei's brain melted. Yuzum placed her hands on her hips, smirking. Are you really going to listen? Issei's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Until finally bowing. Thank you for the food. Yuzum giggled, pulling him down onto the futon with her. Now be a good hubby and cuddle me. Issei didn't need to be told twice. He wrapped his arms around her, burying his face into the warmth of her bobas. Yuzum sighed happily, stroking his hair. See? This is much better. Comfy? MFFF. Issei mumbled something, but it was completely muffled by her soft skin. Yuzum giggled. I'll take that as a yes. Good night, hubby. Issei, already halfway asleep, could only hum in agreement. Best accidental marriage ever. Morning sunlight peeked through the shoji windows, casting a warm glow over the futon where Issei and Yuzum lay entangled in each other's warmth. Issei was dead to the world, his face buried between Yuzum's bobas, his arms wrapped around her waist like a lifeline. Yuzum, half awake, let out a soft yawn, absently running her fingers through his hair. Morning, hubby. She purred sleepily. Issei mumbled something incoherent, still lost in the land of dreams. Yuzum chuckled. You're really enjoying this, huh? Issei snuggled closer. Pillow's soft tamamo. Yuzum's eye twitched. Tamamo? Her vein bulged slightly. Before she could shake him awake for daring to mutter another woman's name in bed, the door slid open. Yuzum, it's time to Mia-sama stepped in. Silence. A dark aura began to seep into the room, filling the air with pure, unfiltered dread. Yuzum froze, her blood running cold. Issei, blissfully unaware, continued using her chest as a pillow. A shadow loomed over them. Mia's smile was calm. Too calm. Her eyes hidden behind the bangs of her hair. Her presence utterly terrifying. Yufufu. Yuzum gulped. Oh crap. Issei, still half asleep, felt the temperature drop several degrees. His survival instincts screamed at him. Slowly, very slowly, I cracked open an eye. He was immediately greeted with the terrifying visage of Mia-sama, eyes glowing, smile chilling. And a red mask of a demon came out covering her face. Issei's soul left his body. Partner, move! This woman will kill you! Drake's desperate scream jolted Issei fully awake, just in time for Mia to swing her bakken with godly precision. Wham! Issei was hit, his body crashing down to the floor. Yuzum winced. Oof, yeah, that's on me. Mia slowly turned to her, her smile never faltering. Yuzum raised her hands in surrender. Okay. I may have ignored the no lewd acts rule. But in my defense is comfy. Mia's smile widened. Yufufu. Yuzum turned pale. OSH. Wham! Yuzum joined Issei on the floor. Issei and Yuzum sat in Saiza, heads bowed in shame. Mia stood before them, arms crossed, eyes gleaming ominously. You too. What part of no sleeping together was unclear. Yuzum scratched her cheek. The no part? Whap! Mia bonked her on the head with her bakken. Ow! Yuzum pouted. Mia sighed. As punishment, you will both be cleaning the inn for the next 3 days. No complaints, Issei groaned. It's not like we even did anything that bad, Mia's aura flared. You defiled my rule. Issei broke into a cold sweat. Right. 3 days. No problem, Yuzum whispered to him, smirking. Worth it though. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of Izumo Inn, casting a warm glow over the traditional wooden floors. The scent of freshly brewed tea and miso soup wafted from the kitchen, signaling the start of a new day. But for Issei and Yuzum, the morning was anything but peaceful. Armed with brooms, rags, and buckets of soapy water, the perverted Ashikabi Sekirei duo trudged through the hallways. Yuzum sulked, lazily sweeping the floor. Mao, I can't believe we have to clean the entire inn. Issei, on his hands and knees scrubbing the wooden planks, groaned. At least she didn't separate us from sleeping in the same room. Yuzum snickered, flashing him a teasing grin. You did have your face buried in my bobas. Issei grinned shamelessly. Best way to wake up, pervert. Yuzum playfully flicked his forehead. Issei chuckled, wiping sweat from his brow. Seriously, how does Maya-san even do that? Yuzum rolled her eyes. I dunno, but that lady is terrifying. They both shuddered at the memory of her aura. Still, unknowingly, the two were being watched. Hidden in the attic, a certain red-haired, glasses-wearing genius leaned back in her chair, grinning like a mischievous fox. Dozens of her monitors surrounded her, each displaying different angles of the inn. Sekirei number 2 Matsu, the shameless Sekirei. She adjusted her glasses, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. I was expecting some steamy bedroom action, but a dementia-hopping Ashikabi? Now that's a plot twist. She tapped the screen showing Issei scrubbing the floors, his muscles flexing as he worked. Not bad, she mused. For a pervert, he's got decent genes. Her attention flickered to Yuzum, who was now cheekily flicking water at Issei with her mop. Ufufa looks like Yuzumikan is really into her new hubby. Matsu leaned closer to the screen. Now let's see what other secrets you're hiding. Hi to Issei. Her fingers danced over the keyboard, tapping into the MBI database. Steam curled from the freshly served dishes, filling the air with the warm scent of rice, miso soup, and grilled fish. The dining room of Izumo Inn was peaceful, at least as peaceful as it could be after a morning of punishment. Issei and Yuzum slumped over the table, completely spent. Issei cracked his shoulders with a groan. That was brutal. Yuzum pouted, her cheek resting against the cool surface of the table. I want to boycott house chores forever. Mia, ever the composed landlady, set a steaming bowl of rice in front of them, her usual elegant smile firmly in place. Complaining won't make your punishment disappear, she said in a tone so gentle it was almost terrifying. Yuzum huffed, but her nose twitched as the scent of grilled fish hit her. She sat up almost instantly, her exhaustion forgotten. Fine, let's eat, she chirped, reaching for her chopsticks. Issei didn't even respond. He was too busy devouring his rice like a starving beast. Yuzum watched him for a moment, then grinned mischievously. Without hesitation, she swiped a piece of fish from his plate and popped it into her mouth. Issei paused mid-bite, his cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk, and squinted at her. Did you just steal my fish? Yuzum chewed slowly, making an exaggerated show of savoring the bite. Nope. This is my fish now. Issei narrowed his eyes, then lunged for her plate in retaliation. Yuzum blocked him with her chopsticks, laughing. Oh ho! You dare challenge me, hubby? I demand the right to fight for my food. Issei shot back, reaching again. Before their food war could escalate, Mia cleared her throat, an unmistakable warning hidden beneath her gentle voice. Food is meant for eating, not for battle. Both Issei and Yuzum froze. Issei straightened immediately, acting as if nothing happened, while Yuzum quickly stuffed more rice into her mouth like a guilty child. Mia, satisfied, took a sip of her tea before casually dropping an unexpected statement. Yuzum, Our residential shoot-in wanted to talk with you. Yuzum, mid-bite, stiffened. Huh? I wonder, what does she want now? Issei, who had been busy inhaling his meal, finally looked up in confusion, a grain of rice stuck to his cheek. Who? He asked, blinking. Yuzum sighed dramatically and leaned toward him, plucking the rice off his cheek. No one important, hubby, she said dismissively before popping the rice into her mouth with a cheeky wink. Issei stared at her. Did you just eat that? Yuzum smirked. Waste not, want not. Mia watched the exchange with an amused expression, sipping her tea. Meanwhile, hidden away in the attic, Matsu grinned at her monitor. Oh? No one important? Yuzum, my dear, you wound me. The screen displayed a live feed of the dining area, the camera zooming in on Issei's confused attending reaction. Guess it's time for me to make my entrance. Yuzum sighed, rolling her shoulders as she climbed the narrow attic stairs. The wooden boards creaked beneath her, and the air grew heavier with the distinct scent of old books, instant ramen, and overworked electronics. Dust motes floated lazily in the dim light, illuminated by the faint glow spilling from the room above. She pushed open the hidden door, stepping into what could only be described as the lair of Izumo-in's resident shoot-in. The space was cluttered, a controlled chaos of wires, blinking monitors, scattered papers filled with indecipherable calculations, and empty snack wrappers. The glow of multiple screens bathed the room in an eerie blue hue, and at the center of it all, Matsu in her pink qigong dress lounged in her chair, fingers flying over a keyboard with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Yuzum barely had time to inhale before Matsu swiveled around, her glasses flashing ominously. Ah, Yuzum, took you long enough. Yuzum rolled her eyes, stepping further in. Yeah? What's so important that you send Mia after me? Matsu's smirk widened. Alright, Yuzum. I want you to spill. Yuzum blinked. Huh! Matsu tapped one of her monitors, and Yuzum's stomach sank. The screen displayed various images of issei freeze frames from surveillance footage, thermal readings, biometric scans, and data charts filled with numbers Yuzum had no interest in deciphering. Her brows furrowed. Matsu leaned forward, eyes gleaming. I've been watching him, studying him. I've tried feeling for even a trace of an Ashikabi signature in him, but there's nothing. Yuzum frowned, crossing her arms. What do you mean nothing? Matsu tapped at her keyboard, switching the display. I mean nothing. No bond. No connection. No aura. It's like he's a regular human, but that makes no sense. Yuzum's eyes narrowed. That's ridiculous. He's my Ashikabi. He winged me. I felt it. Matsu sighed, spinning lazily in her chair. That's the thing. By all logic, everything I've studied shouldn't have been able to do that. Yuzum opened her mouth to argue, but a memory flickered in her mind. The Sekirei that attacked me, they said the same thing. Her lips parted slightly. The Sekirei had reacted strangely to Issei as well. They had sensed nothing from him. Yuzum's arms tightened around herself. That's weird. Matsu's fingers flew across the keyboard. So? Why can't I sense him? Yuzum exhaled through her nose. Dunno. But my hubby's definitely powerful. I don't know why you and others can't feel him, but I do, and that's all that matters. Then something clicked in her brain, and her gaze sharpened. Wait, why do you care so much? Matsu's grin stretched like a cat who had just cornered a particularly interesting mouse. Oh, that's simple. She spun back toward her monitors, tapping a few keys. One of the screens flickered, displaying a grainy live feed of Yuzum and Issei's conversation from the previous night. Yuzum's stomach dropped. I've been spying on you. Yuzum's eye twitched. You what? Matsu waved a hand dismissively. Oh, don't look at me like that. You knew I had cameras everywhere. Yuzum groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. Matsu, I swear. Her breath hitched as the realization set in. Wait, that's right. Matsu's smirk widened. I heard everything. To think something as incredible as him exists. And that watch, oh, that watch. She giggled, fingers dancing over her keyboard. You'd think us being aliens would be the most bizarre thing in this city. But nope. That boy is an even greater mystery than us. Yuzum exhaled sharply, arms tightening. So? What do you want? Matsu stretched, letting out a pleased hum. I want in. Yuzum scowled. Figures. Matsu's grin didn't waver. I've been watching him closely, and here's the thing, I feel nothing. Yuzum hesitated. Nothing? Matsu nodded. No connection. No Ashikabi Sekirei bond. Not even a hint of Sekirei compatibility. And yet she pointed dramatically at Yuzum. You got winged. Yuzum frowned, shifting uncomfortably. Well, I don't know why you can't feel anything, but that's your problem. She was still irritated that Matsu had been spying on them during their private moments. Matsu sighed theatrically, draping herself across her chair. Ugh, you're useless. Yuzum's eye twitched. Hey! Just because I don't obsess over every little thing like you doesn't mean I'm useless, Matsu snickered, spinning in place. Maybe, but you don't seem even a little curious about what makes your Ashikabi so special? Yuzum huffed, crossing her arms. I already know everything important about him. Matsu's smirk widened, her glasses flashing. Well, since you're no help, I guess I'll just have to go to the source. Yuzum stiffened. Wait, what? Matsu grinned. Oh, I think it's about time I had a little chat with your hubby. Yuzum groaned, dragging a hand down her face. This was going to be a headache. After Yuzum had left, Issei remained and went into the backyard, rolling his shoulders and exhaling sharply. No matter where he was, training had become a part of his life. It was the one constant that kept him grounded, the one thing that reminded him he was still striving for something more. Mia, the ever-graceful landlady, had been observing him from the veranda, her eyes calm yet perceptive. She tilted her head slightly, as if seeing through him. You seem restless, Hayate-kun. Issei paused, glancing in her direction. The woman had an aura that made it difficult to lie or deflect, so he simply sighed. Yeah, I guess I am. I usually start exercising when I have nothing to do. Mia nodded in understanding. If training eases your mind, you are welcome to use the yard as you please. Issei blinked at her generosity before flashing a grin. Thanks, Maya-san. I appreciate it, she responded with a small, knowing smile before stepping away, her long purple hair swaying behind her. As she disappeared inside, Issei got to work, dropping into a set of push-ups. Soon sweat started rolling down his back, muscles tightening with every repetition. The steady rhythm of his breathing filled the backyard, accompanied only by the occasional rustle of the wind. Matsu finally emerged from her room, stretching her arms with a satisfied groan. All right, Yuzum, time to meet your so mysterious hubby in person. Yuzum, walking beside her, arched a brow. You sure you just don't want an excuse to get out and stretch? You've been cooped up in there for days. Matsu shot her a side glance. Says the girl, tagging along without hesitation. Yuzum rolled her eyes. Pfft, I'm just bored. With that, the two made their way through the inn, stepping out into the backyard only for Yuzum to suddenly halt in her tracks. Her eyes widened slightly. Issei was in the middle of his training, his body gleaming with sweat under the sunlight. His shirt had been tossed aside, revealing his toned physique, broad shoulders, well-defined arms, and a solid core that was still developing but already impressive. Each movement was fluid yet powerful, his muscles flexing as he worked through his routine. Yuzum swallowed. She hadn't really paid much attention to Issei's body before, not like this. But now, watching him in the heat of training, his focus completely undisturbed, his breathing controlled and strong, it was, to put it lightly, distracting. Her face grew warm, a sudden heat pooling in her stomach. When did he start looking like that? Matsu, never one to miss anything, followed her gaze before whistling lowly. Damn, Yuzum, you've got good taste. That is a nice view. Yuzum's head snapped toward her with a scandalized expression. Matsu! She hissed. What? Matsu grinned, her glasses flashing as she nudged Yuzum with her elbow. Don't tell me you weren't thinking the same thing. Yuzum groaned, covering her face. That's beside the point. Before Matsu could tease her further, Issei finally noticed them. He wiped his brow with a towel that Mia brought, his light brown eyes meeting Yuzum's before a boyish grin spread across his face. Oh hey Yuzum. You done with whatever you had to do? Yuzum, still flustered, straightened up, trying to regain her composure. Why yeah. I'm done. She cleared her throat, forcing herself to act normal. What are you even doing out here? Yuzum cleared her throat, snapping out of whatever daze she had been in. Why yeah. I'm done. She folded her arms, trying to seem casual. What are you even doing? Training, Issei answered simply, stretching his arms behind his back. It's a habit at this point. I do it every day to get stronger. If I don't, I feel weird, like something's off. Matsu hummed in interest, her gaze flicking over him. So, you're the dedicated type? That's unexpected. Issei tilted his head at her voice, finally noticing the red-haired woman standing beside Yuzum. Her hair was tied up in a messy ponytail, vibrant red eyes hidden partially behind a pair of high-tech glasses. The pink qipao she wore hugged her figure perfectly, accentuating her curves in a way that demanded attention. Issei blinked. Who is this? As he didn't remember being introduced to her. 29 days left. Hey Yuzum, Issei said, tilting his head slightly. Who's your friend? Before Yuzum could respond, the redhead grinned mischievously, stepping forward and adjusting her glasses with a flash of light reflecting off the lenses. Friend? Oh, my dear, sweet, naive Isikin, she purred, placing a hand on her hip. I'm more than just a friend. You could say I've been keeping a very close eye on you. Yuzum groaned, already dreading where this was going. Matsu, don't start. Issei blinked, confused. Wait, how do you know my name and what do you mean keeping an eye on me? His eyes narrowed slightly. You don't mean. Oh, but I do, Matsu cut in, her smile widening. You see, I've been listening to everything since last night. Every single word. Issei tensed slightly. So, Wake, you spied on us? Matsu chuckled, waving off his concern. Oh, don't make it sound so dirty. I prefer the term information gathering. I simply had to know what kind of man waltzed into Maison Izumo, disrupted the status quo, and charmed our little Yuzum so thoroughly. Yuzum's face burned. He didn't charm me, Issei raised a hand sheepishly. I really didn't, Matsu merely smirked. Oh, but you did get her all hot and bothered earlier. Didn't you, Yuzum? Yuzum turned a shade of red that rivaled Matsu's hair. You! I wasn't! She groaned, throwing her hands in the air. Can we not do this right now? Matsu chuckled in satisfaction before turning her sharp gaze back to Issei. Anyway, let's talk about you. The group soon found themselves seated inside Yuzum's room, the atmosphere slightly more relaxative, only marginally. Matsu had made herself comfortable, sitting cross-legged on the floor while adjusting her glasses. So you already know my name, but let's make this official, she said, leaning forward. I'm Matsu, the Sekirei of Wisdom. A scientist, hacker, and overall genius. That's a lot of self-praise, Issei noted dryly. She grinned. It's earned praise. Issei shook his head, but before he could ask anything else, Matsu suddenly narrowed her eyes at him, her playful demeanor momentarily shifting into something more inquisitive. You're an interesting one, Isikin. She mused. I can't feel your presence at all. No aura, no presence, nothing. But Yuzum can. Yuzum glanced at Issei. Yeah, now that she mentions it, I do feel something from you, but it's kinda faint unless I focus. Issei furrowed his brows. Huh! I haven't done anything to hide my presence, Matsu hummed, tapping her chin. That makes it even more interesting. The fact that I can't pick up on you while Yuzum can mean something's at play here. Issei scratched his cheek, thinking. Maybe Sherry would know. As he called out her name, Sherry's voice rang out. Yes, master? Do you require assistance? Matsu's eyes widened in fascination, her glasses flashing. Oh my, now this is interesting. She scooted closer, staring intently at the watch. That's an AI, isn't it? A highly advanced one, too. The vocal patterns, the response speed, is she sentient? Does she have adaptive learning capabilities? What's her base programming? What kind of quantum computing structure does she use? Issei quickly pulled his arm away as Matsu reached for it. Whoa, calm down. I'm not letting you take apart my arm, Matsu pouted. Just a peek? Absolutely not. Yuzum snickered at the exchange but soon turned back to the matter at hand. Sherry, why can't Matsu feel Issei's presence? That would be due to the protective barrier that was formed around Issei when we entered the world of the Holy Grail War. Sherry explained. Don't remind me of that. It was the worst experience of my life. Issei interrupted with a shudder. Sherry continued her explanation. The world itself attempted to erase his existence, so the barrier was created using his own energy to prevent that. As a result, it conceals his presence from supernatural senses. Issei frowned. Wait, so I've been invisible to supernatural detection this whole time? Correct. However, there is a limitation. The barrier does not prevent someone from sensing you if they have direct physical contact with you. Matsu's expression lit up in intrigue. Oh, now that is useful information. She adjusted her glasses before turning to Issei with a smirk. Well then, Issei-kun, how about a little experiment? Issei blinked. Huh, Matsu scooted even closer. Let's hold hands. Yuzum choked on air. What? Issei, just as confused, stared at her. Why? Matsu grinned. Because I want to see if we have a connection. If we do, then I might just become your sekirei. Yuzum looked like she was about to have a meltdown. Matsu, you can't just, Issei, still processing, gave her a skeptical look. And why exactly do you want to become my sekirei? Matsu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Because you're an anomaly. A walking mystery. And as a scientist, nothing excites me more than understanding the unknown. Issei stared at her for a moment before shrugging. I guess I don't see the harm. Yuzum groaned, burying her face in her hands. Why am I surrounded by crazy people? The moment their hands connected, Matsu felt it. A surge of raw, unfiltered power rushed through her, an overwhelming force unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was beyond what Yuzum had described, deeper, richer, more potent. Her breath hitched as every nerve in her body reacted, her sekirei instinct screaming for a connection, for claiming, for possession. Her heart pounded. This power, it's impossible. No human should have this much, and yet here he was. Issei Hayadu. A being whose existence shattered the very limits of what she understood. Matsu's analytical mind raced, running calculations, theories, and possibilities. If he had this much energy, if his sheer presence alone was enough to make her body respond like this, then theoretically he has enough power to wing number one. Her red eyes widened behind her glasses, realization crashing into her like a tidal wave. That level of energy wasn't just rare, it was unheard of. Mia, the strongest of their kind, has been stated to never be able to be claimed by an Ashikabi. But if Issei truly possessed the power to do it, her lips curled into a knowing smirk. Fascinating, she breathed, her fingers tightening around him. Absolutely fascinating. Issei blinked, confused. You good? She wasn't. Not at all. And she wasn't going to waste this opportunity. Before Issei could react, Matsu moved. With a swift, decisive motion, she pulled herself forward, her body pressing lightly against his as her hands slid up to cup his face. And then she kissed him. Spiritual and mental connection created. Sherry noted as a new bond was created between her master and the alien. Issei's mind blanked. 1 second, he was trying to process whatever the hell Matsu had been muttering about. The next, her lips were on his, soft, warm, and surprisingly bold. A spark of energy ignited between them, and suddenly, the room exploded with light, the winging of a sekirei. Glowing feathers of pure energy manifested around them, fluttering in the air like divine symbols of the connection being forged. The bond between Ashikabi and sekirei solidified in an instant, a flood of warmth flowing between them like a bridge linking their very souls. Matsu felt it completely, the undeniable completion, the deep-rooted connection, the intoxicating rush of being claimed by someone whose power eclipsed any human in existence. Her glasses slipped slightly down her nose as she pulled away, panting softly. Her wings, glowing ethereal constructs of light, spread wide behind her. Then, with a sultry smirk, she whispered the words that would forever seal their bond. Wisdom of my pledge, bestow the teachings of the world, to my Ashikabi. A final pulse of energy sealed the connection, causing the feathers to burst into shimmering fragments of light before fading into nothingness. Yuzum stood frozen, her mouth hanging open. Matsu, what the hell? Issei just gawked, completely stunned. Huh! Matsu adjusted her glasses with a smug grin. Ufufa. Well, that was exhilarating. She turned her gaze to Issei, her eyes gleaming with mischief and scientific curiosity. Looks like you're stuck with me now, Issei-kun, Issei groaned. Oh, come on! How the hell was going to explain this to the girls back home? A deep, rumbling voice came from Issei's other hand, filled with curiosity and mild concern. Partner, something's different this time, bringing greater curiosity to Matsu over her Ashikabi possessing a dragon in his arm. Issei blinked. Huh? What do you mean, Drake? When you bonded with the first woman, I barely felt a difference. But now, after winging this second one, I can feel something happening to you. That got his attention. Wait, something's happening to me? Like what? Matsu adjusted her glasses, her sharp red eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh ho, now that's interesting. It seems like you're finally starting to feel the perks of being an Ashikabi. Yuzum looks confused. Ashikabi gain perks. I thought getting a cute, devoted alien waifu was the only thing they gained from winging a sekirei. Matsu ignored her. She leaned forward, hands on her lap, her voice slipping into full researcher mode. The Ashikabi sekirei bond is a mutual exchange. Usually, the Ashikabi gains benefits over time, enhanced strength, improved health, sharper reflexes, and a general boost to their overall vitality. These perks get stronger the more time the Ashikabi spends with their sekirei, deepening their bond naturally. Issei's brow furrowed. So, it's kinda like training? The more we interact, the stronger we get? More or less, Matsu confirmed. But there's also another way to increase the benefits much faster by winging more sekirei. Issei blinked. Wait, what? Matsu smirked. The bond doesn't just strengthen over time, it also amplifies when an Ashikabi connects with multiple sekirei. Think of it as a network of energy. The more connections, the more power that flows through it. Drake let out a huff. Sounds like a cheap power-up method. Partner, are you seriously collecting power-ups through kisses now? Issei groaned, rubbing his temples. Drake, please don't put it like that. You're making me sound like some kind of pervy gacha game protagonist. You are a perv. Yuzum snorted, covering her mouth to keep from laughing. Matsu, on the other hand, looked positively thrilled. But now I have another question for you, my dear Ashikabi. She purred, adjusting her glasses. You're interested in what an Ashikabi gains, but what about us? What do sekirei gain from searching for an Ashikabi in the first place? Issei nodded. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. If you all get stronger from the bond, why not just wing with anyone? Matsu's expression shifted, her playful smirk softening into something more thoughtful. Because we can't, Issei frowned. Huh, the bond isn't just about power. It's about compatibility, Matsu explained. Sekirei don't just bond with anyone. We search for someone who is truly compatible with us, someone who we can create a strong connection with. The stronger the love between an Ashikabi and their sekirei, the more powerful the sekirei becomes. She held up a finger, giving him a sly smile. But that's not the only reason. Issei tilted his head. There's more? Matsu's smirk widened. Sekirei are instinctively drawn to strong Ashikabi. Not just for power, but for something even more primal. Matsu leaned in, eyes twinkling mischievously. We seek strong Ashikabi because we want strong children. Issei immediately choked on his own spit. Excuse me? Matsu, completely unfazed, continued. It's simple genetics, my dear Ashikabi. Stronger mates lead to stronger offspring. It's basic evolutionary logic. Issei's face turned red as a tomato. Wait. So you're telling me that this whole sekirei bond thing is also about making babies? Matsu tapped her chin in mock contemplation. Not exclusively. But the stronger the Ashikabi, the stronger the urge to mate. And considering how ridiculously powerful you are, she gave him a teasing smile, eyes half-lidded. Well, let's just say my instincts are going crazy right now. Issei gulped at just how intense Matsu looked at him. Drake snorted, making his voice be heard. Heh. The gene pool in this world must be pathetic if you are considered the best option. If we were in our world, there'd be far stronger candidates than you, partner. Hey! Issei shot back. I'm plenty strong, thank you very much. Matsu chuckled, nudging his shoulder playfully. Relax, Issei-kun. I wouldn't have bonded with you if I didn't find you irresistibly fascinating. Issei soon became embarrassed. I see, thanks. Now that I'm officially your sekirei, you have no reason to keep any secrets from me, right, Ashikabisima? She purred, her voice brimming with barely restrained curiosity. Matsu's hands were already on his shoulders, shaking him eagerly. The watch. What is it? What does it do? How does it work? Where did you get it? Who made it? What abilities does your AI have? How many worlds have you seen? What abilities do you have? What are you? What is Dxd? What's the boosted gear? How did you acquire it? Are you open to experimentation? When are we leaving for your world? And can I take the watch apart to study it? Matsu, calm down! Yuzum shouted, waving her hands in exasperation. Matsu was practically bouncing on her toes, her grip tightening on his sleeve. Issei gulped, trying to think of a way to slow her down before he drowned in her rapid-fire interrogation. Amatsu, let's just breathe for a second, he said, raising both hands in a placating gesture. You're throwing a lot at me right now, but it's all so interesting. Matsu whined, squeezing his arm tighter. Come on, you can't just expect me to sit on the sidelines when you're walking around with a device that can traverse dimensions. Do you have any idea what I could do with that kind of technology? The research. The discoveries. The possibilities. Oh, I'm tingling all over just thinking about it. That was a whole dissertation worth of questions. Issei groaned, rubbing his temples. Can I even answer half of those? Yuzum slumped onto the futon, rubbing her forehead. Trust me, you won't be able to keep up with her when she gets like this. Matsu's a walking supercomputer. If she finds something interesting, she has to break it down to its core, understand every last bit of it, and then probably improve it. Matsu was still vibrating with excitement, her gaze darting between Issei and the watch strapped to his wrist. Her fingers twitched, itching to take it apart. Just a peek inside, she murmured. Just a little scan, maybe a diagnostic. Issei sighed and placed a firm hand on her head, ruffling her hair in an attempt to distract her. Okay, I'll try to answer some of that, but one thing at a time, alright? Matsu pouted but relented. Fine, but I'm holding you to that. Issei took a breath, gathering his thoughts. So, the watch honestly? I have no idea how it works. I just know that it lets me travel to different dimensions. Matsu blinked. Wait, you don't even know? Yup. No clue. She stared at him as if he just confessed to being a caveman who stumbled upon the internet. That is the most absurdly reckless and stupidly cool thing I've ever heard. Yeah, well, that's simply how I am. Sherry's voice suddenly spoke up, her digital tone calm but firm. The information regarding the watch's origin and functions is classified even to me. Matsu's eyes widened. Wait, even the AI doesn't know? My primary functions are to help Issei's connection to the watch, providing support, and ensuring his safety. Sherry explained. Matsu crossed her arms, muttering, That's suspicious. Yuzum whistled. Dang, so even your talking watch doesn't have the answers. Matsu wasn't satisfied, though. Okay, if the watch is a mystery, what about you? What are you? Issei scratched the back of his head. Well, I'm just a regular human. Before the watch entered my life. It all started when I was out one night, running through the park. I saw a comet streaking through the sky, and before I could even react, it crash-landed right on me. Yuzum winced. Oof, sounds painful. Oh, I definitely thought I was dead, Issei admitted. But instead of, being splattered all over the pavement, I woke up with this thing. He gestured to the dimensional watch fused to my wrist. Matsu's eyes gleamed with fascination. So you didn't find it, it found you. Issei shifted uncomfortably under Matsu's intense gaze, feeling like a specimen under a microscope. Yeah, pretty much. Then after that, the boosted gear appeared after Sherry discovered it hidden inside me. Apparently it's been inside me since birth. Issei soon materializes the boosted gear. Before Matsu could bombard Issei with even more questions, a deep, rumbling voice echoed from the boosted gear. Humph. If you wish for true understanding, then allow me to speak, Matsu gasped, her eyes locking onto the crimson gauntlet on Issei's arm. Is this the one called Dxd? Issei sighed, already knowing what was coming. He flexed his fingers, causing the emerald jewel on the gauntlet to glow. That's right. And no, he's not an AI. I am the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the two heavenly dragons, the Welsh dragon Dxd. Matsu's mouth opened, then closed. Then opened again. I'm sorry, did you just say dragon? Indeed. I am a being who once shook the heavens and battled gods. My soul resides within the boosted gear, a sacred gear granted to select humans by the biblical God himself. This relic, Drake's voice rumbled with pride as the gem on Issei's gauntlet pulsed, is one of the 13 Longinus, powerful artifacts that can slay even gods if wielded properly. Matsu's eyes twitched. Sacred gear? Biblical god? Did you just say gods in the plural? Like more than one? Oh, right. Issei rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, so gods are real too. Matsu visibly staggered. Wait. You're telling me dragons, magic, gods, other worlds, and hook knows what else all exist? This is way beyond advanced technology. This is science fiction levels of crazy, Yuzum smirked. Welcome to the wonderful world of my hobby, where nothing makes sense, but it somehow works out anyway, Drake scoffed. The fact that you, an alien, exist should prove that magic can exist. The boosted gear is a fusion of divine power and sorcery. Allowing me to manifest through it should also prove it. Matsu's brain was running at light speed. But how? Magic is supposed to be fantasy. It defies every known law of physics, Issei chuckled. You say that, but you're fine with the rest of what I do existing? Matsu opened her mouth, paused, and groaned. Okay, fair point. Now let me continue. You just love telling this story? Issei mumbled as he remembered how many times he told the story. Long ago, I was one of the strongest dragons to ever exist. I fought my rival, Albion, the White Dragon Emperor, for centuries. Our battles ravaged the world, shaking the very foundations of existence. Drake's voice carried both pride and regret. During our many fights, it led us towards the biblical war of devils, angels, and the fallen, causing a ceasefire as they soon had to deal with us. But our strength was too great. Finally, the biblical God and the 4 great Satans intervened, sealing us away inside these sacred gears, ensuring that our power would not bring further destruction. Matsu's expression was unreadable as she processed everything. So you, this massive, legendary dragon, got turned into a fancy gauntlet? Do not belittle me, woman! Drake growled, and the gauntlet briefly flared with red energy. Issei sighed, patting the boosted gear. Easy, Drake. She's just trying to wrap her head around all of this. So what does this thing do? Matsu questions with Yuzum leaning forward interested. The main ability of the gauntlet allows my host to increase his power in the form of a boost. Matsu exhaled, rubbing her temples. So let me get this straight. You have a dragon in your arm, which is also a god-slaying artifact, made by a god, and it lets you boost your power indefinitely? Every 10 seconds, Issei corrected. Matsu's eye twitched. That's broken. That's so broken, Issei snorted. It's not that impressive. For one, there's only a certain amount of boosts I can handle. Plus, every boost takes away from my stamina and magic. Matsu took a deep breath. Okay, fine. Magic is real, dragons are real, dimensions are real, and my Ashikabi is walking around with all of the above strapped to his wrist and arm. She suddenly grabbed Issei's shoulders, shaking him wildly. Do you know how many things I can do with this information? Issei yelped, struggling to break free. Matsu! Can you let go? It's starting to hurt. I need to study everything. Do you realize how much I can learn? I have to recalibrate my entire understanding of the universe. Yuzum laughed. Welp, you broke her. Matsu stopped shaking Issei and pressed her forehead against his. Ashikabisama, I need access to everything. Every spell, every bit of magical theory, every artifact, every record of interdimensional travel. Everything. Issei groaned, already regretting this conversation. I don't even know that much magic. Matsu's glasses glinted ominously. Then we'll just have to fix that. A grin of pure scientific excitement stretched across her face. This changes everything. Soon Matsu took Issei out of the room with Yuzum following behind. Issei barely had time to blink before Matsu threw him into her secret room and was suddenly behind him, her arms wrapped around his shoulders as she peered at the boosted gear and the watch on his arms with a hungry fascination. All right, Ashikabisama. Time for some science, she announced, her voice practically vibrating with glee. Wait, what? Before he could protest, Matsu dragged him onto a large circular pad in the middle of her lab. The floor was covered in cables, glowing monitors, and suspicious-looking devices that beeped ominously. The screens flickered to life, projecting various scans of Issei's body, the watch, and the boosted gear in rapid succession. Yuzum leaned against the doorway, raising a skeptical eyebrow. Where did you even find all this stuff, Matsu? Around. Yuzum stared at her. Around? Matsu gave her an innocent smile. Yuzum sighed, running a hand down her face. You know what? I don't even want to know. Issei, meanwhile, sat frozen in the middle of the lab, wires strapped to his arms, the boosted gear glowing faintly as a dozen holographic displays flashed around him. Sherry's calm voice echoed from his watch. Miss Matsu, I must remind you that Master's biological structure and the boosted gear's functions are not fully documented in any known scientific database. Your equipment is unlikely to provide complete readings. Matsu scoffed, adjusting her glasses. Oh please, Sherry-chan. Science and technology are meant to push boundaries. If I don't understand it, I'll find a way to make it make sense. Drake, his deep, rumbling voice carrying a note of amusement, chuckled. Partner. She has the reckless ambition of a proper researcher. She reminds me of that fallen with her pursuit of knowledge. Issei paled. That's not exactly reassuring, Drake. We might be turned into experiments, Yuzum says with a worried expression. Yeah, Matsu, try not to blow up the inn, alright? Matsu waved them off, already hyper-focused on the data streaming in. Let's see, your body has an unusual energy flow, but that's likely tied to the boosted gear. I also can't sense any of this so-called magic. And this watch of yours, it's completely outside of anything I've ever seen. It's not bound to normal physics. If I could just... She reached out toward the dimensional watch, fingers twitching in excitement. Nope. Issei immediately pulled his wrist away. Not happening, Matsu pouted. But think of the advancements. The discoveries. The possibilities. Think of my survival. Issei shot back as he worried what could happen to him if she messed around with the watch, Sherry added dryly. Attempting to disassemble the watch would result in unknown consequences. I would strongly advise against it, Matsu huffed, crossing her arms. Fine. But I still want to test something else. Can you use a bit of magic? Sure. Issei says with a thought. A small flare appeared in his hand. Oh. So that magic, yeah. It's not much, but this is something I just learned. Issei says, proud of his accomplishment. Before anyone could react, Matsu spun around, grabbing a small metal sphere from one of her shelves. She tossed it in the air, and the device unfolded into a floating ring that pulsed with blue light. Yuzum eyed the device warily. What exactly is that? An energy detector? Matsu declared proudly. Issei blinked. Wait, you just had one lying around? With the small flame still in his hand, Matsu shrugged. You pick up a lot of things when you're a genius with a knack for hacking and scavenging. Now, while this baby scans the flame, it will also try to find other signatures like it. The ring-like device hovered above her palm, scanning the air. However, instead of glowing in response, the lights flickered weakly before dimming altogether. Huh! Matsu tapped the side of the device. That's weird. I set it to detect any energy in the air, but it's coming up empty. Sherry's holographic form materialized above the watch, looking contemplative. This world does not appear to contain natural mana. The atmosphere lacks the necessary magical particles for conventional spellcasting. Matsu frowned. So you're saying magic doesn't exist here? Drake chuckled. That would be correct. Unlike our world, where mana flows freely, this dimension has none to speak of. Even if you could learn magic, you wouldn't be able to use it here. The only reason partner is able to is because of his own internal storage. Yuzum threw up her hands. So you're telling me that even if I wanted to shoot fireballs like Kagari, I can't? Drake's tone was amused. Not unless you plan to take a little trip to Issei's world. Matsu deflated instantly, shoulders slumping. That is. I was already picturing myself wielding magic like some kind of technological sorceress. Partner, try not to waste all of your magic. We wouldn't be able to replenish it if you run out. Issei let out a relieved sigh. Right. Who knows when it will be necessary to use it? Matsu immediately perked up, her eyes gleaming. That just means I'll have to go to your world with you someday and learn magic properly. Yuzum laughed, slapping Issei's back. Yeah, good luck with that, Ashikabissima. You're stuck with us now, Issei groaned. He could already see the headache forming. Drake chuckled once more. You've attracted quite the interesting group, partner. I almost feel sorry for you, Issei sighed, rubbing his temples. Almost? Drake smirked in his mind. This recent one has proven to be quite entertaining. Matsu clapped her hands together. All right. If I can't learn magic right now, I'll settle for continuing my tests on you, Issei paled. Yuzum smirked. Oh yeah, we're definitely not done here, hubby. And just like that, his suffering continued. 24 days left. Adjusting to life at Izumo and wasn't easy for Issei. Not because the place was bad, far from it. The traditional Japanese inn had a cozy charm, with sliding paper doors, warm tatami mats, and a peaceful atmosphere that made it feel like a home away from home. No, the real problem? Were his two new sekirei. Matsu and Yuzum were clingy. The type where their affection left Issei constantly caught between pure bliss and sheer terror as he tries to hold his promise to Yuka. Every morning, he woke up in bed, only to find one sometimes but half them latched onto him like koalas. Yuzum would be snuggled against his side, her arms draped around his chest, while Matsu clung to his other arm, glasses slightly askew and drooling onto his shoulder. Morning, hubby Yuzum purred one morning, stretching her arms above her head. The loose fabric of her nightshirt, if it could even be called that, slipped off one shoulder, revealing way too much smooth skin for Issei's poor heart to handle. Matsu, still half asleep, yawned and snuggled closer. 5 more minutes. Data collection isn't complete, Issei tensed. You do know this isn't data collection, right? Matsu cracked one eye open and smirked. Isn't it though? Yuzum laughed, rolling onto her stomach and kicking her feet playfully. He's turning red again. So cute. The insanity didn't stop at morning cuddles. No, his sekirei took things to another level. Yuzum, being the playful type, had apparently decided that her newest hobby was dressing up in all sorts of revealing outfits just to mess with him. One afternoon, she strode into the common area wearing a bunny girl outfit complete with fishnet stockings and a fluffy tail striking a pose like a model. Welcome home, Master, she cooed, her tone dripping with playful seduction. Issei choked on his drink he carried that Mia had given. Pffffft. Before he could recover, Matsu strutted in, adjusting her glasses with a devilish glint in her eyes. She was wearing a nurse uniform, one that was about 3 sizes too tight. She twirled a stethoscope around her finger. Era patient-kun, you seem to be running a fever. Shall I give you a thorough examination? Yuzum pouted. Hey! I was supposed to go first, Matsu smirked. In war and seduction, the most tactical woman wins. Issei, meanwhile, was torn. Half of his brain was screaming this is heaven, while the other half was warning him that something was about to go very, very wrong. And he was right, because the moment Yuzum pounced on him and Matsu tried pinning him down for her examination, the air in the room shifted, the temperature plummeted, a dark presence loomed behind them, a terrifyingly sweet voice spoke. My. What interesting activities you three are engaging in. Issei, Yuzum, and Matsu all turned in slow horror. Standing there in the doorway, wooden practice sword in hand, was Mia Asama. Her ever-present serene smile was in place, but the aura of doom surrounding her was anything but peaceful. Yuzum paled. Ah. Crap. Matsu adjusted her glasses. Tactical retreat? Mia's grip on her sword tightened. Tactical discipline. Then Mia moved. A few nights later, Issei thought he'd finally get some peace by taking a relaxing bath. Steam curled lazily in the air as he leaned back in the warm water, sighing in contentment. Where he could just soak in silence, relaxing. The door slid open. Yuzum stepped in, completely bare, a towel loosely draped around her. She grinned. Oh? Didn't think you'd be here, Ashikabissima. Mind if I join? Issei's eyes widened. WW? Before he could react, another voice chimed in. Oh, so this is where you ran off to, Matsu said, stepping in right behind Yuzum. She pushed up her glasses, her own towel barely hanging on. Well, this just saves me time. Issei's brain short-circuited. Yuzum smirked, stepping forward. Scoot over, big guy. We won't bite. Nope. No, no, no. Girls, wait if Mia comes. Too late. They were already in the water. Yuzum leaned on his shoulder, her breath teasing against his ear. Matsu, meanwhile, let out a pleased sigh as she settled in beside him, stretching her legs under the water. Issei's survival instincts screamed. The door slid open again, and standing there, with a perfectly serene smile that did not match the eerie shadows darkening the room, was Mia. My, Issei froze. Yuzum paled. Matsu tried to act casual. Mia stepped forward, wooden sword in hand. I do hope you three are prepared for your lesson. A second later, pain. If the constant affection from his sekirei wasn't enough, Issei also had to deal with Matsu's experiments. Hold still, she commanded, tightening a strap around his arm. I would if you'd stop strapping me to machines. Issei snapped, struggling against the restraints. I feel like a lab rat. Matsu adjusted her glasses. Nonsense. Lab rats aren't as adorable as you. Now, let's test your reaction to electricity. Wait, what? A surge of electricity zapped through him. His scream echoed through the inn. Yuzum peeked in. Hey, should I stop her? Sherry's voice chimed from his watch. I doubt it would change anything. Yeah, fair. Matsu cackled. For science, Issei swore he was going to die. After 5 days of absolute chaos, Mia finally had enough. You need a job, she told him flatly over breakfast, sipping her tea. Issei blinked. Wait, what? Mia smiled. If you wish to continue staying here, you must pay rent. Yuzum laughed. Oof, guess that means you're out of Goodwill, hubby. Matsu nodded. I recommend something that won't involve further bodily harm. I need you intact for future experiments, Issei sighed. Right. Because that's the main concern. By the end of the day, he found himself working construction. It wasn't glamorous, but at least it kept him away from certain death. For now, 22 days left. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden light over the half-built structure that was steadily taking shape in the middle of the city. Steel beams stretched toward the sky, wooden planks were stacked high, and the air was filled with the rhythmic sounds of hammering, drilling, and the occasional colorful cursing from workers dealing with stubborn machinery. And in the middle of it all, hauling 2 massive cement bags over his shoulders as if they weighed nothing, was 16-year-old Issei Hayato. Damn kid! One of the workers whistled, wiping sweat from his brow as he watched Issei stride across the construction site with casual ease. What the hell do they feed you in high school? Ain't no way you should be moving that kinda weight. Another worker, a burly guy with a scruffy beard, crossed his arms. I've been doing this job for 15 years, and even I can't lift that much without a crane. Are you even human, kid? Issei blinked, looking around at the growing crowd of gawking co-workers. He tilted his head in confusion. Eh? But this is just normal lifting, right? The foreman, a grizzled old man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, let out a laugh. Normal? Normal? I just saw you carry enough lumber to build a whole damn shed by yourself. Issei scratched his cheek. Oh, I just think of it as training, you know? The workers exchanged glances, as if trying to decide whether he was joking or if they were witnessing some kind of freak of nature. One of them nudged the foreman. Maybe we should call a TV station. World's strongest high schooler found working construction we could make a killing. Issei, completely unaware of his own absurdity, simply went back to work. To him, all of this was just another way to train his body. After all, back in his world, the training he had done after leaving Yuka's world pushed past his limits constantly. The tracksuit Tamamo made was much heavier, so what was a little construction work compared to that? Still, the strange looks he kept getting made him wonder. Wait. Am I that much stronger than normal people? Drake chuckled in the back of his mind. Partner, considering you carry my power, yes you are. To be honest, I'm surprised it took you this long to realize, Issei groaned internally. Great. Now I feel like an idiot. The workday had finally wrapped up, and Issei was wiping the sweat off his forehead with his shirt, when a familiar voice rang out from the entrance of the site. Oh, hubby! Time to take your wise self home. The entire construction site froze. Issei turned just in time to see Yuzum striding toward him with a mischievous grin, her long brown hair bouncing slightly with each step. She was dressed in a tight crop top and shorts that left very little to the imagination. The way she casually rested a hand on her hip and smirked made her look like she had just stepped out of a magazine cover. It didn't help that the afternoon sun backlit her figure perfectly. Issei felt a chill crawl up his spine as he slowly turned back toward his coworkers, who were all staring at him in a mix of awe, envy, and utter disbelief. No way, you gotta be shitting me. This high schooler pulled her? The bearded guy from earlier threw his helmet to the ground. Damn it. Life isn't fair. The foreman took a long drag of his cigarette and exhaled. You've got to be joking. First, he lifts a goddamn truck worth of supplies like it's nothing, and now this? Kid, are you secretly some kind of protagonist? Issei sputtered. Hey. It's not like that. Yuzum only made things worse by sauntering over and wrapping her arms around his neck. Oh, don't be shy, hubby. You don't have to hide how madly in love you are with me. A collective gasp rippled through the workers. She called him hubby. That's some next-level relationship title? Issei's face burned. Yuzum, you're making it worse. Yuzum pouted. Don't be like that. You don't want to make me sad, do you? One of the younger workers clenched his fist. That pout, it's too powerful, the foreman groaned. Great. Now nobody's gonna shut up about this for the rest of the week. Just when Issei thought things couldn't get worse, Yuzum leaned in close and whispered teasingly, By the way, I told Matsu where you work. She might be stopping by soon too. Issei went pale. Matsu? Here? He could already imagine her walking onto the site in some ridiculous lab coat, trying to take more data on him while announcing embarrassing things in front of everyone. He grabbed Yuzum's shoulders. You did what? Yuzum giggled. Oh, I love that panicked look on your face. Then she silently whispered to him, but don't worry, Matsu is a total shootin', and she probably already knows where you were working. Remember, she can hack any camera. She's probably getting all hot and bothered watching you work, bringing a massive blush on Issei at the thought of what Matsu is probably doing. The foreman sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Kid, go home. Before the rest of the guys start rioting over how unfair life is. Issei groaned in defeat. Why, a good idea. As he trudged out of the construction site, Yuzum practically skipping beside him, he could still hear the murmurs of his co-workers. This kid is either the luckiest bastard on the planet, or an absolute menace. Either way, I hate him. Issei let out a heavy sigh. This job was supposed to be normal. The city lights flickered on one by one as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow over the streets. Neon signs buzzed to life, illuminating the sidewalks with their colorful glow, while the faint scent of street food filled the air. Couples, families, and the occasional late-night salaryman wandered about, adding to the gentle hum of city life. Among them, Issei and Yuzum strolled along the quiet streets, their hands intertwined in an easy, natural way. Issei honestly didn't think much about it. He had gotten used to Yuzum's playful affection over the past few days, and it wasn't like he minded. She had this way of making things seem normal even when they weren't. Yuzum, on the other hand, kept glancing at him, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Issei caught it after the third time. Alright, what's up? You keep looking at me like you're trying to read my mind. Yuzum grinned. Oh? You noticed? Guess you're not as dense as you look, Issei sighed. I think that was a compliment, but I can't be sure. She giggled before her expression softened. I was just wondering about the other girls in your life. Yuka and Tamamo, right? Issei raised an eyebrow. Yeah? Why do you want to know all of a sudden? Yuzum shrugged. I dunno. Curiosity, I guess? I mean, you're kinda collecting girls left and right, hubby. I gotta know if they're gonna be the jealous type when they meet me and Matsu. Issei scratched the back of his head. Huh. Never really thought about it. But I think it'll be fine. I can handle it. Yuzum gave him a skeptical look. Really? You sure? Nope, Issei admitted with a sheepish grin. She laughed. At least you're honest. They continued walking for a moment, the distant sounds of traffic filling the comfortable silence between them. Then Yuzum spoke again. So how did you meet them? Issei took a deep breath. Yuka and her mom, Misuki Hana, were just normal people. Two regular, everyday women. Wait, Yuzum interrupted, waving her free hand. Then how did they get caught up with you? Issei's grip on her hand tightened slightly. His expression darkened, just a little. Because I saved them from a serial killer. Yuzum stopped walking. She turned to stare at him, eyes wide. Excuse me? Issei glanced at her and sighed. Yeah. That was a thing. I didn't know the guy was a serial killer at first. I was just walking around when I heard Yuka's shout for help. So I ran towards the scream and kicked open a door. I then saw Misuki bleeding on the ground and Yuka crying her eyes out, and the moment I saw that bastard looming over them, I just acted. Yuzum's expression shifted from shock to outright horror. Yeah, you fought a serial killer? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds crazy. Because it is crazy, Issei chuckled awkwardly. Well, yeah, but I wasn't gonna just stand there and do nothing. His face grew serious. Misuki was hurt, and Yuka, she looked so scared. So I put a stop to whatever that bastard was about to do. Yuzum stared at him for a long moment before sighing and shaking her head. And here I thought you were just some lucky pervert with super strength. Turns out you're also a damn hero. Issei rubbed the back of his head. I wouldn't go that far, she smirked. Oh, but you totally are. They resumed walking, though Yuzum kept side-eyeing him like she was still processing the fact that her hubby was also quite a hero. After a moment, she nudged him. Alright, what about the other one? Tamamo, right? Issei sighed. That one's different. I summoned her. Yuzum stopped walking again. You what? Issei laughed nervously. Yes, so, Tamamo's not human. She's a servant, basically a famous historical figure summoned to fight in a magic war. Yuzum blinked. Magic war, yeah. The Holy Grail War. Mages summon powerful spirits called servants to fight for a true wish. Yuzum stared at him. You're messing with me. Nope. So you just summoned a famous dead person? Pretty much. And you got what? A warrior? A legendary king? Some ancient god of destruction? Issei coughed. A white fox girl with big bulbas. Yuzum wheezed laughed. Are you serious? Issei grinned. Hey, I just asked for a beautiful woman, and with a bit of help from Sherry. She showed up. Not my fault. Yuzum clutched her stomach as she kept laughing. Oh my god, I love this. You got involved in a magic war and still managed to make it about big bulbas. Hey, in my defense, she's actually really strong. And scary when she wants to be, Yuzum snickered. Yeah? So what's she like? Issei hummed in thought. Tamamo? She's clingy. And dramatic. But also kinda sweet in her own weird way. She fought at my side the whole time, so I trust her completely. Yuzum nodded, looking thoughtful. And Yuka? What's her deal? Issei smiled a little. Yuka, in the beginning, was quiet, timid and afraid. Mostly from what happened. From what she told me, she used to be a little aloof, kinda arrogant, but mostly studious. Used to be? What changed? Well, after everything that happened, she started to open up. And after living with Tamamo and me, she started getting more sassy. And sarcastic. Yuzum smirked. So what I'm hearing is she went from elegant bookworm to deadpan snarker because of you two, Issei laughed. Basically, Yuzum giggled. Sounds fun. I think I will get along with them. Issei gave her a wary look. Just don't start any wars in my house, okay? No promises. As they walked toward Izumo Inn, the city lights shimmering around them, Issei couldn't help but wonder, how would Yuka and Tamamo react to Yuzum and Matsu? He sighed. Welp. I'll deal with it when it happens. 21 days left. The morning sun cast a golden glow over Izumo Inn, its gentle warmth promising a beautiful start to the day. Issei stepped out of the traditional wooden house, stretching his arms with a yawn. The cool morning air mixed with the scent of fresh dew, and the faint aroma of breakfast still lingering from inside. Just as he was about to head out, a familiar figure appeared before him, a bento box in hand. Here, Isikin, Mia said, handing him a neatly wrapped bento. You work hard every day, so I made this for you. Issei blinked in surprise before taking it with both hands. Whoa, really? Thanks, Maya-san. You're an angel. If I wasn't already taken, I'd probably fall for you. He laughed without a second thought. For a moment, Mia's smile remained perfectly in place, but a faint shadow passed over her features. Era Isikin, you're quite bold, she said, eyes narrowing just slightly. Flirting with a married woman so early in the morning. Issei froze, his brain catching up to what he had just said. Wait, what? Married? He looked genuinely confused. You don't have a husband, do you? Mia's eyes gleamed as a faint, menacing aura flickered around her. Oh my, Isikin, are you questioning me? The temperature seemed to drop, and Issei immediately backpedaled. And nope. I just to thank you for the food. Gotta go. He laughed nervously and turned to escape. Before he could attempt to leave, two familiar figures interrupted. Issei. Yuzum's energetic voice rang out as she practically leaped onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Wait, Yuzum. Before he could finish, she stole a quick kiss from him, giggling as she pulled away. For good luck at work, she teased with a wink. Matsu, adjusting her glasses, sauntered up beside them. Well, if Yuzumakin is going to be that bold, then I must as well, she mused before placing a firm but playful kiss on Issei's lips. She pulled away with a sly grin. Make sure you think of me while you're working, Mia's expression darkened slightly, and her aura became almost visible. Public displays of affection should be kept moderate. Yuzum and Matsu exchanged amused looks before giving exaggerated salutes. Yes, ma'am. Issei, still dazed from the double ambush, shook his head and sighed. You two are gonna get me killed one day. Still, despite the mild embarrassment, a small smile played on his lips as he walked away from the inn. The streets of Shinto Taito bustled with life, the sounds of conversations, distant car horns, and the occasional chirping bird forming a familiar backdrop as Issei made his way to work. He finally reached a quieter part of the city. However, his peaceful walk was suddenly disrupted by the sharp sound of a loud argument. Please, let go of me. Stop struggling, damn it. You're coming with me whether you like it or not. Issei's eyes narrowed as he quickly turned toward the source of the commotion. Not too far ahead, a tall, black-haired man was aggressively gripping a young girl's arm. The girl had short brown hair, timid black eyes filled with distress, and she wore a white gown with black accessories. But what stood out the most was the massive hammer she held in her other hand, easily larger than her entire body. Despite the hammer's size, the man seemed intent on dragging her somewhere, but the sheer weight of the weapon made it nearly impossible. Frustrated, he clenched his teeth and raised his hand, about to strike the girl in anger. Issei had seen enough. The single word carried authority, making the man pause and glance at him in irritation. Issei's expression was firm, his brown eyes burning with quiet intensity. Let her go, the man scoffed, unimpressed. And who the hell are you supposed to be? Issei stepped closer, his posture relaxed but his presence unwavering. Someone who doesn't like seeing guys like you push people around. The man clicked his tongue. This is none of your business. Walk away before you regret it. Issei didn't move. Not happening. A vein pulsed in the man's forehead before he snarled and grabbed Issei's shirt. Listen, you little. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Before he could react, Issei's hand shot up, gripping the man's wrist with a vice-like grip. With a sharp twist, a sickening crack echoed, and the man cried out in pain, his knees buckling. Ah! Let go, let go! Issei held firm for a few seconds longer before releasing him, watching as the man stumbled back, clutching his wrist. The moment he regained his footing, he took one last look at Issei, before bolting in the opposite direction. With the threat gone, Issei turned his attention to the girl. You okay? The girl hesitated, clutching her hammer tightly before giving a small nod. Wise, thank you. Now that he could get a better look at her, Issei noted her features gentle but with a strange mix of innocence and strength. His gaze briefly flickered to her hammer. You're a sekirei, aren't you? The girl's eyes widened. How do you know? I've met a few. He admitted with a small chuckle. Then his expression turned serious. Why'd you let him push you around like that? You could have crushed him with that thing. The girl looked down, shifting on her feet. Two don't like hurting people. Issei studied her for a moment before nodding. Fair enough. Power should be used responsibly, and just because you have it doesn't mean you should use it. He turned to leave, confident she was safe now. But just as he took a step, he felt a small, warm hand wrap around his wrist. Please hold on. Why did you help? The girl said, hoping to at least get his name. The moment their skin touched, a surge of energy rippled through the girl. Her breath hitched as every nerve in her body reacted, her instincts screaming for a connection. The girl gasped, her body trembling as something deep inside her awakened. Issei turned his head, about to ask what was wrong, only for his words to be cut off as the girl suddenly pulled him forward, her lips crashing against his in a desperate kiss. A brilliant burst of light erupted between them, and glowing wings of energy flared to life behind her. The girl's breath was shaky as she pulled back, eyes now filled with determination. "Isekari number 84 Yashima," she whispered, her voice laced with both nervousness and resolve. "The hammer of my pledge! Shatter the enemies of my Ashikabi." Issei stared blankly at the glowing wings. Then at Yashima. Then back at the wings. "Oh, come on!" Dread filled his stomach. "How am I going to explain this?" Issei let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples as the glow of Yashima's newly formed wings faded into the morning light. He could already feel the headache coming, not from the kiss itself but from the inevitable reactions of Yuzum, Matsu, and the others. The hammer-wielding girl, Yashima, stood before him, fidgeting nervously, her large weapon resting on the ground beside her. She peeked up at him with wide brown eyes, clearly worried. Did I do something wrong?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. Her hands clutched at the hem of her gown, twisting the fabric anxiously. "Tu was just following my instincts." Issei exhaled again, shaking his head. Damn it. He hadn't meant to make her feel bad, but his initial reaction must have been too obvious. No, it's not that," he said quickly, holding up his hands. "You didn't do anything wrong, Yashima." She looked at him uncertainly, still trembling like a leaf in the wind. The sight made his gut clench. He wasn't mad, not at her at least. She was just doing what Sekirei were apparently hardwired to do when they found their destined one. "It's just," Issei scratched the back of his head, searching for the right words. "I already have 2 Sekirei. And 2 girlfriends. So yeah, I'm kind of worried about how they'll react to this." Yashima's eyes widened slightly, and a tiny gasp escaped her lips. "Oh no, does that mean am I a burden?" Her voice cracked at the end, and Issei felt his heart drop into his stomach. "No!" He stepped forward instinctively, placing his hands on her shoulders. "It's nothing like that. You're not a burden, okay?" He softened his voice, hoping to ease her fears. "I was just surprised, that's all. I didn't expect this to happen this morning." Yashima bit her lip, still uncertain. "But you seemed upset." Issei winced. Yeah, he had definitely reacted poorly. "That's on me," he admitted, offering a small smile. "I was just caught off guard." "You didn't do anything wrong, I promise." She studied him, her expression hesitant, but his words seemed to ease some of her fear. Her trembling slowed, and the tension in her shoulders lessened. "You really mean that?" she asked. Issei gave her a firm nod. "Yeah. Cross my heart." Yashima finally let out a breath she'd been holding, her posture relaxing. Thank you, Ashikabisama." Issei's eye twitched. He wasn't sure if he'd ever get used to being called that. But he later remembered he hadn't introduced himself and held his hand. "My name is Issei. Issei Hayadu." Yashima was quick to hold that hand, happy to know Ashikabi's name. "Yes. It's good to meet you." He glanced around, suddenly realizing they were still standing in the middle of the street. The people who had stopped to watch the commotion had moved on, but he could still feel a few curious stares. "We should probably get out of here before that guy comes back," he suggested. "Are you okay to walk?" Yashima nodded, gripping the handle of her hammer. "Why, I'll follow wherever you go." And just like that, Issei realized his morning had taken a turn he absolutely was not prepared for as he headed back to the inn. Issei trudged back toward Izumo Inn, his mind spinning as he felt the presence of Yashima trailing closely behind him. Her heavy hammer made a distinct clunk with every few steps, but other than that, she was silent, her head lowered slightly as if afraid to upset him further. "Bwa ha. You get what you deserve, partner. Who told you to butt in on something that wasn't your problem?" Drake's laughter roared in his head. "What was I supposed to do?" She really looked troubled. "Let's hope the rest of the girls think so," Drake says as he can picture many scenarios the rest of Issei's women could do. Especially that landlady. "I don't even want to imagine what she'll do." Not only had he skipped work, something that was definitely going to bite him in later, But he also made Yashima feel bad, and knowing how things worked at the inn, there was no way he'd be able to sneak her in unnoticed. They stepped onto the inn's grounds, the peaceful atmosphere doing little to ease the growing dread in Issei's gut. The moment he slid the front door open, he knew he was doomed. Standing in the entrance hall, arms crossed, was Mia Asama. Her purple eyes gleamed with the intensity of 1,000 judgmental suns, her ever-present serene smile hiding a terrifying wrath beneath it. "You're back early, Isiken." Her voice was calm. Too calm, Issei swallowed thickly. "Oh, I'm so dead. Hey, Maya-san." "Yeah, so about that." He scratched the back of his head, forcing a nervous chuckle. Something came up. Mia's eyes flickered to Yashima, who immediately straightened up like a soldier caught slacking in front of a drill instructor. The landlady's smile widened ever so slightly. My. And who is this?" Yashima quickly bowed, gripping her hammer tightly in her hands. "2M Sekirei number 84, Yashima." "It's an honor to be here." Issei coughed into his fist. "Yeah, so funny story. I kinda winged her by accident." Mia didn't say anything, but the way her aura subtly darkened made his soul want to evacuate his body. "I swear, it wasn't on purpose," Issei quickly added. "I was just helping her out of a bad situation, and then bam! She kissed me, and now she's my Sekirei." Mia hummed thoughtfully before speaking. "I see. And I assume you are here to ask if she can stay?" Before Issei could answer, Yashima looked up at Mia, her brown eyes filled with uncertainty. But this was a chance to stay closer to her Ashikabi. If it's not too much trouble, may I stay here? I don't have anywhere else to go." Mia studied the girl for a long moment before closing her eyes and letting out a sigh. "You may stay." Issei's shoulders sagged with relief. "Oh, thank God. But," his back stiffened, "you are responsible for her rent, Issei-san." Mia's smile returned. "And for any damages she may cause with that hammer of hers." Yashima let out a squeak and held her weapon closer, as if suddenly realizing just how destructive it could be. Issei groaned, rubbing his face. Yeah? I figured as much." Just as he thought he was in the clear, loud footsteps came echoing down the stairs. Yuzum appeared, arms resting behind her head, a lazy smirk on her face. "Yo, Issei," she called out. "Matsu saw you coming back with a new girl through her many cameras." "Of course she did," Issei muttered under his breath. Yuzum's smirk widened as she stopped in front of them, eyeing Yashima up and down. "So, what's the deal? Why are you back home so early? Got tired of work already?" Issei sighed. "Long story. Let's take this to our room." Yuzum raised an eyebrow at that but shrugged. "Sure thing, big guy." As they moved upstairs, Yashima kept her head low, clearly nervous about facing Yuzum and Matsu. When they reached Issei and Yuzum's shared room, Matsu was already waiting inside, sitting on the bed with a knowing grin. "Took you long enough," she teased, adjusting her glasses. "I already ran facial recognition on your new friend here. Her name's Yashima, and she's a hammer-wielding Sekirei." "Good pick, Issei." Yashima flinched, clearly overwhelmed. Wait, how do you know that?" Matsu simply tapped the side of her glasses, her smirk growing. "She's a hacker and another Sekirei," Issei supplied dryly before shaking his head. "Anyway, let's get down to business." He turned to Yuzum and Matsu, arms crossed. "So, yeah? I accidentally winged Yashima." There was a beat of silence before Yuzum and Matsu both gave him very unimpressed looks. "Of course you did," Yuzum deadpan. Matsu giggled. "You sure do collect them, huh, Ice-kun?" Yashima, meanwhile, hesitantly stepped forward before bowing deeply. "Too deeply respect you both as my seniors. Please guide me well." Yuzum and Matsu exchanged glances before looking at Issei again. Yuzum grinned. "Well, at least she's polite. Guess we'll see how this plays out, huh?" Issei groaned, already dreading how chaotic things were about to get. Yuzum and Matsu sat across from Yashima, who was still fidgeting nervously. The poor girl had been through a lot today, and now she was in the company of people she barely knew. Her eyes darted between Yuzum, the veiled beauty, and Matsu, the red-haired woman with glasses, who had an aura of mischief about her. "All right, cutie, let's start with introductions," Yuzum declared, crossing her legs as she leaned forward with a playful smirk. "I'm Yuzum, Sekirei number 10, if you need any advice on fashion and clothes just come to your big sis. And this is my friend, Matsu, Sekirei number 2, careful she's just as big a pervert as our dear Ashikabi. Matsu adjusted her glasses and wiggled her fingers in greeting. That's right, I'm the brilliant, an absolutely untouchable super hacker, Matsu, she said with a cheeky grin. If you ever need information, I'm your girl. Yashima blinked at them, still unsure of how to respond, but she finally gave a small bow. To him, Yashima number 84, she said hesitantly, her voice soft. Yuzum's smile turned into something gentler. No need to be nervous, sweetheart. You're now one of us. Yashima nodded slightly but still clutched at the hem of her outfit. Issei, who had been leaning against the couch, decided it was time to explain the situation. Alright, so here's what happened. He took a deep breath and recounted the events, the cruel man who had nearly winged Yashima, how he intervened, and how he ended up saving her. Yuzum's expression darkened as she clenched her fists. That bastard, she growled. Trying to force a sekirei. That's disgusting. Matsu crossed her arms, an unimpressed look on her face. Sounds like just another insecure loser trying to compensate for something. I mean, look at her, Yuzum continued, gesturing to Yashima, who was now looking down. She's way too sweet for some violent thug to control. He would have ruined her. Exactly. Issei agreed, nodding firmly. That's why I had to step in. Hey, you doing okay there, Yashima? Yuzum asked, tilting her head. That was a pretty rough situation back there. Yashima glanced up, her golden eyes hesitant. I'm okay, she said softly. Just grateful. Grateful? Matsu quirked an eyebrow, glancing at Issei. For a size in saving me, Yashima clarified, her voice filled with sincerity. If he hadn't interfered, the thought alone made her shudder. That cruel man could have become her Ashikabi. He was full of nothing but anger. The idea of being bound to someone like that forever was horrifying. Yuzum crossed her arms, her expression darkening. That bastard was a real piece of work. If he had winged you, your life would have been hell. Matsu nodded, her usual playful demeanor replaced with something more serious. Agreed. From what you told us, this guy had no business being in Ashikabi. I hate guys like that thinking they own you just because of some stupid power trip. You did good, Issei, Matsu praised, grinning. Honestly, I can't even imagine what that guy would have done if he'd gotten his hands on her. Yuzum nodded. No kidding. This poor girl would have been miserable, Issei sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, well, that's also why I skipped work today. He turned to Matsu, looking hopeful. So any chance you can help me out with an excuse? Matsu smirked. Oh? You need me to cover for you? What's in it for me? Issei groaned. Come on, Matsu, don't be like that. She chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. Relax, I'll take care of it. I'll cook up a reason so good, they'll be apologizing to you for making you work in the first place. Thanks, you're the best, Issei said, relieved. Just try to make it believable. Now that was settled, Issei turned his attention back to Yashima. She had been sitting quietly, her hands folded in her lap. He could tell she was still shaken. All right, Yashima, there's something I need to tell you, he started, his tone more serious. She looked up at him, tilting her head slightly. The thing is, I'm not from this world, Issei said. There was a pause as Yashima processed his words. Issei took a deep breath. I'm a dimensional traveler. I come from a world kind of like this one, full of humans, cities, and all that, but with way more supernatural stuff. Magic, gods, different species, it's all real where I come from. Yashima blinked, looking overwhelmed. Supernatural? I also have a dragon living inside my soul. Hello, little girl. Came Drake's voice from Issei's hand. And in a few weeks, I'll be leaving this world and going to return back home, Issei continued. When that happens, you'll be coming with me. I also have 2 girlfriends and a daughter. Yashima stared at him, and then, her body swayed. A Yashima? Issei called out, but before he could say anything else, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed forward. Yuzum's eyes widened. Oh crap, I think you broke her. She's overheating, Matsu commented, adjusting her glasses. You just hit her with way too much information at once, dummy. Issei barely managed to catch Yashima before she hit the ground. Oh, come on, I didn't think she'd pass out. He carefully adjusted her so she was lying on the couch, her head resting on his lap. Man, I really need to work on my explanations, you think? Yuzum teased, watching with mild amusement. Issei sighed, brushing a few strands of hair away from Yashima's face. Guess we'll just let her rest for now. A while later, Yashima's eyes fluttered open. Her vision was blurry at first, but she soon realized she was resting against something warm and comfortable. Looking up, her cheeks immediately burned red as she realized she had been lying on Issei's lap. Her entire face turned bright red. I'm sorry, she stammered, bowing her head quickly. Issei chuckled, shaking his head. Don't worry about it. He reached out and gently patted her head. If anything, I should be the one apologizing. I kinda dumped a lot on you all at once. Yashima stared at him, still flustered, but then her gaze softened. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, I don't mind. Huh? Issei blinked. As long as I can stay with you, I don't mind, she admitted shyly. There was a brief moment of silence before Issei smiled. Thanks, Yashima. That really means a lot. Yuzum, watching the exchange, smirked and nudged Matsu. Well, look at them. Matsu pushed her glasses up, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I suppose it's inevitable. Issei does have a way of attracting all kinds of girls. Issei shot them both a glare, but it was half-hearted. For now, everything seemed peaceful. Inside the towering skyscraper of MBI, an employee hurried through the pristine, white hallways, clutching a tablet tightly against their chest. Their breath was slightly ragged as they rushed toward the topmost floor, where their enigmatic and eccentric boss, Minaka Hiroto, resided. The elevator ride felt like an eternity, though it lasted mere seconds. A soft chime announced their arrival, and the doors slid open to reveal a grand, open space filled with holographic screens, data projections, and a massive, reinforced glass window overlooking the city below. At the center of it all sat Minaka, the self-proclaimed game master of the Sekirei plan, dressed in his usual white coat, his fingers steepled beneath his chin as he leaned back in his chair with an amused grin. The dim glow of multiple monitors illuminated his glasses, making his eyes unreadable. The employee stepped forward, swallowing their nerves. Sir, we have new intel regarding the unknown Ashikabi. Minaka's expression twitched with intrigue, and he sat forward, resting his elbows on his desk. Oh? Do tell. The employee tapped on their tablet, and a series of images and reports appeared on the holographic display in front of Minaka. Our surveillance teams have confirmed that the unidentified Ashikabi has successfully winged Sekirei number 84 Yashima. Based on our gathered intelligence, he has been working under the alias Issei Hayato as a construction worker. Minaka's grin widened. Ho? So he has another Sekirei under his belt now? How delightful! It's always fun when an irregular stirs up the game board. The employee hesitated before continuing. Sir, there's another issue. We've been deploying surveillance drones to track his movements. However, every time they get close to him, they get disabled. We've lost dozens so far, and we still have no footage of him outside of confirmed encounters. Minaka leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin in thought. Disabled, you say? Now, that's quite curious. Drones don't just drop out of the sky without reason. A knowing smirk formed on his face, and he adjusted his glasses. There are only 2 people within the Sekirei plan who could manage something like that, and only one of them is currently very interested in going against my glorious game. The employee shifted uneasily. Are you suggesting? Minaka snapped his fingers. Indeed. It means this Issei Hayato has also winged Sekirei number 2, Matsu. And if he's gotten her assistance, that means he's most likely living at Izumo Inn. The employee's eyes widened. Then should we take action? Minaka chuckled, standing up and spreading his arms dramatically. Oh no. We wouldn't want to disrupt the natural flow of the game too soon. No, this requires a delicate touch. He turned toward the window, looking down at the city as if gazing upon a grand chessboard. But an irregular Ashikabi, one who manages to wing Matsu of all Sekirei? Now, that is something I simply must see with my own eyes. Or rather, I'll send someone in my stead. Minaka's smirk widened as he raised a single hand, issuing a command. Send Karasuba. Let's have her introduce herself to our mysterious new player. The employee stiffened. Karasuba, sir? But, Minaka turned his head slightly, the amusement in his gaze making it clear there was no room for debate. You worry too much. I merely want her to meet him. After all, it would be quite unfortunate if our precious Sekirei plan was disturbed by an unknown factor, don't you think? The employee hesitated but ultimately bowed. Understood. I'll send the orders immediately. As they turned to leave, Minaka chuckled to himself, his voice laced with anticipation. Now then, Issei Haida, let's see just what kind of storm you've brought into my grand game. Izumo-in. Issei sneezed suddenly, rubbing his nose with a confused frown. Ugh, why do I feel like someone really annoying is thinking about me? Yashima looked at Issei with a small frown, tilting her head as she noticed his slight discomfort. Issei? Are you okay? Issei blinked, rubbing the back of his neck. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just got a weird feeling all of a sudden. Before Yashima could ask more, Yuzum suddenly waltzed into the room with a bright grin, throwing an arm around Issei's shoulders. Well, since you don't have work today, how about we go out? You know, have a little fun, enjoy the fresh air, and most importantly, she grinned mischievously and pointed at Yashima. Take our new Sekirei on a date. Yashima's face instantly turned red. DD date? Yuzum chuckled at her reaction, clearly enjoying the flustered expression. Well, yeah. You just got winged, girl. You gotta have some bonding time with our Ashikabi, right? Issei chuckled awkwardly. A date, huh? That actually doesn't sound too bad. I guess it'd be nice to take a break. Great. Yuzum cheered, then turned toward Matsu, who was standing off to the side, watching with a pout. Too bad you can't come though, Matsu. Since you know you can't step outside. Matsu immediately groaned, pushing up her glasses with a sulky look. That's not fair. You know how much I want to spend with our dear Ashikabi. Issei, who had been watching their back and forth, raised an eyebrow. Wait, why can't Matsu leave the inn? Yuzum gave him a teasing smirk. Oh, didn't you know? Matsu here is actually a criminal. Issei blinked. Wait, what? Matsu sighed dramatically, placing a hand on her forehead like some tragic heroine. It's true. I am but a fugitive, doomed to live my days confined within these walls, forever yearning for the outside world. Yuzum rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, don't make it sound so dramatic. Issei turned to Matsu with a more serious expression. For real though, what happened? Matsu adjusted her glasses and gave him a sheepish smile. Sorry, Isiken, but I can't tell you everything right now. Let's just say I stole something very important from MBI. And because of that, they'll be after me if I ever step outside. Mia's protection is the only reason I can even live here safely. Issei frowned at her words, but ultimately sighed and gave her a reassuring smile. All right. I won't pry. Just let me know when you're ready to talk about it. Matsu looked at him with slightly widened eyes before her smile turned more genuine. Thanks, Isiken. You really are a sweetie. Yuzum smirked. Ah? We totally got a good Ashikabi, Matsu. Issei scratched the back of his head, trying to brush off the compliment. As he thought of everyone living in the inn. So wait, does that mean everyone living here is a Sekirei? Yep. Yuzum confirmed with a grin. Even Kagari. Issei paused, his brain screeching to a halt. Wait. Kagari's a Sekirei? Matsu, Yuzum, and Yashima all turned to look at him with puzzled expressions. Yeah? Yuzum said slowly, Issei's expression twisted in confusion. But I thought all Sekirei were girls. The three of them continued to stare at him, as if trying to process what he just said. Matsu finally spoke first, adjusting her glasses. Isiken, how did you come to that conclusion? Issei shrugged. I mean, I've only met girls so far. And I haven't seen a single male Sekirei before now, so I just assumed. Yuzum groaned, rubbing her temples. Oh, for the love of Issei, did you seriously think the entire Sekirei species was made up of just hot girls? Issei blinked. I mean, yeah, kinda? Matsu smirked. Not that I can blame him. He has only met beautiful women so far. His data points are biased. Yuzum gave her an unimpressed look. You're not helping. Yashima, meanwhile, looked between them, still unsure what the fuss was about. Issei rubbed his neck awkwardly. Well, guess I learned something new today. Yuzum sighed and shook her head. You really are something else, dude. Matsu chuckled, and Yashima just smiled softly, watching their interactions with quiet amusement. As the laughter died down from their conversation about male sekirei, Issei suddenly remembered something from earlier that morning. He had been talking with Mia while he was leaving for work, and something about their conversation had stuck in his mind. Hey, he started, scratching his cheek, is Mia married? Yuzum and Yashima blinked at him in confusion, while Matsu's playful expression immediately faded into something more subdued. You're only asking that now? Yuzum asked, tilting her head. You've been living here for a while, and it just crossed your mind? Issei rubbed the back of his neck. Well, yeah? I mean, she acts all elegant and kind of like a mom sometimes, but I never saw her husband or heard her talk about him. The atmosphere in the room shifted slightly, a weight settling over them. Matsu let out a quiet sigh before speaking. That's because Takahito, Mia's husband, has been dead for a long time. Issei's eyes widened in shock. Wait, seriously? Matsu nodded, her usual playful tone absent. Yeah. He was a genius researcher at MBI, one of the few people who actually cared about the sekirei and wanted to help them. But well, he got caught up in their experiments, and she paused, her lips pressing into a thin line. Let's just say he didn't make it. Yuzum crossed her arms, looking unusually serious. Mia doesn't talk about it much, but we all know it still affects her. She acts like she's moved on, but you can see it in her eyes sometimes. Yashima looked down at her lap, her fingers lightly clenching her dress. That's so sad. Issei felt a pang of guilt in his chest. Mia had always been so composed, always carrying herself with an almost untouchable grace. He had never even considered that she might have lost someone important to her. I had no idea, he murmured. Matsu gave him a small, sad smile. Most people don't. She doesn't bring it up, and we don't push. But she loved Takahito deeply. I think a part of her is still waiting for him, even now. Issei stayed silent for a moment, his thoughts swirling. He had always respected Mia, but now that respect deepened. To lose someone that important, and still be able to smile, to take care of others like she did, it took incredible strength. She's amazing, he finally said. Yuzum nodded, smiling slightly. Yeah, she is. Mia's the strongest woman I know. Matsu chuckled softly. Not just emotionally. You really don't want to piss her off. That made Issei snort, breaking the tension slightly. Yeah, I figured. Her harem mode is terrifying. Yuzum shivered dramatically. Tell me about it. That's the real reason I behave myself in this place. Yashima giggled quietly, the heaviness from earlier lifting a little. Issei leaned back, exhaling. Still, I kinda feel bad for bringing it up now. Matsu shook her head. Don't. You didn't know. And honestly, it's good to remember that even Mia has things she carries. Issei nodded, making a mental note to be more mindful in the future. Even if Mia never talked about it, he'd do his best to show her the same kindness and strength she always gave to everyone else. As he leaned back against the tatami mat floor, finally exhaling the tension that had slowly built up in his shoulders. The revelation about Mia's husband had hit him harder than he expected, but what comforted him was that Mia still lived, still smiled, even after such loss. I'm glad, he muttered, mostly to himself, but the girls around him looked at him curiously. Glad? Matsu repeated, tilting her head, curious. Yeah, Issei said, glancing at each of them. That even after an ashikabi dies, a sekirei can keep living. Like Mia, she lost her husband, but she's still here. Strong, graceful, always helping people. It means there's a future for all of you, even if something were to happen. The room fell deathly quiet. Yuzum's eyes lowered. Matsu's smile faltered. Yashima clutched her sleeve, her brows furrowing. Issei, Matsu said softly, her voice strangely hesitant, that's not how it works. Huh! Yuzum took a breath, her expression uncharacteristically somber. We don't get to live on like Mia did, Issei. Issei blinked. Wait, what do you mean? Yashima, still looking down, whispered, the moment you die we'll die too. The words hit him like a punch to the gut. He stared at them, disbelieving. No, that can't be right. Mia's husband, take Hitosen, died, and she's still here. So why would it be different for you? Matsu looked straight at him, her eyes soft but firm. Because Takahito wasn't her Ashikabi. He didn't have the innate ability to form a bond with a Sekirei. He was just a normal man. A kind, brilliant man that Mia fell in love with on her own. No link. No winging. Just love. She touched her chest over her heart. But we are different. We've been winged. That bond isn't just emotional. It's spiritual. Our lives are now tied to yours, issei. Yuzum nodded, her smile strained. The Sekirei bond is a beautiful thing, but it's also cruel. It gives us strength, hope, a purpose, but it also means if you're gone, then so are we, Matsu finished. Issei felt like the floor had been yanked out from under him. He looked at them, Matsu with her usual teasing gone, Yuzum with a rare flicker of solemnity in her eyes, and Yashima holding back the storm of emotion behind her quiet expression. He clenched his fists. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. His voice rose, his emotions boiling to the surface. You're all people. You have your own dreams, your own lives. You shouldn't just vanish because of me. Yashima looked up at him then. Her eyes, calm and unwavering, met his. But what's the point of living if our Ashikabi is gone? She asked gently. You gave us a reason to live. If you're not there anymore, what are we supposed to do? Issei opened his mouth, but no words came out. The weight of her words sank deep into him. He wanted to argue, to tell her that life was worth living no matter what, but how could he say that, knowing their very souls were bound to his existence? He started, his voice hoarse. I never wanted that kind of control over anyone. Matsu reached out and gently took his hand. It's not about control. It's about connection. I chose you, issei. Not just because I had to, but because it was something I wanted to do. From that decision you have given me warmth. Hope. I don't ever want to lose this. Yuzum leaned against him with a grin, though her eyes still held that hidden sorrow. You're a pervert, but you're a good guy. And yeah, it's that we're tied to your life, but that's the price of the bond. And you know what? She tapped his chest. I don't regret it. I don't regret how I got winged. Yashima nodded beside her, her voice soft but filled with conviction. I'd rather have a short life by your side than an eternity alone. Issei sat there, eyes wide, heart heavy. These girls, they were willing to lay everything on the line for him. Not out of obligation, but because they chose to. I'll protect you all, he whispered fiercely, more to himself than to them. I swear I won't die. I won't let you fade away. Not while I still breathe. And in that moment, surrounded by the soft, golden light filtering through the inn shoji doors, Issei Hayato made a silent vow to the hearts now tied to his own. He wouldn't fail them. Not now. Not ever. The heavy emotions from earlier still lingered in Issei's chest, but now, as he walked through the bustling commercial district with Yuzum on his right and Yashima on his left, each clinging to his arms, of course, every single person around them was staring. Hey, look at that guy, 2 girls at once. Are they models? Look at their bodies, lucky bastard. Issei tried not to flinch at every whisper and side glance. He really tried. But the stares, the judging eyes of women, the jealousy practically radiating from the men who passed by, and the muttered comments from schoolgirls passing in giggling flocks, it was a lot. Easy, Issei, Yuzum chuckled, tightening her grip on his arm with a teasing smile. You're walking too stiff. Try to act like this happens all the time. Yashima leaned in slightly closer, her cheeks pink but her smile content. Yes, Issei. We're proud to be seen with you so you don't have to feel embarrassed. Embarrassed? Issei was beyond that. He was about 5 seconds from overheating. Because it wasn't just their attention, it was the soft pressure pressing into both of his arms that made it incredibly difficult to think straight. Yuzum's boba squished into one side, warm and entirely unashamed, while Yashima's were more reserved, but no less present. He forced a laugh, trying not to let the blood rush to his head. Hey, no. I'm good. Great, actually. Fantastic, really? Yuzum gave him a knowing smirk. You sure about that? You're walking like you've got 2 bombs strapped to your arms. Yashima blinked, concerned. Ashikabissima? Is something wrong with your arms? Are they hurting? as she tried hugging his arms harder to check for anything wrong. And no, not at all, he sputtered, waving his hands a little too quickly before Yuzum reeled him back in with a mischievous tug. Easy there, stud, she purred. You'll ruin our date if you panic. He was out in the city, surrounded by the sounds of traffic, the bright awnings of stores, and the scent of fresh bread from nearby bakery, and on either side of him were two beautiful women, clinging to him affectionately, strolling through the district like it was the most natural thing in the world. He glanced around at the gawking onlookers, noticing a group of guys his age glaring daggers into his back. Or one of them hissed, "That guy's living the dream." Issei grinned sheepishly and looked ahead, trying to ignore the mounting pressure of their envy. Maybe I should have worn sunglasses, he muttered. Yuzum snickered. So no one can see your I'm totally winning at life expression? Exactly, he said without shame. Yashima's grip on his arm tightened a little. We're lucky to be with you. That stunned him into silence for a second. He glanced at her, surprised. You really think that? She nodded, smiled gentle and sincere. Yes. Ever since you winged me, my world's been brighter. Yuzum gave a playful hum. You're not just a pervert, you know. You've got a heart under all that ogling. Issei scratched the back of his head. Thanks, I think. Issei laughed awkwardly, trying to hide how flustered he really was. Both Sekirei clung to him affectionately, ignoring the blatant stares of envious onlookers. The whispers buzzed around them like bees. Is he from some rich family? 2 girlfriends both that hot? That's not fair. I can't even get a text back. Issei tried his best to keep his cool, but the sheer volume of eyes glued to him made that difficult to hide the smile from his face. Yuzum leaned in, her bountiful chest squishing into his right arm. Yashima wasn't much better on the left, her quiet, shy smile contrasting with how tightly she was pressing against him. He could feel every curve. Nope. I'm doomed. Issei muttered. What's that I see? Yuzum grinned, leaning even closer with mischief in her eyes. Enjoying our first date already? Why, you're really not holding back, are you? He choked out. Why should I? Yuzum said proudly. You're my Ashikabi. I've got dibs. Yashima blinked. Dibs? You know, Yuzum smirked, claiming your man before someone else can. Yashima's eyes widened, then she looked down bashfully. Ooh, I'd like to claim him too. Issei coughed violently, his brain short-circuiting. Let's sit down. That cafe looks quiet, he blurted, guiding the girls toward a nearby sidewalk cafe before his head exploded from blood loss. The 3 of them settled outside at a small, shaded table, ordering some cold drinks while trying to escape the watchful eyes of the crowd. Things felt calmer, almost peaceful, until she arrived. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of deliberate high heels clicking against pavement drew Issei's gaze toward the street. A tall, elegant woman approached, clad in a gray haori over a black uniform, with long gray hair tied in a loose, regal ponytail. Her presence turned heads, not from beauty, though she had plenty of that, but from sheer, unshakable pressure. Issei felt a chill run up his spine. The smile she wore was pleasant, but something about it was wrong. Yuzum stiffened instantly. Oh crap, you know her? Issei asked, eyes narrowing. That's Kurosuba, Yuzum whispered. Sekirei number 4. The Shinigami. She's one of the strongest out there and completely insane. Kurosuba stopped beside their table, smiling with the politeness of a practiced predator. What a lovely afternoon. May I join you? You just did, Yuzum said, voice tight. Kurosuba's eyes flicked toward Issei, assessing, calculating. So, you're the irregular everyone's been gossiping about. Name's Issei Hayadu, he said cautiously. Don't believe everything you hear. I believe only what I see, Kurosuba said. And what I see is pathetic. She looked at the 2 Sekirei clinging to him. Winging 2 in such a short time? How bold, Issei frowned. What do you want? Oh, nothing violent yet, she said with a faint giggle. I'm simply here as a messenger. Minaka is very interested in you. Minaka who? Issei said, causing his Sekirei to fall off their seats. Hubby. He's the mastermind of the Sekirei plan. Yuzum explained. Oh. The crazy CEO. Founder, she corrected. Visionary. Puppet master. Lunatic. Fool. Pick your favorite. Yuzum glared. He sent you out here just to check on our hubby? He wanted to see the irregular for himself. But since he's too busy pulling strings from his ivory tower, I came in his place. Kurosuba said lightly. So I came to deliver a little message. She leaned in closer to Issei, her golden eyes piercing. Take care of your Sekirei, Ashikabi. The game is about to begin. Welcome to the beginning of the Age of Gods, and you're already being watched. She straightened up, smiled viciously, and walked off like nothing had happened. The table was silent for a long moment. I really hate cryptic warnings, Issei muttered. Yuzum let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. That was her being nice. She could have challenged you right here and now. The fact she didn't? Probably Minaka's doing. Issei rubbed his temple. Great. So now we've got MBI breathing down our necks. Yashima gripped his hand gently. We'll protect you, Issei, just like you protected us. Issei looked at them both and smiled despite the worry gnawing at him. No. I'll protect you. That's my job now. Let's finish our drinks, he said. Then we go back to the inn. We'll talk to Matsu about this. I need to understand what the hell kind of game I've been dragged into. Issei exhaled, feeling the tension ease slightly as they stepped through the threshold. We're back, he called out casually. From the garden, Mia looked up from sweeping the stone path. Her warm, gentle smile was as perfect as always. Welcome home, she said pleasantly. Kaguri leaned against the sliding door frame nearby, arms crossed, eyes briefly locking with Issei's. You caused quite the scene today, he said as he remembered hearing a guy with two girls. Issei gave an awkward chuckle. Wasn't exactly intentional. Mia's smile never faltered. You brought no harm to others. That's what matters. The moment passed. Issei gave a respectful nod and motioned to the girls. We'll be in Matsu's room. Something happened. Mia simply nodded. Kaguri watched them go, expression unreadable. Upstairs, the group crammed into Matsu's cluttered lair. Screens blinked and buzzed, wires coiled across the floor, and the smell of coffee and electronics lingered like smoke. Matsu spun her chair around and perked up. Welcome back. Did you bring anything interesting? Local gossip? Buns? Secret government files? Yuzum didn't even crack a smile. We saw Kurosuba. Matsu's cheerful tone dropped. Are you all right? Issei nodded, crossing his arms. She came to give me a message from Minaka. Said the game is about to begin, and that I'm being watched. Matsu sighed and slouched back in her chair. I was wondering when you'd finally get caught in the web. What web? Issei asked. What the hell is this Sekirei plan really about? For a moment, Matsu said nothing. Then she stood and walked past the girls to close the door behind them. So, you're really ready to hear it? Issei met her eyes. I wouldn't ask if I wasn't. She nodded, then motioned to a small monitor as she clicked a few buttons on her console. A diagram lit up, showing stylized Sekirei wings, branching lines, and a tower that loomed over everything like a final boss arena. The Sekirei plan, Matsu began, is a twisted survival of the fittest game designed by MBI and orchestrated by Minaka Hiroto. 108 Sekirei were released into the city to find their Ashikabi. Once winged, we become bound by more than affection. Our very existence becomes linked to yours. She paused. Once enough Sekirei have been winged, the real game begins. Elimination. Fighting. Battles to the death between Sekirei pairs until only one Ashikabi and their remaining Sekirei are left standing. The winner gets to climb to the top of MBI Tower and receive a so-called ultimate prize. Issei's hands clenched into fists. So this whole thing is a damn blood sport. Matsu nodded gravely. And worse. We don't know what that prize even is. Some think it's knowledge. Others power or freedom. Issei looked at her, then to Yuzum and Yashima. And you three, do you want to win this game? Yuzum looked away. No. I just wanted to meet my Ashikabi. Someone worth protecting. Someone like you. Yashima's voice was soft. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to stay by your side. Matsu gave a small smile. I've seen enough of Minaka's madness. I don't care for his prize. I'd rather stay in this room and keep experimenting on you. Issei exhaled slowly, processing it all. Then we're on the same page. He turned toward them, serious. We're not playing his game. We don't attack. We won't hunt other Sekirei. But if anyone comes after us, his eyes narrowed, and the faint glow of the boosted gears shimmered, we fight back. Hard, Yuzum grinned. Now that's the issei I know. Yashima reached forward and gently held his hand. We'll fight only to protect. Matsu gave a small smirk. I can work with that. I'll start scanning for other winged sekirei in the area. If anyone comes close, we'll know. Issei nodded. Thanks, Matsu. Then he looked at all three of them, and for the first time since winging them, he felt a deep, solemn weight settle on his shoulders. These girls, their lives are literally in my hands, but even so they were his. And he wasn't letting anyone take them. Steam curled softly around the tiled walls of the inn's shared bathhouse, the sound of water gently sloshing the only company Issei had. He leaned back against the smooth edge of the hot bath, his arms stretched out, and a relaxed sigh slipping from his lips. This is so peaceful, he murmured, closing his eyes and letting the warmth soak into his sore muscles. The date had left him tense in places he didn't even know existed, and with the recent revelations about the sekirei plan, his mind was just as tired. The tranquil moment, however, was about to end. Click, the door slid open. Issei's eyes opened lazily, expecting maybe Kaguri, or even Mia to walk by with a towel, but his entire brain short-circuited as he saw who entered. And Matsu, standing confidently in the doorway, completely and utterly naked, was sekirei number 2, with her glasses slightly fogged up from the heat and her crimson hair cascading down her shoulders like fire. Her large bobas bounced slightly as she stepped forward with purpose, eyes locked onto him with a gleam of mischief. Fufu, you look surprised, my dear Ashikabi, Matsu said, a grin playing across her lips as she began striding toward the bath. It's only fair, don't you think? Yuzum and Yashima got to go out on a lovely date with you. But I didn't get any alone time. Now's my turn. Matsu, wait. Issei tried to stand, panic beginning to bloom in his chest, but the moment her bare figure slipped into the water and pressed against him, his mind turned to mush. His heart raced wildly, his body reacting in all the predictable ways as her soft skin pressed into his side. Her ample chest molded against his chest, and when her lips met his in a sudden, deep kiss, his thoughts exploded into fireworks. This was bad. This was so bad. But also so very good. Matsu pulled away just enough to look into his wide, flustered eyes, her voice husky with want. I want to be closer to you, Issei. You're our Ashikabi, our everything. I want to win even if it's just for tonight. As her hands started to slide lower, Issei grabbed her wrists gently but firmly, eyes conflicted but resolute. To promise someone, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. My first girlfriend, Yuka, we made a promise. That we'd save our first time for each other. I can't break that. I won't. Matsu blinked in surprise, her lips parting slightly, then twisted into a playful pout. Even if it's me? You're loyal, why, genius Matsu? Before she could test how strong that promise was, the door slid open again with a soft whisk. Yuzum stepped in with a towel wrapped lazily around her curves. Yo, Issei, mind if I join? Wait, what the hell? She stared at the sight of Matsu plastered all over Issei, her towel slipping just enough to hint that she'd been expecting to do more than just soak. You totally stole my idea, Yuzum said, pointing an accusing finger at the redhead. I was literally walking here to do exactly this. Matsu smirked from where she still pressed against Issei's chest. You snooze, you lose, Yuzum. Like hell. Yuzum threw her towel off and slipped into the bath like a missile. Water splashed up as she lunged and wrapped herself around Issei's free side. Issei's my Ashikabi too. You can't hog him all to yourself. Get off him, you striped-thighed exhibitionist, says the shameless hacking gooner. Issei could only sit there, mouth agape, arms now full of two impossibly beautiful, very naked women fighting over him, their heated bodies clashing in the water, their faces inches from his, as they pushed against each other for dominance. I'm in heaven, Issei muttered with a dizzy, love-struck grin. Then came a tiny voice from the now crooked door. All eyes turned to the entrance. Yashima stood there frozen in a blue swimsuit, her face beet red, her hands nervously clutching her towel. Her body trembled slightly with embarrassment. Tu just wanted to maybe wash Ashikabisama's back. She stepped closer, eyes darting to the utterly sinful scene before her. Yuzum and Matsu, both unabashed, pressing into their shared ashikabi like rival lionesses. How are you two so bold? She squeaked, trying to cover her face. But still she continued a timid step forward, and another. Eventually, she slipped into the bath with a tiny yelp, sitting beside Issei's back, her hands shaking as she reached for the washcloth. How adorable! Issei's brain had shut down completely at this point. There was too much. Too much skin. Too much softness. Too much attention. And of course, fate wasn't done with him yet. Crack! The door slid open one final time. But this time, it wasn't one of his adoring Sekirei. It was Mia. Her aura was calm. Terrifyingly calm. Her wooden sword rested on her shoulder like a silent death warrant. Her smile was pure, too pure. What, she said sweetly, is going on in my bathhouse? All three Sekirei froze mid-motion. Issei gulped, his survival instincts kicking in too late. Mmyasin, this isn't. No lewdness in my inn. Not unless you're married. A shadow loomed over them. A dreadful aura froze the steam in midair. Mia, wearing her Miko outfit, hair flowing, and eyes closed in a terrifyingly serene smile. In her hands her infamous wooden sword. I see you've all grown very comfortable, she said, voice calm and low. Perhaps too comfortable. Ah! Yuzum and Matsu shrieked in unison, slipping over each other in the water like startled cats. Mia's smile remained unchanged, elegant, serene, and somehow 10 times more terrifying. She didn't wait. A blur of motion. Whack! Matsu went airborne. Like a fleshy missile, she soared from the bath with a shocked gasp, flailing as she crashed into a shelf of towels and skincare products with a resounding thump. Whack! Yuzum was next, spun like a top and flung backwards. She spiraled gracelessly through the air and into the changing room beyond. Yashima, trembling and pale, scrambled to stand. Two didn't mean to. Thwack! A blur of wood met her rear end mid-turn, sending her sliding across the soaked tile floor, legs kicking in the air as she yelped. Mia exhaled calmly, tucking her wooden sword against her shoulder like a satisfied master swordsman. Your modesty was appreciated, Yashima, she said with unnerving cheer. But rules are rules. The bathhouse was now a disaster zone. Towels scattered. Bottles tipped over. Steam churned angrily around the edges of chaos, and then she turned. To him, Issei froze, every muscle in his body tensing. He could feel the cold sweat running down his spine despite the heat of the bath. His brain fired on all cylinders. Escape? No exit. Apologize? Too late. Hide? Where? He had only one option. He braced himself, eyes shut so tight it made his jaw hurt. I'm sorry, please don't hit me. Swoosh, a breeze passed his cheek. He flinched. But the blow never came. Huh! Cautiously, Issei cracked open one eye. Mia stood in front of him, sword paused mid-swing, just an inch from where his shoulder used to be. Her eyes were wide. He looked down. He wasn't where he'd been standing. He'd moved. Wait, I dodged? He whispered, genuinely stunned. A long silence filled the bathhouse. Even the wind seemed to hush. Mia slowly lowered her sword, blinking at him with genuine curiosity. You did. He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers like they might explain something. But I didn't even think, I just moved. My body reacted on its own. A chill ran down his spine again, this time not from fear but from something else. A sense of change. He wasn't just imagining it. Something inside him had shifted. A subtle instinct. A reflex, almost like. Maybe all the training he has done finally helped. Mia tilted her head slightly, her expression still calm, but her eyes sharper now. Perhaps it's your instincts adapting, or maybe your connection with your Sekirei has begun to unlock more than you realize. Issei gulped. Why you think so? The naked forms of Matsu and Yuzum lay in a crumpled heap in the 2 rooms, groaning dramatically, while Yashima whimpered under a towel, rubbing her sore backside. Mia's Bakken still hovered midair, her posture frozen. Her expression, usually so serene and composed, flickered with rare confusion. But then her brow twitched. Something in her pride, in her sacred duty as innkeeper and enforcer of decency, would not let this slide. That's interesting, she finally said, narrowing her eyes slightly. But it doesn't mean you're off the hook, Isiken. she said in a low tone, voice as polite as ever but laced with a quiet wrath. Justice must be served. Wait, WH? Issei yelped, eyes widening. Wait, Myosin, let's talk about this. Issei barely had time to finish before the woman moved. She didn't walk. She glided across the floor like a vengeful spirit, with Issei doing his absolute best not to get hit, and so began the chase. With a flash, the fearsome Hanya mask seemed to materialize behind her, her presence overwhelming like a divine punishment descending from the heavens. The naked, dripping boy screamed and bolted out of the bath, slipping and sliding down the hallway as Mia gave chase. Get back here, young man! She called, swinging her bakken with terrifying precision. I'm sorry! I didn't even do anything! Issei cried, legs pumping furiously as he dashed through the inn's corridors, soaked and slippery. He swerved past the confused Kaguri, barely dodged a tray of tea from the startled Hamura, and turned sharply down the hall. He ducked behind a wooden pillar. Whack! The pillar splintered. Jaya! He yelped, diving to the ground as Mia's bakken cleaved air just behind him. Issei's legs were burning. His wet skin stuck to the wood with every frantic move. He made it halfway to the inn's entrance when his foot slipped on the slick floor. Oh no! Gravity yanked him down with cruel timing, right onto Mia, who was mid-swing to Issei's head. Wah! Slip! Thud! With the force of a flying leap gone wrong, Issei crashed directly into Mia. Oof! Both of them went tumbling down the polished wooden floor in a heap of flailing limbs and trailing bath steam. When they stopped, Mia lay on her back, wide-eyed, with a very naked Issei sprawled awkwardly on top of her. Her bakken had clattered out of reach. Ah! Issei immediately rolled off her, his face a shade of red brighter than any shade of his boosted gear. I'm so sorry! That was totally an accident, I swear. I didn't mean to fall on you, Myosin. I didn't mean to. Wait, are you okay? He scrambled to his knees, dripping wet and frantically concerned, reaching a hand out to help her stand up. But Mia didn't answer. She wasn't moving. She wasn't even breathing, it seemed. Instead, her eyes were wide. Her lips trembled. Her body slightly shivered. She looked down at her hand, the one Issei had accidentally touched. Her mind reeled. That presence, this power, her whole being felt it. The moment he touched her, she knew. He wasn't just an irregular boy who got caught up in all this by accident. He was something more, something beyond. In touching her even briefly, Issei had formed a connection. She had lived years believing no one would be capable of claiming her, but here, a cheeky high schooler with a perverted streak was able to bring a reaction. Mia had felt it. But it was impossible for any human to wing her. Ashikabi, she whispered under her breath, almost inaudible. Issei blinked. Huh! Inside Mia, something stirred. Her instincts as a Sakurai, the ones she had long buried and suppressed, had awakened for the first time in years. For the first time since Takahito's death, her body and soul had reacted to an Ashikabi. No. Not just an Ashikabi, his presence. Issei's presence. Her heart and mind screamed in protest. No! This is wrong. I belonged to Takahito. I loved only him. I still love only him. I can't, I won't. Her fingers clenched against the floor. Issei noticed the trembling. Myosin? He asked again, his voice gentler now. He knelt beside her, hesitating. Are you okay? Did I hurt you or? Don't! Mia cried out suddenly, eyes filled with desperation. She pulled away from him, shielding her face with one hand while the other pressed against her chest. Please don't touch me, Issei's breath caught. He hadn't seen her like this vulnerable, this shaken. I'm sorry, he said again, lowering his hand slowly. I didn't mean to. Just go, Mia whispered, not meeting his eyes. Please, Asikan. Just leave me be. Issei stood slowly, heart heavy with confusion and guilt. Okay. I'll go. He stood slowly, realizing only then that he was still completely, absolutely naked. Crap. He muttered. He took one last glance at Maya, figure curled in on itself slightly, her head bowed, her hands trembling as she fought with emotions she thought long buried. I'm sorry if I did something wrong, Issei said quietly. You didn't. She whispered back. That's the problem. Behind him, Mia gripped her chest, as if trying to smother the ache growing there. As he vanished down the hallway, Mia slowly sat up. She looked at her hand again, the one that still tingled with the aftershock of Issei's presence. Takahito, she whispered. Forgive me. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and whispered with a trembling voice, What do I do? In the bathhouse, chaos continued as Matsu and Yuzum recovered from their earlier punishment and began arguing over whose idea it really was to sneak into the bath first. Meanwhile, Issei, now hastily wrapped in a towel and flustered beyond repair, marched back toward his room. The cool air of the hallway did nothing to soothe the burning in his face or the confusion and guilt knotting in his gut. His mind kept circling back to Mia's expression. That look in her eyes, the way she trembled, it wasn't the anger or irritation he expected from being fallen on. It was something deeper. Raw. Wounded. Did I do something I shouldn't have done? He wondered, his thoughts spinning with guilt and uncertainty. I say you shouldn't worry about it, partner. Drake's calm, booming voice echoed in his mind, cutting through the storm like a familiar lighthouse. How can I not? She looked so hurt, like I'd stepped over a line I didn't even know was there. If I had to guess based on our previous experience, Sherry's voice joined in gently, thoughtful and sincere. Maya-san is probably reacting to your presence after she touched you. Her reaction wasn't because of what you did wrong, it was because of what she felt. Issei blinked. Wait, what do you mean by that? Did you forget already, partner? Drake sighed. Everyone in this inn, except you, is a sekirei. That one Mia is reacting to your presence. You're an ashikabi, and a powerful one. When she touched you, she felt it. Her instincts likely kicked in. Issei stopped walking. His eyes widened slightly as he finally made the connection. The sensation that passed between them when their skin touched, it wasn't just a coincidence. She's reacting like the others, he realized. Like when Matsu first connected to me, or when Yashima did. A sudden, somber realization hit him like a ton of bricks. But Mia, she doesn't want that. She's holding back. She's not like the others. His chest tightened. He remembered now. Mia never spoke much about her past, but he had heard enough to understand. She had been with someone once. Someone she had truly loved. Her husband. And from the way she carried herself, how her eyes sometimes lingered on old memories when she thought no one noticed, Issei knew that love hadn't faded with time. She's doing her absolute best to reject what her instincts are telling her. Because she doesn't want to betray the man she once gave her heart to. Sherry explained gently. To her, being winged by you would feel like betraying him. Even if that's not your intention. Issei clenched his fists slightly at his sides. Then what should I do? Should I apologize again? Should I try to talk to her, at this point? Nothing. Drake replied firmly. Trying to help her now might only make things worse. She's fighting something inside herself, something personal. If you force yourself into that space even by accident, you might only hurt her more. Unless you want to force her into being yours, Drake added. Issei's reaction was instant. No! Of course not! He mentally shouted. I'd never do that. I don't want anyone to feel trapped by me. Then you know what you have to do, partner. Issei's pace slowed as he reached the hallway near his room. The towel clung awkwardly to his hips, and his hair still dripped water onto the wooden floorboards. But all he could think about was the look in Mia's eyes, and how he never wanted to see her that shaken again. I should keep my distance, he decided. At least until she's ready. If she's ever ready. I can't make that choice for her. He turned the doorknob quietly and stepped inside his room, the door clicking shut behind him with a soft finality. The warmth of the inn's interior, the faint scent of tea from down the hall, the distant giggles of the others recovering from bath time chow sit all seemed so normal. But inside, a quiet storm still raged. Issei Hayadu, naked, wet, and more emotionally drained than physically, collapsed on the futon and stared at the ceiling. This ashikabi thing continues to be way more complicated than I thought. He muttered. Welcome to emotional maturity, partner. Drake deadpanned. Yeah. Thanks for that. The quiet creak of wooden floorboards echoed softly through the halls of Izumo, and as Matsu ascended the staircase, toweled red hair brushing her shoulders, glasses still slightly fogged from the bath. Now fully dressed in her usual pink cheongsam, She had one goal in mind: return to her room, lock the door, and resume her favorite activity, gooning over her ashikabi and planning her next move to win his heart. Or maybe just sneak into his room and cuddle with issei. She hadn't decided yet, but just as she reached the top of the hidden stairs, a figure stood silently in the hallway, blocking her path. Matsu blinked. Mia, the landlady, stood there like a porcelain statue, serene yet brittle. Her long purple hair framed a pale, unreadable face, but her eyes, those sharp brown eyes, were clouded with something Matsu hadn't seen in a long, long time. Mia was trembling. Matsu chuckled nervously, backing up half a step. If this is about the bath thing, I swear I wasn't going to go all the way. We were just messing around, really. I apologize, really, truly. No, Mia interrupted quietly, her voice lacking its usual calm firmness. Matsu, who exactly is Issei Hayate? The question made Matsu freeze. What? She asked slowly, carefully, looking Mia in the eyes now. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Mia's fingers clutched the hem of her purple hakama. He touched me. On accident. After I chased him, and we fell. But when he did, I felt something. Matsu's expression softened. You felt the reaction, didn't you? Mia inhaled sharply. He made me react, Matsu, she admitted, voice cracking ever so slightly. I didn't even know he could. I thought he was just a boy. One Yizin brought in. I never sensed anything from him. Not until then. A long silence stretched between them. Matsu adjusted her glasses, eyes glinting behind the lenses. Took you long enough to figure it out? Mia's gaze snapped to her. You knew? Matsu nodded. You knew, and you didn't tell me? I knew, Matsu said calmly. But I also knew if I did tell you, you'd probably have kicked him out before you two even had a chance to form that connection. That wasn't your choice to make, Matsu, Mia snapped, her voice rising for the first time in years. You don't get to decide something like that for me. I didn't do it to hurt you, Matsu said, her tone unwavering despite the sharp words. I did it because I'm your friend. Because I care about you. Mia stared at her, breathing uneven. Takahito's been gone for a long time, Matsu said gently. You've never let anyone close since then. Not really. You've spent all these years hiding behind that smile, taking care of us, protecting this inn, punishing us with your spooky Hanya mask. That's part of the rules Takahito made. This house was important to him, but you haven't let yourself live, Mia. Matsu stepped closer, lowering her voice. I'm not telling you to move on, she said. But I am telling you that Takahito would want you to be happy. He loved you enough to give you the strength to go on living without him. But even you have to admit, you've just been surviving. Not living. Mia's hands trembled at her sides. And then along comes Issei, Matsu continued, voice growing warmer. This ridiculous, sweet, perverted boy with enough raw power and heart to make even you react. Matsu paused, eyes narrowing slightly. I bet he didn't try to wing you. He didn't even know what happened. He just got scared because he thought he hurt you. Mia remained quiet, but her expression softened. I know this is hard, Matsu said gently. I know what Takahito meant to you. But you have a choice now, Mia. You can stay stuck in the past, or maybe just maybe you can see where this road leads. It's not that easy, Mia whispered. I know, Matsu replied, nodding. That's why I'll tell you everything about him. About where he came from, what he's been through. The things he's seen. The way he protects the people he cares about. You deserve to know before you make a decision. I won't force anything. But I won't let you push him away just because you're scared. Mia looked down at the floor, her long lashes shadowing her eyes. Silence fell between them once more. Finally she spoke, her voice almost too quiet to hear. Tell me, Matsu smiled, stepping to her side and gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Of course, Mia. I'll tell you everything. As the two women stood in the quiet hallway of Izumo Inn, one burdened by the past and the other hoping for the future, the warmth of their shared memories lingered along with the hope that maybe, just maybe, healing wasn't so impossible after all. Mia's room was a quiet, sacred space, a sanctuary of old tatami mats, the subtle scent of incense lingering in the air, and a small but elegant shrine tucked into the corner, where a faded photo of Takahito sat surrounded by delicate paper cranes and dried flowers. The evening light filtered through the paper sliding doors, casting soft shadows across the room as Matsu sat cross-legged on the floor, her usual casual bravado noticeably subdued. Mia sat opposite her, her posture elegant but tense. A teacup rested untouched in front of her, steam curling up into the air as her sharp violet eyes never left Matsu's face. "So," Mia began quietly, "you said you'd explain everything." Matsu nodded, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose. "Yeah. And it's gonna sound insane. But I need you to believe me. Because this? It's all true." Mia gave her a patient, if skeptical, look. "I've seen enough insanity in my life, Matsu. Try me." With a small breath, Matsu began. "Issei he isn't from this world." Mia blinked. "You mean he's an alien? Like us?" Matsu quickly shook her head. No, still human. Just not from this version of Earth. He comes from a parallel dimension. It's almost identical to ours in terms of culture and history, even similar languages, but the difference is his world is saturated with magic." Mia narrowed her eyes slightly. "Magic?" "Yep," Matsu said with a nod. "Magic is real there. Like really real. People can fly, conjure fire, summon monsters." "Monsters?" Mia's voice cut through like a blade. Matsu's smile faltered, and she scratched the back of her head. "Yeah, about that. So Issei has one of those." "Sort of." "Excuse me?" Inside him, Matsu clarified, "lives Drake. A real dragon. A super ancient, powerful dragon soul bound to Issei's. The Red Dragon Emperor. A being of immense power and pride. He's sealed inside Issei's sacred gear, which is like a spiritual weapon tied to his soul. Kind of like an inner companion, I guess?" Mia stared, stunned. "You're telling me that boy, that perverted high schooler, has a dragon inside him?" "I've talked to the dragon, Mia," Matsu said, completely serious now. "He's real. He's loud. And he's very proud of Issei." Mia's expression tightened. "And this Drake, he's not dangerous?" Matsu hesitated for half a second. "Okay, I mean, he's technically dangerous. But he's not going to hurt anyone. Not unless he can escape the prison that God made." "God?" Mia freaks. "Ignore that for now, and Issei? He's the type who'd rather get punched in the face than punch someone else." "That sounds accurate," Mia muttered under her breath. Matsu continued. "He also has this device, his watch. It's called the Dimensional Watch. It's what brought him here." Mia's brows furrowed. "The thing on his arm?" "Yup. It lets him jump between dimensions, with the help of an AI named Sherry. She's the one who guides him, handles coordinates, data, all that technical stuff." Mia slowly leaned back, processing the information. "So that's what he meant when I first met him. He said he was only staying for a month." "Right," Matsu confirmed. "You probably thought he was being flippant or mysterious. But he meant it. In about 20 days, he's going back to his world, and he plans to take his Sekirei with him." Matsu nodded again. "All of us. Me, Yuzum, Yashima, we already agreed." Mia's teacup rattled slightly in its saucer as her fingers trembled. "That's irresponsible. You're willing to leave everything behind to follow a boy into another world you know nothing about." Matsu shrugged sheepishly. "You make it sound bad when you put it like that." "Because it is," Mia snapped, standing up. "You don't know what's on the other side. What kind of world it truly is. What dangers await you." "There's danger everywhere, Mia," Matsu replied softly, standing to meet her. "Even here." "That's not the point." "No, I think it is the point." Matsu's eyes were steady behind her glasses. "We're Sekirei. Our fates are already bound to our Ashikabi. At least this one? He treats us like people, not weapons." Mia's mouth opened, but no words came. "You're right," Matsu continued. "It is risky. We don't know everything. But I want to go. I want to see it with my own eyes. I want to experience that world." She paused. "Don't you? Even a little? Don't you ever get curious?" Mia turned away, the shadows across her face deepening. "Unlike the rest of you, I already know what lies beyond our stars. I know the truth of what's out there." Matsu's brows lifted. "You do?" Mia didn't respond right away. Her voice, when it came, was distant. Horror. Tragedy. War. Countless civilizations rising and falling. Cruelty masked as curiosity. I've seen what's out there, Matsu. The silence that followed was heavy, Mia's lips pressed into a thin line. Curiosity isn't reason enough to gamble your life. I don't want to lose anyone else, Mia finally said, her voice trembling. Not like I lost Takahito, Matsu softened. She walked up behind her old friend and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. That's not going to happen, she whispered. Issei's different. He won't leave people behind. He's kind. Protective. Stupidly brave. He jumped between Yashima and an enraged Ashikabi without hesitation. He saved her, just because he thought it was the right thing to do. That doesn't mean he understands the consequences, Mia murmured but remained quiet, eyes locked on the fading light outside. There's more out there than you know. And most of it isn't good. I don't doubt it, Matsu replied. But does that mean we stay here? Hide away? Just exist in a box Minaka built for us? Mia's hands tightened. Minaka may be cruel, but the world out there is worse. And still, Matsu said gently, I want to see it. With him. She met Mia's eyes. You don't have to decide now. We're not asking you to come with us, Matsu said quietly. But if you're curious, even just a little, then maybe just maybe you're ready to stop looking backward. Mia's fingers brushed the edge of her shrine, resting on the photo of her late husband. Mia looked down, her expression unreadable. Thank you, she said quietly. Matsu smiled, placing a hand on her friend's shoulder. No matter what you choose, she said, I'll support you. And for the first time in a long while, her heart beat with uncertainty. Not fear. Not pain, just the possibility of something new. 20 days left. The morning light spilled gently through the paper screen windows of the Izumo Inn, casting a warm, golden glow across the wooden floors. The scent of freshly made rice and grilled fish lingered in the air, a signature of Mia's diligent morning cooking. Birds chirped softly outside, completing the peaceful serenity of the early hour. Issei quietly slipped out of the futon, careful not to disturb the warm bodies beside him. Yuzum was clinging to his arm with a content smile, and Yashima lay curled against his side, her soft breaths calm and steady. She's getting more comfortable, Issei thought with a warm smile. That's good, but something tugged at the back of his mind. Matsu. She hadn't joined them like usual. Normally, she'd slip into Yuzum's room in the dead of night to cuddle up with him and murmur strange technological things in her sleep. The lack of her presence was unusual. Adjusting the waistband of his sleeping pants and stifling a yawn, Issei made his way to the kitchen. He was hoping to snag something quick before his shift at the construction site. His stomach grumbled as he walked down the hall barefoot, the wooden floor cool beneath his steps. As he rounded the corner into the kitchen, he found Matsu already sitting at the table, fully dressed in her usual pink cheongsam, sipping tea. Her laptop was closed beside her, a rare sight as she usually stayed up until late night. Issei blinked. Morning, hey, where were you last night? You didn't sneak in like usual. Matsu glanced up at him over her glasses, a teasing grin forming. Oh, around. I figured I'd give you and our newest bird some bonding time. Besides, sometimes I don't feel like sleeping in a pile, you know? Issei scratched his cheek, slightly sheepish. Right. Yeah, thanks for that. Yashima is really coming out of her shell. She has. Matsu said softly, her teasing tone fading for a moment. Thanks to you? Issei blinked, caught off guard. Me? Before Matsu could respond, footsteps approached, and then she entered. Mia. Issei tensed the moment he saw her, the image of what happened yesterday flashing into his mind like lightning. The accidental fall. The awkward closeness. Her shaking body. Her voice telling him to leave. Mia, too, froze upon seeing him, the color rushing into her cheeks so fast it nearly matched Drake's scales. She set the breakfast tray down with a little more force than necessary, her movements unusually stiff. Neither of them said a word. The air became stifling with awkward tension. Issei cleared his throat, rubbing the back of his neck. Mia glanced away, staring intensely at the rice bowl as if it personally offended her, and then, Matsu tried and failed to hold back a snort. Wow! You two look like you had the world's most awkward one-night stand. Matsu! Mia's voice rang like a bell, full of fire and immediate embarrassment. Her hands shot up, steam practically rising from her head. Don't say such ridiculous things, Issei choked on his own breath. Wano! Nothing happened. I swear! Matsu raised both hands innocently, grinning like a fox. Hey, I didn't say something happened, just that it looked like something did. Relax, Mia. The tension snapped like a dry twig, laughter bubbling from Issei's throat despite himself. Even Mia let out a soft sigh, the corners of her lips twitching ever so slightly. The two glanced at each other again. And this time, it wasn't awkward. It was just quiet understanding. Mia was the first to speak, her voice softer than usual. About yesterday, you don't have to worry about it. It was just a moment, and it had nothing to do with you. Issei nodded slowly, watching her carefully. I get it. And I won't push. It's your choice. I'd never want to force something on you. Mia's shoulders relaxed slightly. Thank you. Their eyes met again, and for a moment, Issei thought he saw something flicker in her gaze. Regret? Longing? Maybe it was just relief. Matsu sipped her tea with a smirk. Well, that's mature. I'm proud of both of you. Shut it, Matsu, Mia muttered, though there was no real heat in her words. Issei smiled, feeling the tightness in his chest begin to loosen. Things weren't perfect. But they were better, all right. Issei said as he sat down to the table, grabbing a rice ball from the tray. Time for me to get some fuel in me before work. Matsu, ever the opportunist, leaned in like a predator who had found her moment. Issei, she cooed, sliding up behind him and wrapping her arms around his shoulders, resting her ample chest firmly against his back. You work so hard lately. Isn't it time you got some proper motivation? Issei froze. Matsu's fingers playfully traced down his chest, her glasses glinting mischievously in the morning light. You know, physical and emotional rewards are scientifically proven to increase stamina and mental clarity, she whispered into his ear. Issei's brain went straight into emergency shutdown mode. Bulbas. I feel bulbas. On my back. They feel so nice. Matsu, I don't think this is. Before he could fully protest, Matsu reached over with a pair of chopsticks, holding up a small piece of grilled fish. Sei Seiken. Open wide for your lovely genius, Issei said, embarrassed but happy. Ah. Matsu was completely in her element. The woman practically radiated smug satisfaction as she prepared to feed him. That was until, crack, a subtle sound. Wood straining under pressure, Issei stiffened. Matsu froze mid-a. They both slowly turned toward the source of the sound only to find Mia standing just a few feet away. Her smile was polite. Her posture graceful. But her aura was absolutely terrifying. And in her delicate hands she held the familiar, dreadful Bakken, the wooden sword of doom. Miyasen Matsu laughed nervously, sweat forming along her brow. Is something the matter? Surely there's nothing inappropriate about a little morning cuddling, right? Mia's eyes did not blink. Her voice was sugar-sweet. Not at all. But I believe you'll find the dining area more enjoyable if you eat separately. The or else was left unspoken, but it hung in the air with the weight of 1,000 unspoken threats. Issei very slowly reached for his cup of juice and sipped it like his life depended on it. His face flushed from both embarrassment and fear. Why am I always stuck between joy and death? Matsu chuckled nervously, sliding back to her own seat with practiced ease, maintaining a wide smile the entire time. Of course. Personal space is important. I'm all about boundaries. Boundaries are why. Ahaha. Mia turned away, her elegant smile remaining, but her narrowed eyes never leaving Matsu's figure. The aura didn't fully recede either, settling into a simmer like a volcano waiting for the next idiot to provoke it. With the tension slowly dispersing, Issei took the final bite of his rice ball and stood up, brushing crumbs from his pants. He quickly left to change and came back with his blue workshop uniform. Well, I'd better head to work, he muttered, eyes darting between the two women. Wouldn't want to be late. Matsu gave him a mock salute, still a bit pale from Mia's gaze. Be safe, darling. And don't strain your muscles too hard. I'll massage them later. Mia didn't comment, but the bakken let out a faint creak in her grip. With a deep, resigned breath, Issei made a break for the front door. Issei stepped into the wooden entryway of the inn, tightening his tool belt and preparing to leave for another long day of physical labor. His hair was still a bit messy, a small rice crumb clung to the corner of his mouth, and his shirt was hastily tucked in. He reached for the door. Iseiken. He paused. Mia stood there, graceful as ever, holding a neatly wrapped bento box between her hands. Her expression was composed, but her eyes, those brown eyes, shone with something softer. I made this for you, she said, extending the bento toward him. You'd better eat it this time. Issei blinked, caught off guard by the gesture. Ooh. Right. Thanks, Maya-san. I promise I'll eat it. I doubt they'll let me skip work again after yesterday. A faint twitch at the corner of Mia's lips hinted at amusement, but she said nothing about his previous work mishap. He bowed lightly and turned back to the road. Wait. Again he froze. Mia's fingers gently brushed his sleeve, and she clicked her tongue disapprovingly. Your shirt is wrinkled. Issei looked down. Huh. I'm sure it's not that important. She didn't let him finish. With deft, practiced hands, she stepped close and began tugging and smoothing his collar and sleeves, adjusting the hem of his shirt. Her fingers brushed his chest for the briefest second, and both of them tensed at the contact. Mia's breath caught in her throat. Issei stared down at her, unsure what to do. The closeness, the gentle attention, it reminded him of Tamamo fixing his uniform for a day of school. It just needed a kiss for luck to finish the image. He noticed how the faint blush on her cheeks deepened. Their eyes met. For a moment, time seemed to slow. There was a hum in the air, a subtle spark that danced between them like the flicker of static. Issei opened his mouth to speak, but Mia quickly looked away, her expression reverting to calm, though her ears were visibly red. There. Now you don't look like a disheveled mess, she said with a sharp tone, stepping back. Thanks, Maya-san, he said, smiling sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. You really didn't have to. It's fine, she interrupted quickly. Now go or you'll be late. Issei nodded, tightening his grip on the bento box. He was just about to take a step when he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. Matsu. Leaning against the doorframe to the dining area, arms crossed, glasses glinting, and a grin so smug it could power Tokyo Tower. Oh my, she sang. Did I just witness the noble landlady smoothing out her guests' clothes? You sure you're not secretly auditioning for the position of wife, Mia? Mia's head whipped toward her. Matsu. Yes? Shut it. Matsu raised both eyebrows and put her hands up in mock surrender. Hey, I'm just an observer. No need tope. The bakken appeared in Mia's hand as if summoned by divine wrath. But rather than launching into a chase, Mia merely turned her back to Issei, her voice tight. It's not like that. It's just his presence and power. That's all. It's affecting me. Nothing more. Before he could ask, Mia glanced at him once more over her shoulder, her gaze gentle, guarded. Have a good day, Iseiken. I will, he said softly, continuing his walk to work in the brisk air, warmth blooming in his chest despite the cool wind. As the door slid shut behind him, Mia stood frozen for a moment, fingers brushing the spot where she had adjusted his shirt, a complicated storm swirling in her heart. And Matsu was already opening her laptop, gleefully taking notes. Interesting, she whispered. Very interesting. The passing of 5 days brought a rhythm to life at the Izumo, unpredictable, yet far from dull. Each morning, Issei would rise before the others, quietly slipping out of the pile that had become his usual sleeping arrangement. On either side of him, Yuzum and Yashima would still be asleep, the former draped over his chest like a clingy octopus while the latter curled up gently at his side, her breathing calm and peaceful. Matsu, as usual, was never far, sometimes laying across his legs, sometimes lounging beside Yuzum, always with a mischievous smile as she slept. The moment Issei stepped outside, the warm scent of breakfast would greet him, and soon after, Mia's quiet, composed presence would follow. She always handed him his bento without a word, her eyes averting his, her cheeks dusted with pink. Issei would thank her with a smile, pretending not to notice the way her hands lingered a moment too long when they passed the box between them. Then it was off to the construction site, where he spent his days working hard using the physical exertion to keep himself distracted from the complicated emotional chaos waiting for him back at the inn. Nights were for training. In the quiet clearing in the garden of the inn, Issei would train his body and soul, sweat pouring down his face as he pushed himself harder under the tutelage of Drake and guidance from Sherry. Ki and magic, stamina and strength. Every night he felt himself improve, slowly but surely. Back at the inn, the atmosphere was growing more complicated by the day. Yashima, now settled into her new home, was blossoming. She smiled more, joined the others for meals, and no longer flinched every time someone raised their voice. Issei's patience and kindness were clearly having a deep effect on her, but the real chaos began whenever Matsu or Yuzum decided it was their time to flirt with Issei. Unfortunately, Mia usually spots the two whenever they try something. Issei, come sit with me, I've got something fun to show you. Matsu would purr, tugging on his arm and guiding him toward her laptop with a suspiciously cozy pillow already waiting. Or, hey hubby, come here, Yuzum would smirk, pulling him into a side hug and nuzzling into his neck. Your shoulder makes a great pillow, you know? Each time, the teasing laughter and giggles would last only a few seconds before, crack, a sudden shift in the air. A visible twitch in the space, an overpowered aura would come out. Everyone would freeze. Matsu's voice would drop to a fearful whisper. She's here. Yuzum would pale. Oh gods. She's looking. Standing in the doorway, Mia would gaze upon them with her usual serene smile. But her eyes burned with an unspoken fury. She never said anything. She didn't have to. The bakken in her hand spoke volumes. The two older sekirei would break away from Issei in an instant, scampering off with excuses about needing fresh air or remembering an urgent experiment. Issei, of course, was left scratching his head, awkward and confused. Whenever Issei was alone with Mia, something hung in the air between them became tense. Mia would busy herself with chores or tea, pretending she didn't notice his presence. But every now and then, their eyes would meet. And every time they did, Mia would look away, her hands trembling slightly, her breath catching for a fraction of a second. Issei noticed. He wasn't dumb. Well, maybe a little. But not about this. He saw the way her body tensed when he was close, the way her fingers sometimes brushed her lips unconsciously. He could feel the strange pull between them, like something wanted to snap into place, but couldn't. Mia was struggling. Her instincts screamed at her to move forward, to answer the pull that connected her to this boy. His presence alone made her heart tremble. Because part of her, buried deep under the grief and guilt, longed for something she never thought she'd feel again. But every time she even thought of crossing that line, her mind would echo one name: Takahito, her husband, her beloved, her anchor. She had already buried one love. How could she let herself feel again? Wouldn't that be a betrayal? But the warmth in Issei's smile, the way he always treated her with respect, never pushed, never demanded those things, made her heart ache in a different way. One evening, while setting the table, her hand stopped mid-motion as she stared at the rice bowl she was preparing. Takahito, she whispered. What would you say if I said I was afraid to move on? The bowl remained silent, just like it always did. 15 days left. Issei and Yuzum strolled side by side down the familiar streets. The faint clang of hammers and distant shouting from the construction site slowly faded behind them, replaced by the gentle rustling of trees and the quiet hum of city life winding down for the evening. Issei's work uniform was a little dusty, and his shoulders drooped with the fatigue of a long day. But there was a soft smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Walking beside Yuzum had a strange way of making everything feel lighter. Maybe it was her easygoing nature, or maybe it was how natural it felt to walk with someone by his side. Yuzum had her hands behind her head, her eyes flicking occasionally toward him with a knowing smirk. You're getting better, she said, breaking the silence. That foreman guy didn't even yell at you today, Issei chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. Yeah, well, I finally figured out how not to mess up the cement mix, Yuzum giggled. Proud of you, hubby? Issei grinned at her praise. Her expression shifted to something a little more thoughtful as they walked past the vending machine. The soft whir of it dispensing a bottle of soda filled the pause between them. I've been meaning to ask you something, she said, handing him the drink. He took it with a grateful nod. What's up? Yuzum's eyes narrowed slightly. It's about Mia. That got his attention. His hand paused mid-twist on the bottle cap. Mia? Yeah. Yuzum glanced ahead, her tone suddenly a touch more serious. At first I thought she was just being her usual scary, prudish self. You know, waving her bakken around every time Matsu or I got a little flirty. She flashed him a playful grin. Which, let's be honest, is all the time, Issei coughed. You're not wrong, but lately Yuzum trailed off, her brows furrowing slightly. She's been different. Staring. Getting flustered. More than usual. I caught her watching you the other day. Not in a creepy way. She added quickly, but lingering. Like she was trying to figure you out. Issei slowed his steps slightly, his hand tightening around the bottle. I know that look, Yuzum said, her voice low. It's the same way Matsu and Yashima always looked. The air grew still for a moment, the hum of cicadas becoming louder around them. Yuzum, Issei began, his voice hesitant. Mia has been reacting to me as her ashikabi. Yuzum stopped dead in her tracks. Wait, seriously? He nodded, looking away. I kind of fell on her. When she chased me after finding us in the bath together. A few days ago. And ever since then, things have been weird. She's been distant. Shaky. She once told me not to touch her. Said she didn't want to be winged. Yuzum blinked, processing that. Damn, so that's what's going on. Yeah, Issei said softly. She's still grieving, I think. For her husband. And I get it. The last thing she wants is to feel like she's betraying his memory. Yuzum crossed her arms, looking down the road toward the distant buildings. That explains the death stares, she muttered. Death stares? Every time I cuddle up to you, she looks like she wants to carve my name into a gravestone. She smirked. Jealousy's an ugly thing, huh? Issei didn't respond right away. He stared down at the bottle in his hand, his reflection warped in the plastic. I don't want to make things harder for her. I didn't mean to mess things up. Yuzum's hand suddenly reached out and squeezed his. Hey, she said gently. You didn't do anything wrong. She's just confused and scared. Issei looked up at her, surprised by the seriousness in her tone. She's strong, Issei, Yuzum continued. Maybe the strongest out of all of us. But even strong people break a little when they think they've lost everything they ever cared about. And if you can help her heal even a little, then I say she deserves that chance. Issei felt the weight of her words settle in his chest. Thanks, Yuzum, he said quietly. That means a lot. She smiled, a real, warm smile. Of course. We're a team now, remember? All of us. As they continued walking, Issei squeezed her hand back and gave a sheepish grin. Still gonna be scary if she ever does get winged though. Yuzum leaned into his arm, her tone teasing but light. If you do wing Mia, you'll have the scariest girlfriend in all of Japan. Issei chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, and the highest chance of dying from just a glare. The sounds of the city had quieted, leaving only the rhythmic crunch of their steps against the road and the occasional whisper of the evening breeze. But peace, as always in Issei's life, was short-lived, as two figures stepped into their path. One of them was a pale, almost sickly-looking young man with short white hair and a narrow, sharp-eyed glare. His posture radiated hostility like a dog ready to snap at anything that moved. Next to him stood a tall girl in a black dress with long black hair, her smirk twisted with smug satisfaction as if this was the moment she'd been waiting for all day. Finally found you, the girl said, voice ringing with challenge. Another pair. Yuzum immediately tensed beside him, her posture shifting subtly as she stepped forward. Issei narrowed his eyes. The black-haired girl continued, her words laced with condescension. My name is Yashiro Itsuki. And this is Sekirei number 13 named Bane. We've been looking for a proper match. A chance to test Amiibane's power on someone weak. Perfect for warm-up. Issei's brows furrowed. You want to pick a fight just because we're out walking? Itsuki snorted. TCH. Are you kidding? You're an ashikabi, and she's a Sekirei. This is the Sekirei plan, idiot. We're supposed to fight. You're lucky I'm in a generous mood. Once my Sekirei wipes the floor with that girl of yours, maybe I'll let you crawl away. Amiibane's eyes lit up with a savage gleam as he stepped forward. So, this is what passes for an opponent? A weak-ass woman with big tits and some scrawny human brat? Yuzum's eye twitched, and Issei's fists clenched at his sides. Excuse me? Yuzum said, her tone dipping dangerously low. I've been waiting for a fight all damn week, Ainbane spat, cracking his knuckles. Didn't think I'd be wasting it on a woman, but hey, I'll take what I can get. Come on, sweetheart, scream for me. The words weren't just vulgar, they were dripping with hate, disdain, and bloodlust. And they slammed into Issei like a freight train. Ainbane, driven by his thirst for violence, lunged forward with frightening speed focused entirely on Yuzum. That was his mistake, as he focused too much on the other Sekirei, because Issei moved. He didn't think, acted. His fist shot out, powered by both instinct and a flash of reinforcement magic, and connected squarely with Ainbane's jaw. Crack! The impact sent the white-haired boy stumbling backward several feet, clutching his face in disbelief. The street echoed with the raw sound of contact, and the silence that followed was deafening. Well, what the hell? Ainbane growled, black eyes wide. You punched me? Yashiro's calm mask cracked, eyes narrowing with disbelief. A Ashikabi hit a Sekirei? Issei stood tall, arms still extended from the punch, his heart racing. Yeah. And I'll do it again if you come at her like that, Ainbane snarled. You pathetic human! He lunged again, this time straight at Issei, rage replacing arrogance, but a flash of movement interrupted his trajectory. A strip of white cloth Yuzum's veil which extended snaked through the air and caught his wrist mid-swing, halting him with a sudden jerk. Yuzum stepped forward, her eyes sharp and unwavering. Don't think I'll let you touch my Ashikabi, jackass. Let go. Ainbane roared, his muscles straining against the cloth. You think I care about a filthy whore like you? Wham! Issei's fist crashed into his gut, this time reinforced even stronger. The blow knocked the wind out of Ainbane's lungs as he folded forward with a gasping wheeze. Keep your damn mouth shut. Issei growled, his voice low and dangerous. You're not fighting just any woman. You're trying to hurt someone I care about. I'm not letting that slide. Ainbane stumbled back, coughing violently, his aura flaring with fury. That's it! He howled. I'll kill you both. His aura surged, his body glowing with energy as he prepared to unleash his next strike, eyes wild with rage, lips curled in a manic snarl. Issei moved like a blur beside Yuzum, weaving in and out of Ainbane's attacks, slipping just outside the range of each brutal strike. Ainbane's body ached from each dodge, the memory of the last punch still stinging in his bones. But he wasn't going down. Not tonight. Every time Ainbane turned to swing at Yuzum, Issei intercepted with a reinforced punch to the gut, shoulder, or head, and every time he went for Issei, Yuzum's claws caught him mid-motion and slammed him to the side like a rag doll. Damn it! Ainbane snarled, his voice cracked from effort. Just die already. Sorry, Issei grinned, flicking his wrist, magic still humming in his veins. Not on the schedule. Are we really doing this? Yuzum asked mid-swing, grinning as she yanked a length of cloth to trip Ainbane mid-charge. Because I think we've officially reached pathetic territory. Shut up! Ainbane roared as he got up. You've got one chance to walk away, she said to Ainbane. I don't like hitting people, even if they're assholes. Shut up and die. The street cracked beneath Ainbane's boots as he lunged forward again, his white hair a blur under the dim evening light. His movements were aggressive, wild but also desperate. Yuzum met him head-on, intercepting his fist with her cloth mid-swing, redirecting it away from Issei with practiced grace. Damn you! Ainbane snarled, jerking back only to twist and go for Yuzum again. But Issei was already there. Not so fast. He muttered, stepping in and grabbing Ainbane's wrist mid-attack. With a grunt of effort, he spun on his heel and flung him back several feet and then smacked by the white cloth. Wham! Ainbane slammed into a lamppost and rebounded, staggering. His black eyes burned with humiliation and fury. They're tag-teaming me? You cowards! Yuzum rolled her eyes. Oh, please. It's called strategy. You wouldn't last 5 seconds if you weren't such a rabid dog. You'll pay for this! He shouted. Both of you! He whirled around toward his Ashikabi Itsuki, who was standing nearby with an unnerving grin on her face. You! This is your fault, you pathetic woman. Do something useful. Then, to Issei's shock, He grabbed the girl roughly by the collar and yanked her forward. Itsuki didn't flinch. In fact, she looked thrilled. Finally! She moaned. Rough me up more, my precious Sekire. Break me if you have to, Issei blinked. What the actual hell? Yuzume's expression was frozen in open disgust. They're freaks. Issei glanced between the two, caught between horror and confusion. Is that normal? No, Yuzume deadpanned. Absolutely not. Before either of them could comment further, the pair's lips locked in a disturbingly eager, violent kiss. A pulse of energy erupted from the contact, black wings flaring out from Amoebane's back in jagged arcs of light. A low hum of power vibrated through the air. Issei stepped back. What the hell is that? Yuzume narrowed her eyes. Crap. I forgot we never explained that. Explained what? Norito, she said quickly. A Sekire's full power. When they kiss their Ashikabi mid-fight, they unlock a temporary boost. It's not something you want to deal with unprepared. Issei's eyes widened. Oh, so he's getting a power-up with a kiss. Great. Aimebane stood straighter, his aura now twisted and vicious. He raised his fists, pulsing with dark energy as HS wings grew out of his back, and roared. These are the palms of my pledge. By my bare hands, destroy the foes of my Ashikabi. Issei gritted his teeth. Well, that's just perfect. Yuzume turned to him, serious. Issei, he met her gaze. She leaned forward, cupping his cheek. I'm not letting this bastard win. And then she kissed him. It wasn't soft or shy. It was full of heat and fire and determination. A pulse of white light exploded from her back, angelic wings of swirling cloth bursting into the air, glowing with radiant energy. Issei staggered, blinking. Whoa! Yuzume stood proudly, her eyes sharper than before. My turn. She raised both arms, the veil of her cloth surrounding them like a fortress. Aimebane charged, screaming incoherently, his fists pounding against the shielded barrier again and again. Her Norito echoed like a chant. By the veil of my contract, my Ashikabi's nightmares will be dispelled. A sphere of swirling cloth formed around Thema fortress of fabric, hard as steel. Aimebane, now glowing with a chaotic dark aura and his own ragged black wings, smashed into it with reckless fury. The cloth glowed brighter, hardening with every impact, refusing to break. Issei narrowed his eyes behind her. He clenched his fist, with the crimson glow of the boosted gear summoned. Boost! His voice was low. Yuzume. On my mark, drop the shield. Understood. Issei closed his eyes for a brief moment, focusing. Magic and ki swirled inside him, condensing in his arm. He layered a reinforcement spell atop his strength, winding it tighter. Boost! Now! Yuzume's cloth flared once more before splitting apart like parting curtains. The moment the path cleared, Issei launched forward like a cannonball, the red glow of the boosted gear blazing across his arm. Aimebane was just about to smash the barrier, turned just in time to see it. Wah! Issei's fist slammed into his gut, the combined might of his boosted strength, reinforced magic, and sheer anger packed into one devastating punch. Boom! The street cracked beneath the force. Amoebane's eyes rolled back, and he flew backwards like a missile, crashing into a wall and collapsing into an unconscious heap. The red gauntlet on Issei's arm faded away with a flicker, vanishing like a whisper. Issei looked down at his hand, then at her. Guess we make a pretty good team. She grabbed his hand and squeezed it. Yeah. We do. The dust began to settle. Amoebane's body lay crumpled and unconscious against the cracked wall of the alley. The once ferocious and arrogant Sekire was now broken and still beaten down by sheer coordination and strength he never expected from a so-called worthless Ashikabi. A desperate cry rang out through the alley. Aimebane! Itsuki's voice cracked with emotion as she ran past the cratered ground toward her fallen partner. Her hands trembled as she kneeled beside him, cradling his bruised face in her lap. Her eyes brimmed with tears, not of fear, but of worry. She ran her fingers gently through his damp white hair, her expression soft and vulnerable. Issei lowered his raised arm, the magic fading from his fingers. He stared at the scene in front of him. For all the cruelty Aimebane had shown, his mocking words, his joy for violence, the way he treated Itsuki like nothing more than an accessory. Itsuki still cared for him. Yuzume took a cautious step forward, her veil beginning to stir again. Let me finish it, and deactivate him, she said coldly. They attacked first. We were just defending ourselves, issei said, his voice low but firm. She stopped, blinking. What? He walked forward, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. If you promise, he said, locking eyes on Itsuki, never to come after us again, we'll let this go. Take him. Leave. We don't want to fight weaklings. Yuzum stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Seriously? After all that? You're just going to let them walk away? Issei didn't take his eyes off Itsuki. Yuzum, there's no point in stomping on someone who's already lost. Inside, Issei knew the truth. He just didn't want to kill Ainbane. Even if the guy was a complete asshole, taking his life or destroying the bond with his Ashikabai, especially in front of someone who cared so deeply, it just wasn't right. Issei wasn't a killer, and deep down, he hoped that maybe this beatdown would change something in the white-haired Sekirei. Itsuki stared at him, stunned, her arms trembling as she hugged Amibane's unconscious form tighter to her chest. Her lips trembled. You'll really let us go? Issei gave a tired sigh, lowering his arm. We're not interested in being dragged into fights just to prove a point. But if you ever threaten my Sekirei again, we won't be so merciful next time. A soft breath escaped her lips. She nodded, slowly. I understand. With surprising strength, she lifted Ainbane over her shoulder. His body slumped like a rag doll, unconscious but breathing steadily. I promise, she said. We won't bother you again. She turned and began to limp away, the weight of her promise heavy in every step. As she vanished around the corner, the tension finally ebbed from the air. Issei exhaled a long breath and let his shoulders sag. That could have gone worse, he muttered. Yuzum, standing beside him, gave a sideways glance. You sure about that? That guy looked like he wanted to kill us, Issei smirked weakly. Yeah. But he's not the first. And definitely won't be the last. Yuzum crossed her arms, giving Issei a side eye. You're too soft sometimes, you know that? He gave her a tired smile. Maybe. But I'd rather be soft than heartless, she huffed, but there was no real irritation in her voice. Whatever, hero boy. As they turned to walk back to the inn, Issei looked up at the sky, stars just beginning to twinkle through the darkening dusk. If I have to fight, I'll fight. I just don't want to lose myself in the process. Beside him, Yuzum reached out and gently took his hand. No words needed. Just quiet understanding. And Issei, exhausted and slightly embarrassed, smiled. Let's go home. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.